Military theorists have worked tirelessly on predicting who would win in certain war situations. One of the most popular setups these days is NATO versus Russia and China, along with Iran and North Korea. The problem is NATO also includes the United States, the most powerful military on Earth, with the rest of the combined forces of NATO a strong second. China would come in third if for no other reason than its massive army made up of more than 2 million men and women, and the growing size of its fleet. Russia is barely in this picture. Its economy has taken a huge tumble in the first year of its invasion of Ukraine, while its navy is bottled up in the Black Sea, and they've lost more than half of their pre-invasion tank total. The problem has gotten so bad that they're literally pulling 80-year-old relics out of museums and boneyards and then sending them to the front. At this point, Poland is actually preparing to build up its military to be on equal par with Russia. NATO also includes the countries of the United Kingdom, Germany, France, Italy, Turkey, Spain, and now Finland, along with 24 other European countries. Meanwhile, Russia has seen its military fortune spiraling downward. As of November 2022, Russia has lost more than 200,000 soldiers, along with 160 generals and another 1,350 officers in just the first 9 months of the war, according to estimates by the U.S. Center for Naval Analysis. They've not been able to establish air superiority over Ukraine, a country 1/4 of its population, in part because of the continuing shipments of advanced weaponry from the US and NATO countries. Iran has been of limited help to Russia, insofar that they've been able to supply them with their Shahed 136 suicide drone systems. Unfortunately for Iran, it's been discovered that their drones contained Western-made parts that have somehow escaped the sanctions imposed on Russia. Once these transactions were made known, the Western companies involved have apparently tightened their overseas shipments. Unless Iran can begin to reproduce such advanced and miniaturized technical components, their stockpile of drones will dwindle and not be replaced. North Korea is far down the list of useful allies. Their military, while strong in numbers, over 1.28 million soldiers, is extremely backwards and has barely advanced beyond its 1960s technology. They've been making efforts to improve their nuclear weapon missile program, but for this scenario, those weapons are off the table. Of course, any war between such great powers would have to exclude nuclear weapons. No one will win if city-killing nuclear weapons were tossed about. As few as 50 Hiroshima-sized nuclear weapons hitting cities anywhere on the globe would cause enough soot and other pollution in the skies that the planet would suffer climactic effects unprecedented in human history and could start what's known as a nuclear winter. In that scenario, harvests would fail, mass starvation would follow, and the world economy and technological society as we know it would crumble within weeks. Hopefully all the powers involved are aware of this and would refrain from making such a bad choice as to resort to nukes, even tactical ones. The question is there a situation under which NATO could be defeated by the combined efforts of China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea? Well, yes, but it would require a very unique set of situations with very precise elements that would be unlikely, perhaps nearly impossible, to occur all at the same time in the real world. But there is a possibility. So, let's set up the parameters under which NATO could lose. The ABCs for a NATO loss. We should state from the beginning that there is no way NATO would lose to what we will now call the Iron Coalition, with the United States and its military forces still involved. There would have to be a way to separate the US from its NATO allies, both militarily and economically. There are 3 scenarios that could make this a reasonable possibility. Part 1. When the levee breaks. First, China and Russia could use electromagnetic pulse weapons or EMPs to take down the US electrical grid, as well as some of the US's overseas bases. There are debates about just how effective such an attack could be, and whether the US could knock down any missiles headed their way before they reach the proper altitude and location for them to explode. It is known, however, that both China and Russia have put an effort into making improved or advanced EMP weapons, ones that have thinner casing around the nuclear explosive material, thus releasing more of the gamma radiation that would cause the EMP pulse itself. We also know that China has already practiced sending balloons over the US, one of which, that we know of, in 2023 sailed across the entire continental US before being shot down off the East Coast. It's not impossible that China could miniaturize a small enough nuke that it would be transportable over the US by such a large balloon, and which might evade US radar or simply be ignored by NORAD, the North American Aerospace Defense Command, as just another weather balloon. Or if China was sufficiently motivated, they could marry one of their state-of-the-art hypersonic missiles with an advanced EMP weapon, making for a first strike capability that the US would be hard-pressed to stop. If such a weapon, or multiple weapons, were detonated over the US, the resulting turmoil and confusion might prohibit the US from reacting quickly enough against any attack in Europe. These EMP pulses would not create any physical damage on the ground, but they could overload all the power grids in the US, together with most electronic technologies, from computers and cars to smartphones, that our daily lives depend on. The perceived threat that a second attack might follow, one in which more lethal nuclear weapons would be used against U.S. cities, might be enough to make the U.S. think twice about involving themselves in an overseas war. Again, this is a highly unlikely situation and totally speculative, but something like this would have to happen in order to drive a wedge between the U.S. and the other NATO countries. There's also a strong possibility that such an attack would include Canada as well, knocking them out of the alliance too. Part 2. Just click this link. The second part of such a plan would involve extensive cyber warfare. 3 of the members of the Iron Coalition are known to harbor sophisticated hacking organizations, believed in each case to be actively supported by the respective government. China has 3 very active groups named Red Gulf, APT-41, and Barium, whose activities are so closely overlapped that some experts believe they might all be part of a larger coordinated government operation. 2 of the groups, Red Gulf and APT-41, have proved to be using a version of the Keyplug backdoor malware program in addition to several other malicious software tools. These known groups have already hacked into at least 6 U.S. state government websites, as well as hundreds of corporate and industrial organizations. Russia has its own rogue gallery of state-sponsored hacking groups. On May 9, 2023, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Agency, CISA, and its Western partners released a joint advisory for a sophisticated cyber espionage tool used by Russian cyber groups called the Snake malware program. This is just the latest hacking effort that Russia has covertly supported in order to attack U.S. and Western countries' businesses, government-connected sites, and industrial elements. CISA has stated that the Snake program has infected everything from COVID-19 research, election organizations and government websites, to healthcare and pharmaceutical companies, defense industries, energy companies, nuclear and commercial power facilities, water controls, aviation coordination, and even video game manufacturers. These attacks are only the latest in a wave of what has been decades of such attacks directed from Russia. Before Snake, the same coordinated family of Russian-backed hackers were blamed for a number of high-profile malicious cyber attacks, including the compromise of the SolarWinds software supply chain in 2020, the targeting of companies developing COVID-19 vaccines, also in 2020, attacks on the U.S. industrial control system infrastructure in 2018, the worldwide NotPetya ransomware attacks in 2017, and the leaks of stolen documents from the Democratic National Committee website prior to the 2016 presidential election. Not to be outdone by its 2 bigger brothers in cybercrime, North Korea has also supported its fair share of malicious software attacks. One group, known as the Lazarus Group, reportedly stole $100 million in cryptocurrency in June 2022. They were later caught laundering $60 million of that in January 2023. The Lazarus Group has been closely associated with the interests of North Korea for many years. Their most well-known attack was a cyber theft of $81 million from the Bank of Bangladesh in 2016. And who can forget the cyber attack on Sony Pictures in 2014 by a group that called themselves the Guardians of Peace? This was in direct response to Sony's release of a very unflattering comedy about a plot to assassinate North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. It's not inconceivable that these 3 countries could unite their various state-sponsored hacking and cybercrime organizations into a massive worldwide effort, something along the lines of the notorious 1930s organized crime group Murder Incorporated. Only this group would be known as Cyber Warfare Incorporated, and their crime would not be killing people but killing infrastructure. Such a group could target nationwide electrical grids, online power stations, airports and shipping facilities, government offices, hospitals and rail networks, even the internet itself. Since we're discussing what is basically a worst-case scenario, we could anticipate a massive cyber attack just before the EMP attack. The cybercriminals could severely degrade the ability for the US or any NATO country for that matter to coordinate its military, as well as hampering any recovery from the follow-on EMP pulse. While most military hardware would be protected against the effects of some parts of the EMP wave, government and military infrastructure have proved to be far more vulnerable to cyber attacks. In 2008, for example, a single thumb drive incautiously plugged into a laptop at a U.S. base in the Middle East caused the biggest invasion of U.S. Department of Defense networks ever seen. It took the DoD more than 14 months to remove the virus, codenamed Agent.btz, from more than 300,000 computer systems. This attack led the Pentagon to create its own coordinated defense against future attacks, and thus the U.S. Cyber Command was born. But as that incident points out, humans are imperfect, even ones in the military. There are hundreds of ways to infect computers these days, from simple thumb drives to elaborate phishing attempts, even bribery and blackmail. For example, as recently as November 2022, the United Arab Emirates, supposedly an ally of the US, hired 3 former US intelligence and military officials to help the UAE government break into computer networks in the US and elsewhere. EMP attacks that knock out anything electrical that's unprotected, cyber attacks that invade every computer and network. What else could cause the US to sit out in a war against NATO? Part 3. America first means everyone else is on their own. This is Part 3, when a U.S. political group decides to keep America out of the war. Both political parties in the U.S. have claimed that leaders in the other party are working hand in hand with foreign governments. While we won't get into a deep political discussion here, we must remember that the U.S. has, from time to time, been reluctant to get into foreign wars, especially those in Europe. In World War I, a large percentage of Americans felt that Europe should stick to its own affairs and that the U.S. should remain neutral. Woodrow Wilson ran for president in 1916 with the policy he dubbed the America First ideal, promising to keep the U.S. out of World War I. Known then as the Great War. There was a similar but even stronger anti-war movement launched in 1940, just a year before the U.S. was forcibly drawn into World War II by the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. This movement, led by U.S. celebrities like Henry Ford and Charles Lindbergh, was organized under the banner of the America First Committee. This may have been the strongest anti-war organization in U.S. history, with a peak membership base close to 850,000. In fact, it's been suggested that had Japan not attacked, the U.S.'s commitment to help Great Britain might have come too late, allowing Nazi Germany to defeat them, which would allow it to turn its entire focus on defeating the Soviet Union. It's not inconceivable, then, that a U.S. government might take a similar non-interventionist stance in the future, especially if they were threatened with nuclear weapons or if they had their hands full in dealing with the 1-2 punch of cyber attacks and EMP damage. The U.S. government might even think they were doing the right thing, hoping that NATO and the Iron Coalition would fight themselves to a draw, while the U.S. licked its electronic and cyber wounds and prepared for the world post-World War III. Comparing the forces involved. This is all necessary for the Iron Coalition to consider a war against NATO that somehow China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea would keep the US out of any hostilities. If that unique situation could be engineered, what else would the Iron Coalition need to be able to successfully engage NATO? First off, none of these 4 countries currently have the capability to transport enough troops to the European theater to even begin considering a land invasion. The 29 NATO member nations contain roughly 600 million people, excluding the US and Canada's 365 million. And while without the US, NATO is still a sizable military force, the US alone accounts for 1.3 million of the 3.5 million total NATO armed forces, or more than 35% of its possible strength. Yet, without its larger ally, NATO is considered a very advanced military force, in part due to its high-tech weaponry. The 29 remaining countries' combined navies operate 9 large aircraft carriers, while Russia has only 1, the Admiral Kuznetsov, perpetually in dry dock for repairs, while China has 3, one of which is a training-only carrier with a 4th under construction. NATO's combined fighter aircraft total around 6,000, though they'd be missing the massive potential of the US's 13,000 fighter aircraft. But NATO employs many of the same 5th-generation fighter aircraft as the US, including the F-35 and F-15EX, as well as a similar 4th-generation aircraft of European manufacture like the French Rafale and the Eurofighter Typhoon. Meanwhile, Russia's Air Force has, to be honest, seen better days. So has their tank corps. Their navy is also in shambles. But what was Russia's military really designed to do? Since the fall of the Soviet Union in 1991, their military has degraded year by year. There's no longer a threat to the West. Russia's military is currently designed almost exclusively to combat threats along its own border. They have occasionally sent some of their best equipment to foreign wars in Syria, but even then their equipment did not function as well as they'd hoped. And when pitted against Western forces, their ground troops also failed. In the only actual combat between U.S. forces and Russian regulars, the 2018 Battle of Qashm in Syria, a handful of U.S. Marines and Army Special Forces, together with a small group of Syrian Democratic Forces (SDF) fighters, were attacked by a group of some 250 mixed Russian Wagner mercenaries and Syrian pro-government militia who were attempting to cross the Euphrates southwest of Qashm. U.S. forces fired a few artillery rounds to warn them off, and they initially pulled back. But later in the evening, around 10 p.m., the U.S. troops were surprised to detect a column of Russian T-72 tanks and support vehicles, along with as many as 500 soldiers heading toward their position from the east side of the Euphrates. The U.S. troops called in massive air and artillery support, involving fighter jets, bombers, gunships, attack helicopters, and drones, in addition to howitzer artillery and HIMARS rockets. The Russian and Syrian forces never got within rifle range of their U.S. targets. 4 hours later, when the fighting was over, more than 100 of the attacking forces had been killed, though some Russian estimates put the losses at more than 300. The only casualties on the U.S. SDF side was a single wounded SDF soldier. The only way Russian troops can be expected to successfully attack NATO countries is with massive help from the much more numerous and frankly at this point better supplied Chinese Army, the People's Liberation Army, or PLA, and their Air Force, the PLA-AF. But how would China manage to get enough of their ground and air forces to Western Russia in order to launch a ground attack against Poland, Germany, France, and Italy to make a difference? The little engine that could, maybe, possibly. Again, we must take liberties with reality. Russia has long desired to improve cross-border cooperation with China. The April 2023 meeting between Presidents Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping were expected to culminate in an agreement to improve the cooperation between the two countries via new pipelines and potentially an improved rail network. Though this agreement never materialized, it's not out of the realm of possibility. China has invested billions into a continent-spanning program called the Belt and Road Program, designed to link together multiple nations with oil and mineral reserves that China needs in order to power its economy, which is heavily dependent on imports from overseas. Forget for the moment that the Belt and Road Program is heavily in debt, more than $1 trillion worth, and is on the brink of bankruptcy in many of the countries where its projects have been funded. Instead, let's paint a best-case scenario. Let's assume instead that many of the countries that China has linked began to repay their loans, and China has the funds and inclination to increase its rail network all the way up to the Trans-Siberian Railway. With that infrastructure in place and a healthy building program to create hundreds, if not thousands of rail cars, China could begin shipping troops and some equipment on what would be a 7 to 8 day journey from the Far East to Moscow. From there, a simple 1 or 2 days further rail transit would bring them to the border of Poland, or even further west into Russia's few remaining vassal states, Belarus. It is even conceivable that some of North Korea's massive army could also hitch a ride on this vast little engine that could rail network while they still use Korean War-era tanks, and their air force is not really worthy of that name. They do have more than 6,000 pieces of artillery to supplement their 1.28 million-man army. China could add its more than 3,700 tanks and 4,500 artillery pieces as well. As Soviet leader Stalin once reportedly said, quantity has a quality all its own. While we're stretching the limits of what might be possible by imagining such massive transfers of men and machines across the longest rail line in the world, there are 3 points that must be stressed. First, while these plans may seem impossible, they are completely doable given enough time and money and determination. Second, there would be no way to hide such a buildup from today's world of satellite and global reconnaissance. Third, and most importantly, even if NATO detected these transfers, there's not a thing NATO could do about it. NATO is first and foremost a defensive organization. They couldn't strike first if they wanted to, and they're made up of 29 separate countries, not including the US and Canada, with 29 different governments and 29 different countries that they'd then have to answer to. We've seen how little good it did to know Putin was massing an invading army on the borders of Ukraine. Until Russia actually invaded, there wasn't anything Ukraine or anyone else could do except to prepare for such a massive attack. Taking to the skies. To oppose NATO's US-less air force of some 6,000 fixed-wing aircraft, China could bring in more than 3,000 of their own combat aircraft to supplement Russia's 3,800. But while Russia's air force is losing numbers and often being shown as ineffective against Ukraine's air defense systems, China's air force is growing. They recently began deploying their competitor to the 5th-gen F-35, the Chengdu J-20, and China is also trying to compete with the US's planned 6th-gen aircraft with their own prototype, which looks so much like the US Next-Generation Air Dominance Fighter, or NGAD, that some analysts have called it a copycat. China has been known to use its vast networks of hackers to steal designs from US defense industries without robust security protocols on their networks. They've also back-engineered almost every Russian high-tech system they've ever bought, from the S-400 missile system to the frontline Su-35 fighter. It's not unlikely then that China's attempting to do the same with both the F-22 and the NGAD prototypes. A very real deficit. One lesson learned from Russia's invasion of Ukraine, however, is that no airspace is safe when the soldiers below are using man-portable air defense systems or manpads, like the Stinger missile, or in the case of tanks and armored personnel carriers, within range of javelins or other anti-tank missile systems. While it's clear that Russia has struggled against such a hostile environment, again, they've lost nearly half their pre-invasion force of 4,000 main battle tanks, let's make another assumption that isn't far from the mark. In the beginning of 2023, the United States had sent nearly 7,000 javelins to Ukraine, more than a third of its entire stockpile. While the U.S. has orders to purchase another 1,800 to help replenish those stockpiles, it's noticeable the rate these weapons are being used far outweighs the ability for the weapons manufacturers to create new ones. The same has been found with artillery shells and missiles. Both Ukraine and Russia are going through their existing stockpiles at an alarming rate. By May 2023, the leader of the Wagner private military company, Yevgeny Prigozhin, was complaining bitterly and publicly that they were only receiving a tenth of the promised artillery shells they felt they needed. Meanwhile, reports from January 2023 suggest Russia may run out of missiles as early as the end of May. Indeed, Russia's ferocious bombardment of Ukrainian cities by their missiles and long-range rockets slowed appreciably in April. But what if China turned its vast manufacturing empire toward the mass production of these systems? Could China produce 2,000 to 3,000 javelins or stingers per month? They could certainly outproduce what the NATO countries are currently producing. And if, in our best possible reality for the Iron Coalition scenario, the US chose to stay out of any attack on NATO, then the vast supplies of US-made anti-tank missiles and manpad systems would not be available to them. The same would be true of artillery shells. North Korea and Iran are already supplying artillery shells to Russia, at least 300,000 in the case of Iran, and as many as 1 million shells from North Korea, though that number is in dispute. It's conceivable then that such transfers of material support would not only continue but would increase. The sad but inescapable results. When we add all this together, here's what we have. NATO standing alone, devoid of its largest and most powerful member country, the United States. China, Russia, and North Korea, with the largest combined hacking network ever seen, able to take down most government, industrial, and infrastructure websites. China and Russia's willingness to use EMP weapons to keep the U.S. at arm's length and possibly against Europe as well. An interconnected railway system between Russia and China that allows for an expedited movement of overwhelming numbers of Chinese and North Korean troops and military hardware to the eastern borders of NATO. China and Iran, and possibly North Korea, using their combined industrial might to supply all the artillery shells, drones, and missiles and rockets that a massive assault against NATO would require. The bottom line is, with all these elements in place, it would be nearly impossible for the Iron Coalition to lose. After such a massive force crashes into Poland, rolls across many of the smaller nations like Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, and into Germany, and then positions itself to strike deep into the Balkan states, with Italy and France next, it's likely that individual nations will begin to make hurried and separate peace agreements with China and Russia, possibly leaving the United Kingdom to fight on alone, until the barrage of missiles devastates their navy so badly they surrender on somewhat agreeable terms. This is not a pleasant scenario, and while it's highly unlikely, there is a non-zero possibility that this could happen. Nothing that we've described here is impossible. The time frame might take years, the coordination might require huge compromises on the part of the four attacking nations, and almost everything possible would have to go right for the Iron Coalition to succeed. The sun will come out. But this is very unlikely to happen, to say the least. It's clear to most economic observers that China, despite an unprecedented increase of improving and expanding much of its military, especially its navy and rocket forces, has hopes of trying to control the world's economies politically and semi-peacefully. Its leaders also know that their own country's future is balanced on a knife's edge. They import up to 70% of their oil and gas from overseas, and more than 70% of their food, as well as the raw materials that make up the fertilizer they need for the food they do produce themselves. It is abundantly clear that if China launches a war, any war, even one with a goal as small as retaking Taiwan, the world's markets will shut their doors to them, and their economy will simply grind to a halt. Within 3 months, they won't have enough fuel for their trucks and cars, and 3 months after that, a famine will set in that will be catastrophic in its lethality. Another ray of hope is that relations between China and Russia are far from cordial. Despite Xi visiting Moscow, he left without making any concrete agreements in support of Russia. Xi has also been very reluctant to send lethal aid to Russia in fear of of the surprisingly strong sanctions put in place against Russia. He knows the same thing will happen if China invades Taiwan. So in a strange sense, the invasion of Ukraine and the universally strong response from nearly all of the NATO and EU members has perhaps reduced the likelihood of a Chinese invasion of Taiwan. The sanctions against Russia have shown that any overt military actions that China makes would be catastrophic for its future, both politically and economically. For now, the possibility of an iron coalition between China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea against NATO will thankfully remain a simple exercise, a what-if scenario, with about as much chance of coming to fruition as Vladimir Putin has of sprouting a halo.
NATO stands for the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. It has 29 member countries from Europe, Eurasia, and North America. This alliance was founded mainly on the principles of what NATO calls collective defense. These should be buddy countries, defending each other when needed, but the relationship goes deeper than that. We'll find out later how. NATO says it's open to new European members, just as long as they further the principles of this treaty and contribute to the security of the North Atlantic area. As for BRICS, that's an acronym that stands for the nations of Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. It used to be just BRIC until South Africa came to the game in 2010 and pluralized the group. How do these alliances compare? That's what we'll find out today, in this episode of the Infographics Show, NATO vs. BRICS. Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell button so that you can be part of our notification squad. Yes, you are probably thinking, how can they compare these alliances? One is a giant and the other relatively small, if not growing fast. Well, this is a comparison just to help you learn more about both organizations, and we shouldn't really be thinking about it as some kind of literal matchup. However, you can watch the show and make up your own mind. Let's start with what NATO is. We'll list the 29 countries in order that they joined, bearing in mind that 12 countries founded NATO in 1949. These were Belgium, Canada, Denmark, France, Iceland, Italy, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, Norway, Portugal, the United Kingdom, and the United States. Greece and Turkey came next in 1952, West Germany in 1955, but when Germany in 1990 was reunified, what had been East Germany joined the gang. Next, over many years, came Spain, the Czech Republic, Hungary, Poland, Bulgaria, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Romania, Slovakia, Slovenia, Albania, Croatia, and last to join was Montenegro in 2017. It took longer for some countries to join because they were aligned with the Warsaw Pact, or in the case of a country such as Montenegro, because it was part of the former Yugoslavia. You might ask then, why is Serbia not a member? Well, according to NATO, unlike other Western Balkan partners, Serbia does not aspire to join the alliance. It does, however, want to stay friendly. Countries such as Australia are allies of NATO, friendly, but not in the group. It's the same with New Zealand. Turkey is the only nation in the group which is a transcontinental nation, often called Eurasian as it's mostly in Asia but partly in Europe. So, was NATO all about protecting each member and not starting another war? Kind of, and also an extension of the Marshall Plan to build trade between nations and also get them on one side against America's big bad wolf at the door, communism. You can also find plenty of articles and research out there that discusses the economic effect of being a NATO member. Most analysts agree that getting in with the group can bolster a country's economy, but also serve to help education, innovation, and entrepreneurialism. So, that's NATO in a nutshell. What about BRICS? Well, this collaboration started in 2006 when the first BRIC meeting was held. The group's raison d'etre was, like NATO, to help its members, but there is less emphasis on defense. BRIC members would support each other regarding the economy, business and trade, education, agriculture, health, technology, science, and the arts. Matters of defense, of course, are also matters of economy, so the twain meet occasionally. The International Monetary Fund says these BRICS countries together control about 22% of the world's GDP. In terms of population, these 5 countries are made up of around 42.58% of the world, over 3 billion people. As for NATO, well, it's much smaller in terms of population at around 800 million people, but the nations of China and India, according to the UN, are going to explode over the next 40-odd years, while Nigeria will take over the United States in terms of population. So regarding the amount of people, BRICS is going to be more like a stone wall casting a shadow over the fence of NATO. BRICS nations are said to be more developing than some of the more developed economic powerhouses of NATO, nations that have been rich and powerful for a long time and have wielded imperial military might all over the world for many years, often in a bloodthirsty manner, we might add, but this has given them much power and improved industry and innovation. According to a NATO report, the GDP of every NATO country is almost $38 trillion. The USA makes up for a large chunk of this, with Germany, France, and the UK also being strong economies. BRICS has a total GDP of around $17 trillion, with China leading the way. It's anyone's guess what will happen to these economies over the next 15 or 20 years, but most economists don't see BRICS slowing down. Many people think that by 2030, China's economy will be bigger than the USA's, while India won't be far behind in third place. Russia, Japan, and Indonesia will be grouped behind India, so we are told, but with much smaller economies. While Brazil will also be a top 10 nation, so will Germany, the UK, and France. Well, that's the prediction. This is in spite of many articles telling us over the last few years that the BRICS bubble had burst, with China seeing some economic slowdown and Russia and Brazil feeling the sting of recession. The Guardian referred to this, stating, "Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa seem to be failing to justify predictions of 21st century domination. Time will tell." Another problem BRICS faces is endemic corruption, and this is generally not seen as something good for social and economic progress. BRICS countries also still have plenty of abject poverty, even while the middle class grows. India, for instance, according to the recent book India Conquered: The Chaos of Empire, still has an oppressive caste system and often ensconces its wealthy far away from a poverty it would rather not know exists. This is generally seen as stifling social mobility. By the way, the book takes a very dim view of empire, to say the least, but does say India's class system is a major problem as India tries to develop. One economics analyst at the University of Cambridge recently stated, though, that there is progress, writing, "Despite these obstacles, evidence from surveys of nationally representative samples indicates that there has been convergence between the upper castes and the lower castes on education and occupations over the past decades." We should also state here that Britain's class system still exists, food banks are common, and the poor often live in towns full of charity shops, discount grocery stores, and betting establishments for the poor's fix of hope. The USA, meanwhile, is said to contain a third world within the highly developed nation. Still, overall in the latter countries, there is more opportunity for the average person and a much firmer safety net in place for the vulnerable. In terms of military, you'll know from our long list of shows that NATO has the most powerful, mostly because the USA spends so much on defense. NATO writes that total defense spending for all its members in 2017 was almost $946 billion. That is a huge sum. BRICS in total has a defense budget of $286.4 billion. There is no way we can list how strong each country is individually, but we do know from our other shows that Russia is very strong in terms of defense, and India and China are both increasing their military strength at a rapid pace. We also know the USA won't stop spending, while the UK, France, Germany, Italy, and Turkey also have strong militaries. As for nuclear strength, that's shared between Russia and the USA for the most part, and the outcome of that kind of battle would likely be the end of us all.
It's a possibility that NATO is eyeing war as an increasing likelihood given the invasion of Ukraine. What was once thought impossible is now at the forefront of every member of NATO. Could Russia really declare war on the alliance? And could it win? To answer the question, we have to imagine an alternate timeline where Russian forces weren't bogged down in a never-ending fight for Ukraine, and instead opted for a more direct provocation against NATO. February 24, 2022, Russian forces have been involved in a large-scale exercise with their allies in Belarus, but this has been a front to allow Russian forces to stage closer to the NATO countries of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. At 0600 local Moscow time, Russian autocrat Vladimir Putin releases a pre-recorded message relaying his intention to declare a special military operation meant to bring NATO aggression to heel. Right on cue, Russian missile strikes begin to rain down across Lithuania and Latvia. The first targets are military bases and airfields. The attack isn't a complete surprise to NATO, though, and the missile defense systems begin to knock Russian missiles out of the air. The Russian volley is overwhelming, and with a hit rate of 60%, missile strikes saturate military targets across the Baltic nations. Dozens of NATO's forward-deployed supply caches are destroyed, along with several key supply depots. Russia's long-range targeting capabilities, however, are deficient due to the 2014 sanctions against it and the banning of dual-use technology that crippled its space surveillance network. While many missiles hit their targets, many don't, often hitting civilian targets instead. After a blistering barrage lasting half an hour, Russia has failed to completely cripple the command and control or air defense networks of the two countries, and over half of the airfields remain operational. In the air, Russian planes piggyback on the missile assault. Thanks to NATO's superior long-range surveillance capability, its air forces are not caught completely off guard, and several combat air patrols have been on constant rotation ever since the military buildup along Russia's western military district and Belarus. But the incoming wave of air power is overwhelming for the few defenders in the sky, and from damaged airfields across the Baltics, NATO fighters are being rushed for combat. Their pilots, however, have to be recalled to base from their home or barracks, adding to the response time. The few fighters NATO manages to get in the air, engage Russian targets with standoff attack long-range air-to-air missiles. These missiles allow NATO forces to operate from well outside the envelope of Russian ground-based air defenses, which ring the Baltic states. The first combat casualties of the Russian-NATO war are Russian planes, but there are too few defenders and too many attackers to significantly stem the incoming air attack. With long-range missiles expended, NATO fighters are forced to move to positions just outside the threat range of the Russian S-400s and other mobile air defenses, engaging Russian forces sent to neutralize them until forced to retreat to airfields in Latvia. With the missile onslaught and Russian air defenses in Kaliningrad on Lithuania's southern border, any surviving NATO aircraft can only be guaranteed some measure of safety further north in Latvia. But NATO has plenty of air defenses left operational even after the opening missile barrage. In our real world, Russia proved unable to neutralize Ukraine's air defenses in its opening wave of attacks, despite having far superior air and long-range striking power. In this scenario, Russia's committing far more forces to the attack, but also facing far more sophisticated and better-equipped defenses. As Russian planes are blotted out of the sky by air defenses, the Russian air offensive is briefly halted. Instead, more limited strikes against air defense networks are carried out by long-range standoff weapons. However, Russia has a limited availability of smart weapons, and its targeting capabilities are far inferior to NATO. Many air defense sites are destroyed or heavily damaged, with anti-radiation missiles taking out all important air defense radars, but defenses on the more western parts of the Baltics remain intact. Within minutes of hostilities, NATO's Very High Readiness Response Force has been activated. Soldiers on leave or at home are being recalled, and a 5,000-strong response force of special forces, infantry, armor, and artillery is being assembled for immediate deployment. Within 48 hours, they'll be on the ground in the Baltics, ready to help stem the Russian onslaught. A few days later, they could be joined by NATO's response force, a rapid response force of 40,000 that includes combat air power and air support components. NATO maintains a contingent of around 1,000 strong of forward-deployed forces in the Baltics, and with the military buildup by Russia in recent weeks, this has been strengthened by an additional few thousand, along with several dozen aircraft. However, this is far insufficient to stop a Russian onslaught of 150,000 troops, even with Latvia and Lithuania's approximately 50,000 strong military. Of that number, not all are actual combat troops, with many being support and logistical personnel, so NATO's actual combat power in the ground numbers at barely over 12,000. Of more critical concern is the lack of tanks, though Latvia and Lithuania both field nearly 1,000 armored vehicles with some anti-tank capabilities. As Russian troops cross the border, NATO forces are ordered to retreat rather than engage the invaders. NATO's top general, Supreme Allied Commander General Todd D. Walters, is aware of the massive mismatch of forces across the Baltics. This exact scenario has been war-gamed extensively, and the only chance NATO has of holding off the Russian military long enough for its response force to arrive is to force the Russians into fighting in major cities where the terrain favors the defender and Russia's overwhelming firepower can be largely neutered. However, it's always been accepted that it was strategically impossible to guarantee the security of the Baltic members of NATO, given that stationing enough troops to do so would have required massive commitments of forward-deployed soldiers from across the alliance, a costly proposition, and a hugely destabilizing move that would have guaranteed a conflict between Russia and NATO much sooner than this. NATO will fight as best it can to hold the Baltics open for as long as possible, but its main response force already has plans to launch a counterattack from Poland, planning for the fall of Latvia and Lithuania within the first few days of fighting. Already, Polish troops are digging in for an assault, either from Kaliningrad or Belarus, but such an assault won't be forthcoming. Russia's strategy to break NATO is to target the relatively undefended Baltic states, and then simply dig in. NATO will then have to decide if it wants to invoke Article 5 of the Alliance's charter, stating that an attack on one is an attack on all, knowing that they'll be fighting an offensive war against an entrenched enemy in a conflict that could turn nuclear. Russia is betting that NATO's resolve is weak and it won't risk escalating the war. The assurance of mutual defense is a bedrock principle of NATO, and should it fail, the alliance could be splintered. The United States, Poland, and the United Kingdom are staunchly committed to invoking Article 5 in any case of hostilities, but other member nations might not be as committed to waging war for countries that many of them weren't happy about joining NATO anyway. Some of them, like Germany, have deep financial ties to Russia already, and an end to Russian energy for Germany will be economically catastrophic. Only the coming days will determine if NATO invokes Article 5 in full. But for now, what is sure is that even if Russia is facing just Poland, the UK, and the US, it's still facing a significantly powerful force. The US just has to get its firepower to Europe first, a process that will take weeks to fully mature. In our fictional scenario, though, the US hasn't been blind to Russia's buildup of forces along its western military district and in Belarus. In this scenario, an invasion of Ukraine was possible, but the buildup of forces and supply depots along the borders with the Baltic states tipped Russia's hand weeks ago. Still, the US has delayed in deploying the bulk of its firepower to Europe in hopes of not destabilizing the situation further. But that doesn't mean it hasn't taken steps to move a significant force to its bases in Germany. A large contingent of its air power has also been moved to bases in mainland Europe and the UK and is now preparing for combat with the Russian Air Force. This has been a conflict the US Air Force has been waiting for a very long time. Its F-15 Fighting Eagle was designed to kill Soviet MiGs, but today it's more than capable of sweeping the skies clear of Russian fighters. The US's F-35 fleet isn't fully operational yet, but dozens of the advanced stealthy planes are ready for combat, and as the Russians will soon find out, are absolutely game-changing. NATO's strategy is simple. Draw the Russians into NATO territory and away from their logistics hubs inside Russia and Belarus. Logistics has always been the Russian military's weakest point, and in our real world, a lack of logistical support has severely affected the Russian military's ability to fight in Ukraine. This is because Russian forces are simply not capable by design of fighting major land offensives far from their own borders. This sounds strange, given that Russia's greatest potential conflict was a major land war in Europe, so it seems like it should be something that the Russian military would be prepared for. Yet, for all the focus on new hypersonic missiles, overwhelming amounts of artillery, thousands of tanks and APCs, etc., the Russian military has failed to learn the lesson it's been forcibly taught over and over again throughout history. A military can't fight without fuel, food, and ammo. Russian logistics focus on rail transportation with an incredible capability to move troops and equipment within their own borders quickly and efficiently. Russian internal logistics are probably some of the best in the world, and they even have an entire corps dedicated to railway transportation, its building, repairing, and maintenance. But Russian railways stop at the Soviet Union's old borders. That's because Russia uses a wider gauge railroad track than the rest of Europe, meaning that their plan to resupply forces via railroads stop at the Baltics in Ukraine. Adjustable carriages do exist, but engines cannot be made adjustable to fit both the Soviet rails and newer European rails. Thus, Russia would have to seize European engines to drive their railroad carriages into Europe proper. But NATO would never allow those engines to fall into the hands of the Russians for this exact reason. But whether delivering supplies to a railhead their trains can actually reach, or deeper into Europe with seized European engines, Russia still has a serious problem with logistics. Mainly, there aren't enough logistics personnel or equipment for the job of supplying all of its forces. Each Russian combined arms army is allotted a single material technical support brigade. Each material technical support brigade has 2 truck battalions with a total of 150 general cargo trucks with 50 trailers and 260 specialized trucks per brigade. The further an army moves from the railhead, the less trips that its resupply trucks can undertake, increasing the total length of time for resupply. At the current number of trucks available, there are simply not enough trucks for the operation more than a few dozen miles from a railhead, and that's before taking into account losses due to enemy activity and equipment breakdown. Take, for instance, Russia's heavy use of rocket artillery. Each Russian army has approximately 56 to 90 multiple launch rocket systems, and resupplying a single launcher takes up the entire bed of a truck. So if the entire MLRS force fired just one volley, it would require up to 90 trucks solely for resupplying ammunition. Those trucks then could not be used for anything else, like, for example, ferrying the fuel the MLRS needs to drive to a new location, or food or water or ammunition for the men manning the systems. Just a Russian army MLRS attachment is already taking up a significant amount of Russia's logistical capabilities, leaving the rest of its forces, tanks, APCs, infantry, tube artillery, with much fewer trucks for their own resupply needs. And again, this is before taking into account the fact that Russian logistics will be under constant enemy attack, or that resupplies further diminish the further from a safe railhead the Russian offensive moves. In our hypothetical scenario, NATO understands this all too well, and that's why, as their forces retreat to pull the Russians deeper into NATO territory, Special Operations Forces launch raids against Russian supply convoys before melting back into the countryside. NATO's strategy is to put up a mobile defense that keeps the Russians firing and burning gas, but places a tactical victory always just out of their grasp. Russian units are equipped to be independent of resupply for 3 to 5 days, but in intense urban combat, those figures shrink dramatically to just 3 days at best. By the dawn of the 4th day of fighting, Russian forces are forced to cease their advance toward Riga, starved of ammunition, food, water, and fuel. In Lithuania, though, they have managed to capture Vilnius, though partisan fighters are making the Russians suffer in street-to-street fighting. With superior reconnaissance capabilities, NATO was able to pinpoint Russian air defenses and send Wild Weasel aircrafts on a mission to destroy them. Taking from the example of Russian performance in Ukraine today, these suppression of enemy air defense missions succeed with astounding success. For longer-range S-400 and older S-300 batteries, F-35s equipped with glide bombs are able to overwhelm their missile defenses and destroy them without the S-400 ever getting off a single shot. Loitering MiGs defending from air attack are likewise unable to pick off the F-35s until they get to within close range, which very few manage to do without getting blown out of the sky. However, the number of F-35s is limited, which is where their capability to network with non-stealthy fourth-generation planes comes into play. With their advanced data links, F-35s are able to guide target bombs and missiles fired by non-stealthy planes who can carry out attacks far outside the threat envelope of Russian defenses. The results are devastating, and though a dozen F-35s are lost in combat, Russian air defenses are savagely mauled. The greatest factor of NATO's success, however, is Russia's own incompetence. Our real-world invasion of Ukraine has proven that the modern Russian military is nowhere near the formidable beast that Europe has feared. In fact, they're barely capable of carrying out modern combat operations, and it's only their overwhelming numbers that are seeing them slowly defeat Ukraine's forces. On the tactical level, we've seen time and again as Russian tank commanders don't make use of dismounted infantry to protect the tanks from anti-tank kill teams, leading to numerous deadly ambushes by Ukrainian forces using NATO anti-tank missiles. We've also seen as Russian forces practice no discernible convoy security procedures, with their convoys often coming to a complete stop at crossroads and other danger crossings, and without deploying security elements on their flanks to delay an enemy attack and allow the convoy to push through. Even their ability to prevent friendly fire incidents through discipline and communications is under question, as more than once, Russian units have engaged in full-blown battles between each other, much to the observing Ukrainians' delight. Perhaps most baffling of all is the destruction of Russian air defenses inside a convoy by Ukrainian aircraft, even when at a complete stop for several hours. Their Russian crews never bothered to turn on their radar and scan for threats. The scenario has also repeated itself numerous times. Lastly, we've seen time and again how Russian forces fail to properly respond to Ukrainian ambushes. When caught in an ambush, the proper procedure is to either fight out of the ambush or assault through it. Instead, Russian forces are often seen scattering in a panic, while their comrades who stayed behind actually to assault the ambush are obliterated one by one. Forces outside of the ambush zone are commonly observed to either drive away in a panic or come to a complete stop and begin to back up. Instead, forces outside of an ambush should be deploying for a flanking assault on the ambushing enemy force, neutralizing the threat to their comrades stuck in the kill zone. All we've seen so far in Ukraine is indicative of one thing: the Russian military is largely poorly trained. But they're also operating equipment in various stages of disrepair. Some units enjoy more modern, well-maintained equipment and are appropriately deadly, but many others seem to be suffering from serious maintenance and modernity problems. Russian tanks, for instance, are being savaged by Ukrainian infantry armed with anti-tank missiles, not just because of poor tactics in their deployment, but also because they lack active protection systems such as Trophy, which an increasing number of U.S. combat vehicles are equipped with. They seem to also lack environmental sensors to help them pinpoint the source of the attack, leading to confusion and panic after an attack, only made worse by poor discipline, training, and ever-shrinking morale. Often vaunted for its electronic warfare capabilities, the Russian military has proven itself incapable of securing its own communications in its invasion of Ukraine. As it turns out, an astonishing number of Russian units operate on completely unsecured radios. This has allowed the Ukrainian military and even amateur radio operators to interfere with and jam Russian radios. Ukrainians have hopped onto Russian frequencies to insult their invaders, play the Ukrainian national anthem on repeat for days at a time, and even jammed the frequency with white noise, revealing messages or images when analyzed digitally. Against NATO, unsecured communications spell disaster for the Russian military, as NATO electronic warfare operatives don't just jam Russian communications, but actively use them for sabotage. False orders are relayed over unsecured radios, causing entire Russian units to move out of formation or even launch attacks against phantom targets. Fluent Russian speakers wreak havoc on Russian forces simply by hijacking their unsecured comms. But because they must be very close to the front line to do so, their effectiveness is limited. As NATO's response force finally prepares for a proper engagement against Russian forces, their air forces launch a devastating assault from the air. American B-2 stealth bombers penetrate into Russian air defenses to destroy important communication hubs and surveillance radars, throwing air defenses into disarray. Much like in the First Gulf War, when Iraq used air defense networks modeled after Russia's own, these precision strikes by stealthy aircraft proved to be crippling for the air defense capabilities of Russian units. Add in serious resupply problems after constant missile and air attacks against Russian railways and strategically important bridges, and the Russian army's capability to defend itself in the air falls largely to its aerospace forces. But here too, NATO has the advantage. Russian pilots struggle to keep a 120-hour flight time minimum per year, while NATO pilots regularly fly nearly twice as many hours to maintain their proficiency. Maintenance problems also affect the Russian aerospace forces. In our real world, we saw 2 Russian aircraft simply fall out of the sky on the first day of Ukrainian invasion due to maintenance issues, and across the broader Russian Air Force we can expect similar levels of unreadiness. But it's better avionics, sensors, and longer-range anti-air missiles coupled with a sprinkling of F-35s that prove decisive in the sky. In the largest air battle since World War II, NATO forces wrestle control of the skies over the front away from the Russians, resulting in dozens of casualties on both sides. This opens up the greater use of air support to attack Russian army formations, though. And here again, another of NATO's strengths over Russia comes into play. Very few Russian pilots have multi-role experience, while NATO pilots regularly fly both air superiority and airstrike missions. For a NATO plane, switching from shooting down MiGs to blowing up tanks is as simple as switching the plane's munitions. But Russian air forces must use dedicated aircraft and crews for each mission. The lack of flexibility hurts Russian forces badly in Ukraine, especially in the opening days of the war. And this is why historically Russia relies heavily on artillery for fire support, not aircraft. Logistic problems have starved Russian artillery of ammunition, though, and even when fully supplied, Russian artillery is not very flexible. Needing to always stay under an umbrella of ground-based fire support has also significantly slowed Russia's advance, while NATO forces can better exploit tactical opportunities thanks to their reliance on air power for fire support. Now NATO is on the offensive on the ground, not just in the air, and the final critical weakness of the Russian military is revealed. NATO attacks Russian formations across multiple fronts with smaller but much more maneuverable forces. This exploits an inherent weakness of the Russian battalion tactical group, which is its inability to coordinate fire support against attacks coming from multiple directions. A lack of maneuver forces held in reserve also limits the Russian BTG's ability to respond to various new fronts at the same time. NATO's aggressive attacks across multiple fronts throws Russian commanders into disarray due to an inherent limitation in their command and control systems. Their electronic warfare and direct fire assets are formidable, but incapable of focusing across a wide front. By comparison, the decentralized command structure of NATO forces allows them to maneuver 3 times as many units simultaneously, with each formation acting semi-autonomously and pursuing objectives and opportunities as they arise. The result is like a giant trying to swat away hundreds of bees attacking simultaneously. Where Russian blows land, they're devastating, and numerous NATO units are annihilated in fierce close-quarter combat. But while one front is being reinforced, a completely different front is being attacked, causing confusion and chaos at the command level. NATO's own electronic warfare assets and fire support only add to the quickly gathering fog of war that the Russian chain of command is suddenly finding itself fighting in. As nighttime rolls around, though, things go from bad to worse for Russian forces. As observed in Ukraine, Russian night attack capabilities are uneven and sporadic. Many soldiers lack basic night vision, and NATO tanks and armored vehicles have on the whole more capable sensors and imagers. This allows NATO vehicles to open up first and from further away. American Abrams Silver bullets prove particularly deadly versus Russian armor, just like they did against Russian tanks in the First Gulf War. T-72s make up the bulk of Russian armor, and while domestic models are better protected than export models provided to Iraq, the results are largely the same. T-90s fare better against NATO's more modern tanks, but there's simply too few of them and the front is too wide. The vaunted T-14, which was supposed to revolutionize tank warfare, never made it to full-scale production thanks to sanctions against Russia and its sputtering economy. The fight is not bloodless for NATO forces, though, and casualties quickly climb into the thousands after days of fierce fighting, with hundreds of armored vehicles lost on both sides. However, NATO operational superiority, high morale, better training, and largely more capable equipment proves to be decisive. Perhaps more than anything else, though, it's Russia's logistics that doom its military offensive into the Baltics. NATO forces have been savagely attacking Russian supply convoys, even at the cost of foregoing attacks against tank and artillery positions. NATO knows it's far more important to disrupt Russia's ability to resupply its forces than to actually destroy said forces. And now with Russian troops deep in the Baltics and far from their rail network, their supply difficulties increase exponentially with each truck lost. The Russian military has been pressing civilian trucks into service, but ongoing attacks against supply convoys and even the destruction of public roads makes resupply increasingly impossible. By a week of proper ground fighting between the two sides, Russian troops are surrendering en masse and abandoning their vehicles. We saw this in our real world in Ukraine, and continue to see it as Russia struggles to fix its logistics problems. Ukrainian forces have discovered entire convoys of Russian tanks and APCs abandoned due to a lack of fuel or food. their crews trying to hike back to friendly lines. Against a far more capable force such as NATO, these logistical problems become critical vulnerabilities that spell disaster for the Russian military. It's the same story across every facet of the Russian military that has proven to be, in the words of the retired American Major General Paul Eaton, unexpectedly incompetent and incapable of combined arms warfare. Stalin had a famous adage when asked about the West's technological superiority: quantity is a quality all its own. That might have been true back in his day, but today no amount of quantity can make up for the Russian military's complete lack of basic fundamentals. While a NATO-Russian war would be devastating for both sides, in a non-nuclear scenario, Russia has proven in its bungled invasion of Ukraine that it has no hope of victory against the obviously superior North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Russia's on the warpath, and if successful in Ukraine, is unlikely to stop there. Lithuania, with EU support, has shut off the flow of military and economic material to the Russian enclave of Kaliningrad, triggering a threat of invasion by Russia in retaliation. A world away, China flexes its muscles as it threatens the United States and their continued support for Taiwan. Fears of World War III are growing by the day, and the United States is taking them very, very seriously. Before we discuss how the U.S. is preparing for the Third World War, first we need to know what its potential enemies are doing. China has long been preparing for a confrontation with the U.S. as it seeks to become the world's dominant superpower. Currently, China falls short of the qualifications for a global superpower, qualifications which only the U.S. fills at the moment. But with its dizzying economic and military growth, it might be less than a decade before the Chinese Communist Party can project power all over the world. China's preparations for a showdown with the West include dislodging the United States as the most important economic power in the world. It also has safeguards to its own economic interests in the wake of economic warfare versus the U.S., and to achieve this aim in 2013, it launched the Belt and Road Initiative. This massively ambitious plan included building new land and sea trade routes all over the world to connect China economically with nations all the way from Europe to Africa. To achieve this, the nation has not just invested in its own infrastructure, but in building trade infrastructure in other nations as well. However, China's partnership with host nations is more often than not extremely predatory. They offer economic loans to build massive projects that promise economic prosperity, like seaports and rail yards. However, the terms of those loans often dictate that Chinese companies must be hired to do the construction, leaving few jobs for locals. Interest rates on the debt traps is often so high that a poor third world nation is guaranteed to default. Included in the penalties for defaulting are clauses such as China owning exclusive rights to the infrastructure it builds for terms as long as a century. It is in effect a modern version of soft colonialism. China's plan is to have heavy influence in the trade of goods throughout Asia, the Middle East, and Africa, putting it in a very strong position to dictate geopolitics in its ever-growing sphere of influence. China's next preparation for war with the U.S. includes securing its vulnerable trade routes through the South China Sea and the very valuable oil and natural gas deposits in the region, as well as the remaining rich fishing grounds. This effort began with the construction of artificial islands in 2013, which continued unopposed despite an international ruling by the World Court in The Hague that such island building and claims to economic exclusion zones around them were illegal. Foreign pressure also failed to stop China from stealing claims to oil supplies by neighbors such as Vietnam, or of using its coast guard to bully and intimidate the merchant and fishing fleets of other nations out of their own territorial waters. These islands have now become heavily fortified military installations, which include modern missile defenses, runways long enough for long-range attack aircraft, and an ever-growing network of surveillance assets, all geared for one purpose: detect, track, and destroy the U.S. Navy. Further preparations have included the addition of dozens of new ships to the People's Liberation Navy, which is now officially the largest in the world. Recently, China's second aircraft carrier came online, and in a few years will be ready for battle, greatly enhancing the CCP's reach in all the important sea and air domains. With Russia's increased belligerence in Europe, there's a serious concern that the two nations might partner up in an attempt to turn the current US-led world order on its head. Despite China's increasing capabilities, it still does not have the power to defeat the US in a one-on-one confrontation, and it might hope to split the US attention by partnering with Russia, thus forcing America to choose fighting between China in the Pacific or Russia in Europe. For decades, the United States maintained a policy of fielding a powerful enough military to fight and win two simultaneous wars against near-peer adversaries. However, with China's rapid ascension, this has become officially impossible without bankrupting the U.S., and thus America has been forced to accept that it may only be able to defeat one near-peer adversary at a time. The question is, how is the U.S. preparing to do that, given the increasing likelihood of China and Russia starting a third world war. First, the situation in the Pacific might seem dire with China's numerically superior navy, but the real measure of naval power is not the number of vessels, but in the number of battle force missiles. These are the number of missiles that both navies can bring to bear against each other. The US maintains around 10,000 missiles versus the PLAN's estimated 2,000. Though those numbers have changed and will continue to change as China fields larger vessels and both navies shift in composition. It's estimated that by 2030, China might have closed the gap in battle force missiles to 2/3 of US capabilities. The US's first line of defense against China is the place that's likely to be ground zero for World War III, Taiwan. The small island democracy broke away from the mainland after the nationalists were expelled by the communists in the aftermath of World War II. Since then, the former dictatorship has become a vibrant democracy that has refused to reunify and put themselves under control of the Chinese Communist Party. Securing Taiwan is not just important for the ever-intensifying global clash between authoritarianism and democracy, but also for very important political and economic reasons. Firstly, Taiwan produces around 50% of the world's semiconductors after US companies ceased production at home due to expense. Semiconductors are important for every single gadget in your life. The global economy quite literally runs on them, and they've become as valuable as a commodity as gas and oil. China itself produces between 25 and 30% of the world's semiconductor supply. So if China were to take Taiwan, it would now be in control of 3/4 of the global semiconductor supply. This would allow China to effectively shut down the economy of any nation that disagrees with it by simply barring the sale of semiconductors to it, giving China incredible power to further control global affairs and reducing the West's ability to oppose its authoritarianism. Taiwan is also politically important, as it makes up part of what's known as the First Island Chain. This is a chain of islands that extends from Japan to the Philippines and acts as a very physical barrier to the expansion of Chinese influence in the Pacific. If China were to take Taiwan, it would not just break this carefully orchestrated containment strategy, but allow China to effectively neuter Japan's ability to resist it. With aircraft and ships stationed off Taiwan, China could target Japan's lines of communication and trade routes that cross the Pacific and hem the nation in, forcing it into subservience under threat of economic starvation. If China takes Taiwan, the US commitments to defend the Philippines and Japan would be made much more difficult, if not impossible. To defend Taiwan, the US has inked several deals, selling the nation advanced weapon systems ranging from fighter aircraft to air and missile defenses. US military advisors have worked closely with the Taiwanese counterparts for years to prepare the nation for invasion. Despite threats from China, the flow of US arms to Taiwan continues unabated, and recently US President Joe Biden publicly voiced for the first time an unacknowledged truth in American politics. The United States will come to the defense of Taiwan in case of invasion. This greatly angered China, and the White House press corps was quick to walk the statement back. But what seemed like a political guffaw was likely yet another bit of intrigue meant to further the American strategy of keeping China guessing as to how the US might react to an invasion. If China cannot accurately predict what America will do should it invade Taiwan, it serves to create confusion and doubt amongst Chinese leadership. Should China prepare its economy for a flurry of global sanctions like Russia received after its invasion of Ukraine? Or should China expect American F-18s to swarm the skies over Taiwan and sink their invasion fleet? Strategic ambiguity is a powerful tool, and political theater is an excellent method for creating it. But the US is not planning on fighting a war against China alone. To this end, it has helped increase the capabilities of allies such as Japan and most notably Australia, who recently signed a military cooperation pact between itself, the United States, and the United Kingdom. The pact will not just provide security cooperation between the countries, but also help arm Australia with a fleet of nuclear attack submarines. This is of grave concern to the Chinese, who recently attempted to charm Australia away from its relationship with the US, a tactic which ultimately failed. In 10 years' time, China might not have to face off just against the US and British submarines, but Australian submarines also, putting the People's Liberation Navy as well as its all-important sea trade routes at increased risk. China imports most of its oil and gas over its seaborne trade routes, and this is exactly what the US is preparing to target in case of war, in order to strangle the Chinese economy. Recently, security meetings between Japan, India, the US, and Australia were revived after a pause during President Trump's term. The Quad, as it's informally known, aims to tackle global problems such as global warming, cybersecurity, and ensuring a free and open trade environment in the Pacific. This is a veiled implication of the Quad's discussions on how to best handle China's expansion in the South Pacific. Currently, the Quad has no military commitment to each other, but that might change in the future as President Joe Biden makes the South Pacific and confronting China an area of pressing concern for the U.S. India is the only nation in the Quad without a formal security agreement with the U.S., and it has historically refused to sign on to any security partnerships with any nation. However, that may soon change as tensions between India and China escalate, and it becomes clear that India is not able to win a war against the superior Chinese military on its own. Bringing India into the network of security alliances in the South Pacific would effectively hem China in on all sides, and more importantly put allied ships and planes directly in the path of China's trade routes through the Indian Ocean. But the United States is also taking very material steps to confronting China. War with China would be waged at sea and in the skies with very little of any action between the People's Liberation Army and the U.S. Army. This will be a war of ships and planes, not of tanks and artillery, and the U.S. is preparing accordingly. In an attempt to prepare for a confrontation with China in the skies, the U.S. has accelerated the procurement of F-35s and made getting squadrons of the fifth-generation fighter into operational status a top priority. However, both the Navy and the Air Force have expressed reservations about the F-35's current readiness, which has prompted both the services to supplement orders of F-35s with orders of upgraded legacy aircraft, such as the F-15 Eagle for the U.S. Air Force and the F-18 Super Hornet for the U.S. Navy. To counter the threat of Chinese missiles, including its very vast arsenal of ballistic missiles capable of targeting U.S. ships far out at sea, the Navy has also begun to expand the number of Aegis-equipped vessels in its fleet. Starting in 2015, the Navy also began to work on undoing the strategy of carrier-based sea dominance that it's employed since the end of the Cold War. With the fall of the Soviet Union, the U.S. Navy enjoyed unmatched superiority and complete freedom of action anywhere in the world, and thus surface fleets were retasked with simply protecting carriers. Anti-submarine warfare and anti-surface warfare skills had atrophied as naval strategy centered completely around the big carriers. Now the U.S. Navy is preparing its crews to once again face off against near-peer foes in ship-to-ship battles. Submarines are America's second greatest naval asset after aircraft carriers, and yet remain nearly completely forgotten by most of the world, which is exactly how they like it. Currently, the U.S. has a fleet of 68 submarines and is replacing the Cold War Los Angeles-class fast attack submarines with the new Virginia-class. Investment in submarines has stalled recently and procurement plans are behind schedule, but the United States retains a significant advantage in undersea combat, despite China having a larger force of less advanced submarines. The realm of hypersonic missiles has received a great deal of attention ever since it was announced that the U.S. was lagging behind both Russia and China in their development. Yet there's some misinformation and confusion regarding this technology that's made Russia and China seem as if they hold a significant advantage over the US in this realm, when they really don't. Firstly, any ballistic missile is hypersonic, and China's recent test that saw a hypersonic missile fly around the world is not very impressive from a military point of view. Technically speaking, this simply doesn't add any additional capability that didn't already exist. The real threat from hypersonic missiles comes from maneuverable hypersonics. These are missiles that can not only fly at hypersonic speeds but can also maneuver while doing so, making them incredibly difficult to defend against. In this area, all three nations are still struggling to field fully operational missiles, but the US has made great strides in recent tests. One area where the US may in fact be coming up short is the development of advanced long-range air-to-air missiles. Recent photos of Chinese jets show that China has begun to field advanced beyond visual range missiles, while the US is still largely equipped with the AIM-120, an extremely capable and combat-proven air-to-air missile that nevertheless is only effective at medium ranges. However, the Pentagon's F-3R program aims to improve the capabilities of American air-to-air missiles by not just greatly expanding their range, but also improving efficiency in an electronically contested environment. A new generation of American missiles will feature two-way data links, GPS-enhanced inertial measurement units, an expanded no-escape envelope to increase lethality, and improved high-angle off-bore sight capability, allowing pilots to fire missiles without their plane being pointed directly at the enemy, thus lowering their vulnerability. However, the next step for US fighters is the AIM-260, which will feature beyond visual range capabilities and match longer-range opposition missiles while bringing the tried-and-true technologies of the AIM-120. But World War III will also likely involve action against Russia in Europe, as China and Russia are both likely to cooperate in such a scenario. This will be a partnership of opportunity, however, not of choice, as relations between the nations are difficult at best, and Russia grows increasingly frustrated at its status as the junior partner. With Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the Russian military has proven itself incompetent, corrupt, and inept at executing a modern 21st century war. Despite vastly superior firepower, the Russian offensive in Ukraine has all but stalled out. And this is with Russian forces facing a foe that has a fraction the capabilities of the US military. Simply put, the only real threat Russia can bring to a global war scenario is their nuclear power. With the bulk of the US Army not taking part in operations in the Pacific, Russia would be easily contained by current US ground firepower, while NATO would be short on critical air assets. These are capability gaps easily filled in by NATO air forces. 4 months ago, we would have spent an additional 10 minutes explaining to you how the US is preparing to counter Russia. Today, after seeing what the Russian military is capable of, we honestly don't have to. While victory would come at a cost, NATO would most likely win a resounding victory over the Russian armed forces. The only real threat Russia would pose would be in the first few weeks as the bulk of American firepower is being shipped across the Atlantic and prepared for battle. This leaves the Baltics and Poland vulnerable, but the deployment of NATO rapid response forces would likely be enough to slow down an initial Russian offensive and greatly limit its gains until NATO's European partners can fully mobilize their own armies. U.S. strategy to counter Russian aggression in the next World War is thus based around preparing European partners to better defend their own continent and not be so reliant on the U.S. military, as the conflict against China will consume the bulk of U.S. sea and air power. The Pacific is where the real war will play out, and after its stunning losses in Ukraine, it's unlikely Russia would willingly engage NATO in a third world war anyway. With Russia hogging all the negative press lately, you might have missed Chinese President Xi Jinping's adamant proclamation that Taiwan will be reunited with the mainland. And he is not ruling out military force to accomplish this goal. But with the vast majority of Taiwanese citizens wanting nothing to do with mainland communist China and American President Joe Biden promising that the U.S. would come to Taiwan's aid, World War III is looking more likely, and it won't be starting in Europe. How is China going to defeat the U.S. and its allies? And more importantly, why does Taiwan matter so much that the U.S. is willing to fight to keep it free and independent? China wants Taiwan, and the U.S. wants Taiwan to remain free. Both sides have their various reasons, but there are some significant overlaps. For China, Taiwan is both a matter of national prestige and a national defense priority. The island is home to the Chinese nationalists who fled after losing the war against the communists after World War II. And given the difficulty of an invasion plus the support of the United States, reunifying this breakaway province by force has not been an option for China. It's only recently, with China's vast modernization of its military and steadily expanding amphibious assault capabilities, that the dream of taking over Taiwan is approaching fruition. But as long as Taiwan remains fiercely independent and refuses to bow to Beijing, China cannot be taken seriously as a global military power. After all, why should anyone fear your military when it can't even pacify an island sitting right off your own shores? For the Chinese Communist Party, Taiwan represents an existential threat, though. The nation began as a dictatorship but gradually became a liberal and open democracy. Today, it's amongst the most successful democracies in the world, and that's a big problem for the CCP. As long as Taiwan remains independent, it remains a symbol for the Chinese people of what life could be like for them if they were no longer under the thumb of the CCP. After the extreme measures enacted by President Xi during and after COVID, disillusionment with China's government and the very society it's built around has skyrocketed amongst the youth. To many of them, the democracy lurking right off their own shore is a more appealing choice, and as long as Taiwan remains independent, it'll continue singing its siren song of democracy to the Chinese people. However, there are two very real and very significant strategic reasons for China to want to take Taiwan back and for the U.S. to want it to remain independent. First is a Western strategy known as the First Island Chain. This is a chain of pro-Western friendly nations that ring the shores of China and Russia both. During the Cold War, it acted as a physical barrier to communist navies in case of war, who would be hemmed in and unable to operate in open waters without being destroyed attempting to break to the open sea. The First Island Chain also allows friendly navies to operate very close to enemy shores by having resupply and repair facilities readily available and not relying on far-flung bases, which would limit loiter time for friendly ships and aircraft. Today, the First Island Chain strategy no longer hems in the Soviet Union and its allies and instead acts as a barrier to Chinese expansionism. China has attempted to break the First Island Chain by illegally building artificial islands in the South China Sea, and while the threat they pose is significant, it still doesn't allow the Chinese Navy to break the defenses of the First Island Chain completely, and it doesn't allow them to push hostile navies far enough away that Chinese shipping can continue to keep the nation supplied with the vital petroleum and natural gas it needs. Another strategic reason to want reunification with Taiwan could potentially impact the entire world, though. Today, Taiwan is the world's largest manufacturer of computer chips and semiconductors. wielding such significant clout that its embargo of Russia has all but crippled the nation's ability to build modern weapons. Taiwan's contribution to the global technology market is so significant that as the Chinese threat over the island grows, the United States has passed emergency funding for computer chip manufacturing plants to be built inside of America once more. If China were to seize Taiwan, it would in effect be in control of nearly all the world's supply of advanced electronic components and be able to threaten embargoes to nations that don't toe the CCP's line. A nation would have a simple choice: have its economy crippled or do as President Xi says. So how can China achieve its goals, even if it means launching World War III and come out on top? China has already prepared extensively for conflict against the superior U.S. Navy, and has done a really good job of it too. The surface combat ships are still no match for American vessels, with China having approximately 2/3 of the total battle force missiles that the U.S. Navy has. Its air force is similarly outclassed by the U.S. Air Force, which not only outnumbers China's, but has far better capabilities in all but one department: long-range air-to-air missiles, where the Chinese PL-15 enjoys a significant advantage over the American AIM-120 in terms of range. However, the U.S. is fast-tracking an upgrade called the AIM-260 Joint Advanced Tactical Missile to not just close the gap, but exceed it once more. U.S. air and naval power won't matter though if it can't bring all that might close to Chinese shores, which is why China has invested heavily into developing a strategy known as Anti-Access Area Denial, or A2AD. The goal is simple: keep American ships and special mission aircraft such as AWACS and tankers away from Chinese shores so the People's Liberation Navy can operate with impunity. At the core of the strategy is the People's Liberation Army Rocket Force, or PLARF. PLARF might sound like something you do after a bad burrito, but it's the gravest threat the U.S. Navy has faced since the end of the Cold War, and it might be good enough to keep the U.S. ships out of the Western Pacific for good. A ballistic missile force, this branch of the Chinese military is dedicated to China's vast stockpile of both nuclear and non-nuclear ballistic missiles. China was never subject to the Intermediate Range Force Treaty, or INF, and thus, unlike the Soviet Union and the U.S., China developed an extensive stockpile of conventional ballistic missiles. Today, China fields about 1,400 ballistic missiles alongside hundreds of cruise missiles. Most of these are older, shorter-range missiles which we could expect to see deployed against Taiwanese infrastructure, but hundreds have ranges capable of hitting U.S. bases in Japan and South Korea. A small but unknown number can even hit the all-important U.S. base in Guam. The PLARF would be critical in the opening days of World War III. Both the U.S. and China hold serious counterforce power, and the advantage would go to whoever fires first. A war between the two powers would almost certainly be a bolt-out-of-the-blue attack, an unexpected first strike using hundreds of ballistic missiles. The targets would be U.S. bases in the region, with a priority target being Guam. However, this comes with certain risk, as striking U.S. bases in Japan and South Korea would threaten dragging those two nations into the conflict. South Korea may be disinclined to join the conflict out of fear of North Korea taking advantage of the situation. In fact, for China to win, it would be in its best interest to proceed a war in the Pacific with ramped-up antics from North Korea, enough to rattle South Korea without actually crossing the line over into war. Fears of North Korean aggression would be likely enough to prevent South Korea from doing anything other than voicing public support for its American allies. Japan would be a different story. The two nations are famous rivals, and there's still a lot of bad blood between China and Japan. What's more, Japan agrees with the U.S. that China presents a threat to democracies around the world. Losing a fellow democracy like Taiwan to China could represent a larger global shift toward authoritarianism. China, being the dominant regional power, is also greatly disadvantageous to Japan, whose all-important trade routes pass by close enough to China to be intercepted by its navy should Taiwan fall and the first island chain be broken. Thus, it's almost a foregone conclusion that Japan would join the war anyway, no matter what China ends up doing. The rewriting of its constitution allows the expeditionary deployment of its military, bucking the self-defense pacifist ideology of the past, and it's proof that Japan is actively preparing to send ships, troops, and planes to aid the US and Taiwan. This is a serious problem for China because Japan provides a convenient staging ground for both the U.S. naval and air forces. A significant number of ballistic missiles would have to be dedicated to striking Japanese air bases and harbors in order to deny both to the U.S. military. Chinese military doctrine states that the PLARF is to be used in a swift, precise, and overwhelming strike against an enemy force. This means eliminating the greatest threat to Chinese ambitions in the region, the United States Navy. It's not enough to shut down U.S. bases and airfields. America has a huge expeditionary capability and lots of friends from where they could stage ships and planes. Winning the war in the Pacific means beating the U.S. Navy black and blue. China is counting on the U.S.'s public aversion to military casualties to win the war the moment it starts. To achieve it, it needs to score huge losses to the U.S. at the onset of the war in terms of both men and material. That's why U.S. aircraft carrier strike groups are China's #1 priority. Not only do American supercarriers threaten all Chinese naval shipping, but the loss of even a single carrier would result in the death of thousands of American sailors. This is something China hopes it can use to shock and awe the American public into not supporting a protracted war. Because China cannot win a long-term conflict against the U.S., it simply lacks the material and ability to protect its trade overseas, while it can do nothing to threaten American global trade. With U.S. carriers kept at bay with ballistic missiles and friendly airfields destroyed, China would have a week or two to achieve its objective of capturing Taiwan. However, China faces 3 critical problems with its war plans. The first is that any invasion of Taiwan would take weeks to coordinate. Ships would have to be restationed to nearby harbors. Hundreds of thousands of troops would have to be moved from various military districts to the eastern one in preparation of boarding. Supplies like food, water, and medicine would have to be gathered in the millions of tons and prepared for shipping across the strait. Hundreds of aircraft would have to be moved to nearby airfields. Basically, an invasion of Taiwan would be anything but a bolt out of the blue. It would be a very publicly broadcast event that would have months of warning. The United States would use this time to gather global support for either painful political and economic measures against China or to build a national military coalition like it did in Desert Storm. In an unprecedented move, European NATO partners have been sending ships to the South Pacific in the last 6 months. These routine patrols are meant to signal one thing to China: Europe stands with the US and against an invasion of Taiwan. Invading Taiwan would mean taking on an international coalition. And there's no ready answer to this daunting problem for China, who enjoys few meaningful alliances, and 0 who would support it in war against what would in effect be a global force. The second problem China faces is that though its ballistic missile force is a deadly threat to U.S. forces, it might not be able to effectively deter U.S. naval operations the way China hopes it will. Hitting a stationary airbase with a ballistic missile from thousands of miles away is relatively easy. China has reduced the circular probability of error from 100 to just 5 or 10 meters for its modern missiles. However, hitting a fast-moving warship in the middle of the ocean is a different challenge altogether. Ballistic missiles and other standoff weapons need good tracking data to hit a moving target. This means that a ship must be first discovered, properly identified, and then finally fixed. China has greatly improved both its ground-based and satellite-based long-range radar capabilities, but this type of radar can only tell you a ship is out there with an approximate distance. Accuracy of satellites, however, is greater, though they provide only a temporary track as they orbit the Earth. In order to properly identify and then provide a good track, you need a much better sensor technology, and it's unknown if China can foot the bill there. A vast investment in drones and AWACS aircraft means that China potentially has the tools to get the job done, but these airborne assets have to face the threat of the most capable air force in the world. China does enjoy an advantage here because the US would have to operate aircraft at extremely long ranges, but a decided uptick in both the purchase of air and sea drones by the US military, as well as a new tanker drone, means that the reach of America's weapons is being steadily and greatly increased. Even if China can overcome the difficulties in hitting moving targets, there's still one Achilles heel it has no solution for, neither today nor in the projected future. China depends on overseas trade for the majority of its oil and natural gas imports. It does have 2 land-based connections to Russia, but one of these, the pipeline from Sakhalin, would make an easy target for a cruise missile strike via submarine. That would leave only one inflow of oil and natural gas in the far west out of U.S. reach. This would basically be a trickle compared to China's current fossil fuel supply, and within weeks the nation would run out of oil altogether. Its military could fight on for a few months at most due to the strategic reserves, but its economy would come crashing to a halt as the civilian sector becomes energy-starved. To add insult to injury, over 60% of Chinese trade comes via the ocean. Except it wouldn't in case of war, thanks to the U.S. Navy. Even if its ballistic missile forces are effective at keeping the U.S. Navy at bay, ballistic missiles can't stop the huge U.S. attack submarine fleet. Surface task forces could also easily choke off China at multiple traffic choke points for maritime trade, including the Malacca Straits, the Gulf of Oman, and the Panama Canal. China is attempting to secure ports and airfields outside of the country so it can base forces near these strategically important waterways, but so far has only succeeded in gaining the use of a small base at Djibouti, only miles from a much bigger American base. With the bulk of the world on the US's ideological side and the vast network of friends and partners the US can use to leverage pressure on anyone contemplating allowing China to build military bases on their territory, it's not predicted that China's forward-deployed military forces will grow in any significant amount. The Chinese Navy may be the largest in the world today, but most of these ships are smaller vessels meant to act as missile boats or harass the fishing vessels and oil-exploring ships of neighboring nations, not attempting to dislodge a U.S. carrier strike group from a vital trade artery. For all its planning, there's nothing China can do about this situation in the current or even long term, though it is steadily working at building a blue water navy capable of operations far from home shores. It still has a significant way to go to get there, however, and even the U.S. remains firmly in the lead. September 28, 2027, 0330 hours local, Ryukyu Islands, Taiwan Strait. Local residents are woken by the sound of helicopters, gradually building in intensity until the sound of a dozen Chinese helicopters approaching the local township becomes a roaring cacophony growing in intensity. Before any of the assault helicopters come into view, there's flashes of light from ships offshore, and seconds later a whining scream as shells fired by the 130mm cannons of the Type 55 destroyers just sitting off the shore smash into the beaches. The fire is very precise, and multiple defensive emplacements of the Taiwanese XTR-102 air defense guns are destroyed. But other shells hit empty stretches of coastline. The small garrison of Taiwanese Navy personnel responsible for defending the island have already moved them to new positions, leaving dummy guns made out of metal and plywood behind for the Chinese to destroy. The invasion was inevitable. Since the early summer, China had begun building up a massive invasion fleet, an effort taking months to coordinate as the People's Liberation Army Navy gathered the resources necessary for a cross-strait invasion. Hundreds of civilian vessels of all sizes had been pressed into military service to shore up the plan's amphibious capabilities. If an invasion of Taiwan was going to succeed, it needed to happen fast, and every ship that could hold a tank or armored vehicle was soon finding itself under temporary new management. The rain of shells continues as the first wave of the assault aircraft nears the beaches. Chinese Z-10 attack helicopters are the tip of the incoming aerial spear. Their job is to sniff out Taiwanese resistance and destroy it, providing protection for the incoming transport helicopters. Overhead, Chinese flying sharks are providing air defense from any Taiwanese Air Force incursions, though none are expected. The two Ryukyu Islands are many times further from Taiwan's shores than China's. By the time the Taiwanese planes would reach them, the fighting would be over. From positions obscured by camouflage netting, a steady stream of tracers fires up into the sky and at the Chinese helicopters. The surviving XTR-102 guns have been hidden from Chinese visual and thermal recon by netting interwoven with materials designed to defeat infrared detection. Now the guns glow as hot as the sun as they send steady streams of cannon fire up to the attack helicopters. But it doesn't matter anymore. The time for deception is over. Two Z-10s are smashed out of the sky by the withering fire of the remotely operated weapons. Knowing they'll be outmatched by a superior Chinese force, Taiwan has looked to automation to shore up its defensive capabilities. The computer-controlled sentry guns have been given the freedom to pick their own targets and use a variety of sensors to lock on the attack helicopters. The other Z-10s peel away and go up to gain altitude as the pilots scan for the sources of incoming fire. Twisting down into a steep dive, the choppers unleash a barrage of cannon and rocket fire at the automated guns below. Two more Chinese choppers are shot out of the sky, but eventually the automated guns go silent. The path for the dozen Z-20s, each carrying 15 troops, is open, and minutes later the first of the air assault choppers cross the surf line at just a few feet over the watertop height. The helicopters are met by a wall of ground-to-air missiles fired by the Taiwanese defenders on the ground, but under withering fire the air assault is over in less than an hour. China has seized both Ryukyu Islands in an opening gambit for forced reunification of Taiwan. September 28, 1700 hours local, Washington, D.C. That son of a bitch is daring us. The American president scowled at the TV screen, currently tuned into network news and showing a pre-recorded speech by Xi Jinping, president for life of China. The Chinese president is declaring the start of reunification procedures with the breakaway province of Taiwan. He is purposefully ambiguous about the scope and methods of which China will use to reunify Taiwan, but has declared that in response to the launching of anti-ship missiles from the Ryukyu Islands by Taiwanese forces, his military was forced to defend itself by seizing the islands and neutralizing the threat. It's a fait accompli attack. No different than the same type of attack NATO feared Russia would launch against one of its Baltic neighbors. That scenario, Russia was projected to take a small meaningless chunk of a Baltic nation and then immediately heavily fortify it, daring NATO to respond. If the alliance didn't invoke Article 5 immediately, then its credibility would be ruined, splintering the unifying principle of NATO. But would every member of NATO agree to World War III over some insignificant Lithuanian village? Taiwan enjoyed no such formal treaty. This was easier for China than it would have ever been for Russia. The US had been carefully preparing for a full-blown invasion of Taiwan ever since the buildup of naval forces around the strait at the start of the summer. But Would the US go to war with the second most powerful nation on Earth over 2 islands with a total population of 400? The American president rubbed his temples vigorously. He picked up his direct line connecting him to the chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff. The words he spoke into that phone would have repercussions for the entire planet. September 28th, 0645 hours local, Fleet Base West, Australia. The sleek Virginia-class submarine spun up to full power as the harbor tugs pulled away. The HMAS Crawford was one of 2 nuclear-powered submarines built by the Americans and gifted to Australia to tide the nation over until its own nuclear submarine program reached maturity in the mid-2030s. 5 minutes later, the black hull was slipping beneath the waves as she steamed away from friendly shores and into harm's way. She carried only conventional weapons, 12 Tomahawk cruise missiles in her 2 vertical launch systems located about halfway down her spine, and 25 Mark 48 80 CAP torpedoes to launch from her forward tubes. Just one of those torpedoes had a good chance of crippling a Chinese cruiser, 2 would sink it. Her course was due north, where she'd join a wolf pack of American attack submarines north of the Philippines. Her captain and the crew hoped this was merely posturing, but all feared the worst. October 2nd, 1735 hours local, Ronald Reagan Carrier Strike Group West Pacific, classified. The captain of the Ronald Reagan watched the navigation display like a hawk, scarcely taking his eyes off the blue lozenge-shaped digital marker that represented the Reagan and her accompanying escort warships. The American supercarrier represented one of the greatest concentrations of military power on Earth. There were 2 others like it already in theater. The USS Nimitz was on patrol just east of the Philippines, and the George H.W. Bush had been reassigned to Pacific Command the moment that China began to draw up forces for a projected invasion of Taiwan. And its escorts loitered off the Japanese coast on the other side of the Japanese mainland from the USS America. 3 carrier strike groups and 1 expeditionary strike group. Washington was sending a very strong message to Beijing. As the captain watched the blue digital icon of the Reagan approach an elliptical boundary superimposed onto the navigation display, he figured it was time for the Chinese to send their own response. Pixel by pixel, the blue lozenge on the screen slowly neared the brown elliptical boundary that cut across the screen. Zooming the display in so that it now showed the Reagan's position in terms of individual kilometers instead of tens of them, he held his breath as the icon neared the brown boundary at a snail's pace, and then crossed it. Despite himself, he let out a heavy sigh, slightly embarrassed at the noise it caused in the packed CIC. Sure, everyone had been holding their breath, but he was the captain. He was supposed to remain steadfast, not sound like a relieved schoolgirl that, "Sir, we're getting priority flash from Eglin. They've got thermal plumes from multiple sites near Alexazuoki." The junior officer working the ship's highly sophisticated communications gear looked as pale as a ghost. So, China had responded. The captain only hoped he looked a little more composed than his subordinate. He took a moment to compose himself before speaking. This was a shooting war now. "Anything from the Hummers?" "Negative, sir. It's probably not us, but keep them looking. Flank speed, yeoman." The helmsman, a yeoman 3rd class, eyed her confirmation to his order. Despite the massive size of the ship, he swore he could feel it lurch a little bit as the reactor output was increased dramatically, and the supercarrier picked up appreciable speed. The top speed of a U.S. supercarrier was classified, and the Reagan was now hitting those speeds. Despite being a fraction of her tonnage, the escort vessels would struggle to keep up. The ship would go in a zigzag pattern at flank speed, with her escorts doing their best to catch up and remain in formation. The maneuver was meant to throw off incoming ballistic missiles, China's famous carrier killers. But to kill a carrier far out at sea, China needed to be able to detect it first, identify, and then track her. Over-the-horizon radar was good for detecting large ships like the Reagan, and China had come a long way in this capacity in the last 20 years. However, they offered too little in terms of identifying or tracking vessels. The IDing was up to satellites in space, who would easily image the big carrier in both visual and thermal spectrum. Satellites whizzed by too fast for a good track, though, especially given the missile's long flight time from launch to impact. That's why the Chinese had to use other methods to track the Reagan this far out at sea, and the only possible solution was a low-observable long-range drone. Here, too, China had made great strides. If they didn't find that drone and kill it, the world would finally see just how good the escort's SM-6 Fleet Ballistic Defense Missile really were. His combat air patrol was already on the hunt, assisted by 2 Hummers, E-2 Hawkeyes airborne early warning aircraft. Their powerful radar swept the skies in 360 degrees for hundreds of kilometers around the carrier, able to detect conventional aircraft long before they could even come within range of firing standoff weapons. Low observable or stealthy aircraft, however, were a different matter altogether. The Reagan had been prepared for this possibility and had sent up 2 combat air patrols, one northwest and one southwest of the carrier. The AESA radars were powerful, better than anything the Chinese had in their fighter inventory, but the Hawkeyes were the real quarterbacks in the sky. Without them, they'd have no chance of finding the drone, potentially feeding targeting data to the incoming ballistic missiles. Sir Eglin affirms trajectory. They've got multiple other launches, but this batch is coming for us. The captain swallowed hard. Everyone knew this was a possibility. China could ill afford to allow 3 American carrier strike groups in its backyard if it was going to take Taiwan. And America had worked for the better part of 2 decades at defeating the threat that ballistic missiles posed to its fleet. Now it was up to the various links in the chain to do their job and destroy the enemy's own kill chain. He was confident that even now U.S. space assets and cyber warfare units were on the offensive, jamming, disrupting, and even sabotaging Chinese space-based surveillance networks. He was confident that the Chinese were doing the same right back at the Americans. The first shots of World War III had been both in the physical and cyber world. Minutes ticked by. The discomforting thoughts of dozens of tons of high explosives hurtling through low orbit straight at his ship weighing heavily on the captain's mind. His aircraft and ships blasted surrounding airspace for hundreds of miles with all manner of electronic noise, trying desperately to find the drone guiding Chinese missiles to their targets. The EM radiation alone was lighting up like a spotlight in the darkness, but it was necessary to spot the stealthy drone. Eagle 2-4 has a bogey at Angels 20, Dagger flight already on its heading. The commander of the strike group's air defenses had already confirmed good track on incoming ballistics. The captain checked his watch. They should be breaking back into the atmosphere in a few minutes, with the group's SM-6s being fired in volleys just before to hopefully intercept right inside the atmosphere. It was like hitting a bullet with a bullet. A dicey proposition in the best of conditions. Spotting the Chinese drone and destroying it would greatly improve their odds of survival. 150 miles away and thousands of feet up, 4 F-35s put on full afterburners as they raced toward the target sent to them by the Hawkeye. Their own radars were only now starting to pick up the bogey track, but they'd have to get closer before they could acquire a targeting solution. Speed was time, and time meant they might have a ship to come back to instead of having to ditch into the Pacific. A minute later, 2 AIM-120 long-range air-to-air missiles were on their way at supersonic speeds. The drone didn't even bother taking evasive actions. It was blown out of the sky, and the critical data link to the incoming ballistic missiles was broken. A few minutes later, the missiles that survived the storm of SM-6s coming up to greet them from below smashed harmlessly into the ocean, missing their targets by a dozen miles. But off the Filipino coast, the Nimitz strike group fared far worse. The shorter flight time meant that it was easier for China to track and target, and despite a vigorous showing from the group's SM-6s, 3 of her escort vessels were nearly broken in 2 by tons of high explosives falling out of orbit at hypersonic speeds. The Nimitz itself took a single hit aft of the flight deck, ripping the entire aft section apart and destroying 24 aircraft in the massive hangar below. The ship's propulsion was seriously damaged, and only one of her screws was operational as she was forced to limp south toward the safety of Australian waters. A Chinese diesel-electric sub would finish her off 2 days later, at the cost of its own life, from American ASW aircraft. The George H.W. Bush and the America both fared far better, enjoying the robust protection of both their own and American and Japanese shore-based ballistic missile defenses. The batteries of Patriot interceptors would have to choose to defend either the Japanese and American ships or inland airfields. They chose the latter, doing their best to shield the 2 navies from withering ballistic missile attack over the next 2 days. Airfields could be repaired, but there was no unsinking a supercarrier and her escorts. Arguably, they were much more useful in the war to come anyway, as it would take place almost solely in the air and in the water. By attacking the American and Japanese airfields, though, China committed Japan to the war. It had been a small gamble. Japan's entry into the First Sino-American War was a foregone conclusion. Japan didn't want China dominating the Western Pacific any more than the Americans or anyone else, really. South Korea had been spared, however, out of fears of dragging them into the conflict as well. In turn, China struck terms with South Korea. It would not attack the nation's military infrastructure as long as it forbade the Americans from using their forces there to launch attacks against China. Faced with the possibility of a Chinese bombardment and invasion from North Korea, South Korea struck a pragmatic if disappointing bargain. October 24th, 1101 local hours, Joint British-American Expeditionary Force, Arabian Sea. The Chinese attack on Diego Garcia had been a complete surprise to the Americans and their British allies, who had thrown themselves wholeheartedly into the war on the side of the Americans. China had managed to slip several long-range ballistic missiles into its naval base at Djibouti, the entire launch assembly miniaturized and disguised as cargo containers. It had only taken hours to move them into position and send a small volley at the joint British-American base on the small atoll of Diego Garcia. The base had weathered a far less intense attack than, say, Guam, which had been hammered with dozens of missile strikes. Its Patriot batteries had done a fair bit of work in conjunction with U.S. ships and knocked half of the incoming missiles out, but the rest had wrecked the runways, fuel storage, and hangars housing aircraft. The damage was immense, and it would take months to bring Guam back online. Diego Garcia would be fully operational in a fraction of the time, but for now, the runway used by Allied long-range strike and recon aircraft was not operational, and aircraft carriers were at a premium, badly needed closer to China's own shores. The attack had been part of an effort to disrupt U.S. and British operations in the Arabian Sea, and an attempt to dislodge the blockading force already on its way there. With their ships positioned at the mouth of the Gulf of Oman, China's badly needed oil supplies could be squeezed off. As the nation imported the majority of its oil via the sea, this put it in a seriously compromised situation. With current reserves, as well as oil being delivered from Russia, China could ration supplies of oil to its civilians, diverting most of it for combat operations. However, this would strangle the Chinese economy, while in return, China could do nothing to threaten U.S. and allied trade. It was clear how the war would end then. In retaliation, American Special Forces, including a company of Rangers, had launched a raid on the Chinese base in Djibouti against the local government's wishes. Japanese self-defense Air Force craft flying from their own airbase in the country provided close air support in the brief but intense fighting. The base was now neutralized, and it was time to do the same with the People's Liberation Army Navy ships it was supporting. Originally, the Chinese plan to dislodge the American boot on their throat had been to launch a disruptive attack on Diego Garcia, followed by an attack on U.S. naval forces by both surface and undersea platforms. But of the half-dozen Chinese attack submarines secretly sent to make a transit to the area to join in on the attack, only one had made it through Allied lines. It had been a gamble, but Chinese subs were much noisier than American or European ones. To make matters worse for the Chinese, Britain wasn't the only European power throwing its weight behind the U.S. France, Germany, and Spain had all sent ships to the region over the summer and now joined the fight directly. Russia's attack on Ukraine had solidified the NATO alliance and filled it with terrible resolve. The NATO fleet steamed west toward the smaller Chinese fleet formerly based around Djibouti. The gamble had failed. Without attack submarines for support, there was little hope of Chinese victory here. AWACS aircraft spotted the enemy fleet hundreds of kilometers away, feeding targeting data to friendly forces. At a range of 300 nautical miles, the American ships fired first, loosing a volley of AGM-158C LRASM. These long-range anti-ship missiles had recently been upgraded with the ability to be launched from U.S. Navy vertical launch cell systems on the decks of its warships, where before they could only be carried by combat aircraft. Fired in volleys, each missile carries a 1,000-pound warhead and flies to 25,000 feet. Their sophisticated sensor suite allows each missile to sniff out the electromagnetic and thermal signature of enemy ships and verify what the missile sees with an onboard library of known enemy vessels. Thus, the smart missiles avoid hitting friendly or neutral targets. Networked together, they can even designate targets in flight, so missiles don't double up or triple up on a single target unless necessary. All these capabilities, however, are a backup to its onboard data link, so if severed, the missile can still track, ID, and prosecute the target. Once within 100 miles of their target, the volley of LRASMs plunge toward the ocean, skimming over the top of the waves. This allows them to slip under the defensive radars until they get to within a few dozen miles of their target. The harpoons used by the rest of the U.S. ships and their allies would have been spotted on Chinese radar long ago, but the LRASM stealth quality allow it to get within 24 miles before air defense radars sniff them out. Immediately, the Chinese vessels fire off waves of interceptors, but fire control radars have difficulty locking on to the jet-black American missiles. The first wave of interceptors miss their targets and auto-detonate harmlessly over the ocean. The second volley of interceptors managed to destroy a few of the incoming missiles. There isn't time for a third volley. Perhaps if the Chinese enjoyed the support of an AWACS platform, they could have detected the American missiles earlier and had more engagement time with more accurate tracking. But without it, the ships are forced to rely on their own systems, limited by radar horizons and minimum tracking altitudes. Chinese Sea Whiz cannons roar to life as the air fills with thousands of supersonic tungsten rounds. The tracers make each stream of Sea Whiz fire look like an arcing laser that sweeps across the sky. More LRASMs are shredded by cannon fire, but now, under 2 miles of their targets, the black missiles suddenly pop up to gain altitude for a top attack profile that'll see them smashing into the enemy ships from above. The fleet's entire Sea Whiz systems are filling the sky with fire, knocking more missiles out of the air. But it's not enough. With thunderous roars, the 1,000-pound warheads smash into Chinese ships, punching through the top of each ship and detonating inside of them for maximum damage. Only half of the LRASM volley made it through the gamut of air defense, but the 1,000-pound warheads are devastating. To make matters worse, within half an hour, the Allied fleet will be in range of traditional Harpoon missiles, which they carry in the dozens. With a significant amount of their missile defense interceptors and Sea-Wiz ammunition depleted already, there's little hope for the small Chinese fleet to hold off the onslaught to come. And even less hope that China can maintain its vital trade artery to the Middle Eastern oil. In the end, it'll matter little if Chinese forces manage to successfully land on Taiwan, an ongoing campaign that has already seen Chinese casualties in the thousands. The island has been turned into a veritable fortress with one goal in mind: hang on long enough for the Allied fleets to starve China into submission. With the Gulf of Oman plugged, Allied air power will now work to destroy the People's Liberation Army Air Force and sweep it from the skies of Taiwan, while submarines whittle away the planned ships. Taiwan will bear a heavy cost, but in the end, strangled off from its badly needed oil imports, World War III only ends one way. Hour 0. The war begins with an alarm at the 2nd Space Warning Squadron in the heart of Buckley Space Force Base in Colorado. Tens of thousands of miles above the Earth, the United States' space-based infrared system keeps a careful eye on the Earth, with a string of satellites in geostationary orbit around the planet. From this ultimate high ground, their unblinking electronic eyes monitor the planet's surface for infrared events. The satellites are supplemented by a constellation of surveillance platforms in lower orbits and networked together to track, identify, and report on any significant infrared event anywhere in the world. Originally, the network was operated by the Air Force and designed to detect nuclear tests conducted by the Soviet Union and other foreign nations. Then it was upgraded to provide early warning for ICBM launches. The massive heat plumes from the big intercontinental missiles are easily spotted, even from tens of thousands of miles above the Earth and through thick cloud cover. Now the system is so sensitive that it's able to track anti-ship missiles launched by the Houthi rebels in Yemen, and on January 7, 2020, proved its worth when it gave early warning to U.S. forces in Iraq as they were targeted by dozens of missiles fired from Iran in retaliation for the killing of Qasem Soleimani. Not a single U.S. service member was killed in the massive attack thanks to the advanced warning. War between China and the United States starts on a similar note, only on a much more massive scale. Tensions with China have been building for years as the nation becomes increasingly more assertive and determined to upend the US-led liberal world order. China seeks to recreate the world in its own image and works to spread authoritarianism and suppress democracy around the world. Much like the Soviet Union in its early days, China believes that the survival of its ruling Chinese Communist Party relies on the spreading of its ideology around the world and beating back the influence of liberal democracies from its own borders. But China cannot be a major global power until it breaks U.S. influence in the Pacific, putting America and China on an inevitable collision course. At the moment, China is fully contained by the First Island Chain, a chain of islands stretching from Japan to Taiwan and the Philippines. The First Island Chain has contained communist nations since the Cold War. Any Chinese fleet sailing past this chain is under threat of attack from all sides, and China cannot secure its own vital trade shipping without breaking containment. The easiest way to break the chain is to invade Taiwan, which is already a priority goal for the CCP. This has made war between China and the US seem all but inevitable. But before it can launch a successful cross-strait invasion, China must beat back the mighty U.S. Navy from the South Pacific. For this task, it's created the People's Liberation Army Rocket Force, an entire branch of the military dedicated to long-range missile warfare. With an arsenal of thousands of ballistic and anti-ship missiles, the PLARF is the greatest threat the U.S. Navy has faced in its entire history, and on the eve of war, it's the first to strike. All across the heartland of China, hundreds of missiles lift to the sky. Some are launched from silos. These are larger, long-range ballistic missiles, which will target U.S. bases as far away as Guam. Hawaii is within range as well, but the decision to strike Hawaii or not is a political one fraught with great risks. Not only would it be a direct attack on a U.S. state, but it threatens to galvanize the American people, as many would consider it a second Pearl Harbor. China's hope is that it can knock the U.S. out of the war in a massive preemptive strike, inflicting enough damage to the U.S. military hardware to render its Pacific forces combat ineffective and killing enough U.S. service members to discourage an American public China believes doesn't have the stomach for a painful extended war in the Pacific. Ultimately, it's decided that Hawaii is to be included in the attack. China has built up its own forces for a cross-strait invasion for months, sending a very clear signal to the world of its intentions. This has given the U.S. plenty of time to disperse its forces, pulling back many of its ships and aircraft to Hawaii and out of range of all but the longest-range Chinese missiles. To not attack Hawaii would leave a significant amount of U.S. firepower intact and even harder to target as it disperses once more upon entering the theater. Likewise, the decision to attack U.S. bases in South Korea, Japan, and the Philippines is a difficult one for China. Attacking these bases means inevitably causing collateral damage to the host countries and risks dragging them into the war. However, not attacking these bases leaves most of America's Pacific combat power intact and able to retaliate with ease from Pacific airfields and ports. Ultimately, the choice is a pragmatic one. China is already bearing the weight of hefty pre-war sanctions meant to deter it from its course. It must win this war and win it fast, and that means neutralizing all U.S. combat power, no matter where it is based. U.S. space surveillance satellites immediately spot the infrared signature of hundreds of ballistic missiles lifting to the sky. In less than 2 seconds after detection, the alarm is already blaring at U.S. Space Force's 2nd Space Warning Squadron. After a very quick verification that this is not an error, a priority flash alert is dispatched to the President of the United States, combatant commanders, and U.S. installations and ships around the world. China has timed a cyber operation against the U.S. military network simultaneously with its massive attack, but it's unable to defeat the multi-redundancy global alerting system used by the American military without physically blowing satellites out of orbit. The greatest concern is that some of these missiles could be nuclear in nature, and there is simply no way to tell until impact. The Department of Defense does not believe that China would launch a nuclear attack without significant provocation or unless the CCP found itself in a life-or-death scenario. But U.S. nuclear forces are put on their highest alert anyway. Space Force supercomputers, however, have calculated the trajectory of the Chinese threats, and none appear to be en route to the U.S. homeland, as would be the case in a nuclear attack. The White House bets on a conventional attack. At installations and ships across the Pacific, U.S. missile defenses get to work. Spy radars track the ballistic threats as Aegis computers work on a firing solution. Fleet air defenses spit out volleys of SM-3 missiles to intercept the incoming anti-ship ballistic missiles as they enter their terminal trajectories. On land, Patriot air defense batteries fire their own interceptors. Japanese self-defense forces add their own interceptors to the volleys racing up to the sky to meet the incoming threats. One by one, Chinese missiles are blown out of the sky, but China's anti-ship missile inventory is massive, and it has more than enough missiles to saturate the defenses of every U.S. vessel in its Pacific fleet. Hitting a moving target thousands of miles away, however, is not easy, so to improve their odds, U.S. ships begin erratic maneuvers. Its nuclear-powered aircraft carriers are leaving the rest of the fleet in the dust. Despite being the largest combat vessels in the world, the U.S. Navy's nuclear carrier fleet is capable of putting on bursts of speed at classified velocities. Movement complicates Chinese firing solutions, and some of the anti-ship missiles are off course as they re-enter the atmosphere and weather the volley of SM-3s. U.S. electronic attack against Chinese satellites is also complicating guidance, and some of the missiles who survive the hail of missile defenses smash into the ocean harmlessly. Many don't, however, using both satellite navigation and active radar guidance. Chinese DF-21s, dubbed carrier killers, pack a 600-kilogram conventional warhead. Over 1,300 pounds of high explosives smash into the deck of the USS Carl Vinson and Theodore Roosevelt, penetrating into the lower flight deck before detonating. The explosion is catastrophic, destroying hundreds of millions of dollars worth of aircraft and equipment. Even a near miss is enough to seriously damage the aft of a U.S. supercarrier, and in a flash, America's naval air power is almost completely knocked out of the war. At port facilities and airfields across the Pacific, Chinese missiles rain down and saturate air defenses, destroying aircraft on runways and inside soft shelters. Fuel and maintenance facilities are a priority target, but it's difficult to do much damage to fuel systems buried deep underground. Runways are cratered across the Pacific, but most of the damage can be repaired within hours by skilled crews. The worst of the damage will only knock an airfield out for a day or two at most. The damage to parked U.S. Air Force, Marines, and Navy aircraft, though, is significant. Having pulled back a significant amount of aircraft to Australia and Hawaii has limited the damage, but hundreds of U.S. and Allied aircraft are nonetheless damaged or destroyed. The missile attacks even extend all the way to joint U.S.-Australian air bases along the north coast of the continent. Inevitably, there is collateral damage. Multiple missiles stray off course and smash into civilian targets. Hundreds of Japanese, South Korean, and Filipino civilians are killed, along with scores of service members. China has in effect declared war on the entire U.S. Pacific alliance system, but the nation has no choice. If it's to win the Pacific, it has to deny the U.S. the ability to operate close to Taiwan battlespace, and that means dragging its allies and partners into the conflict. Day 2. The Chinese invasion of Taiwan is underway. A fleet of 1,000 ships, most of them smaller civilian vessels, has been assembled over the last 3 months and has been crossing the 100 miles between mainland China and Taiwan. The same missile assault that devastated U.S. forces in the Pacific laid waste to Taiwanese infrastructure as well. Military targets and airfields across the country came under attack from thousands of shorter-range missiles. It's the biggest missile attack in human history. But while Taiwan has suffered significant losses, it's been prepared for such an attack. The majority of its air force is safely secured inside hardened aircraft shelters and mountain tunnels. The airfields are devastated, but they can and will be quickly repaired. Already, Taiwanese F-16s are engaging in long-range, beyond-visual-range battles with their Chinese counterparts. The advantage in the air is decisively China's. Not only does it vastly outnumber Taiwan, but it's operating from airfields across the Chinese mainland that are out of reach from Taiwanese missile attack. Taiwan's sortie rates, meanwhile, are abysmal until the damaged airfields are repaired and aircraft are moved to stretches of highway to serve as impromptu runways. China, however, runs into the same problem that Russia did in its air war against Ukraine. Its lack of combat experience makes it difficult for it to deconflict the airspace over and around Taiwan. Friendly fire incidents from destroyers across the Taiwan Strait downing Chinese jets are disturbingly common. During Desert Storm, the U.S.-led coalition was able to deconflict the airspace over Iraq despite 4,000 operational combat air platforms at the time, resulting in only a small handful of blue-on-blue incidents. But the U.S. military trains aggressively and in conjunction with its various military branches. China has only recently unified its military under a single joint command and has only been running realistic training scenarios for a few years. The Chinese military is green, and it's paying the price for it. The amount of air power China can bring to bear over Taiwan is significant, but limited by its ability to keep its air defense network from blowing friendlies out of the sky or being vulnerable to enemy attack. This creates opportunities for Taiwan's beleaguered defenders. The cross-strait invasion fleet runs into a veritable wall of anti-ship missiles. Taiwan has been armed with hundreds of American-made Harpoon anti-ship missiles, which can be fired from F-16s or from ground-based launchers. The Harpoon is an old missile by modern standards and quickly being replaced in the U.S. military with a newer generation of anti-ship weapons, but it's still capable, especially so in large numbers. Its 488-pound warhead may not pack the punch of more modern 1,000-pound warheads, but it's more than enough to seriously damage or even cripple a medium-sized ship. The sky is full of Chinese anti-missile defenses, with missile interceptors flying out to smack Harpoons out of the sky and Sea-Whiz systems filling the air with tungsten. Inevitably, though, a significant number of these missiles punch through China's air defenses and wreak havoc on the invading fleet. Adding to the number of Harpoons is volleys of Xiangfang 2 and 3 missiles launched from mobile platforms. This helps them evade the People's Liberation Army Rocket Force's precision preparatory bombardment. The carnage is vast, but so too is China's numbers. Inevitably, its troops make landfall on one of the just over a dozen beaches suitable for the invasion. However, Taiwan has booby-trapped the beaches with all manner of defenses. Upon approaching, landing craft suddenly find the ocean around them on fire as pipes release oil into the ocean and set it on fire. Hundreds of Chinese Marines are incinerated in the landing craft. But once they hit the beach, they find boards with razor-sharp pieces of metal attached to them just under the sand. As the Chinese Marines hit the deck to crawl forward under a hail of enemy fire, their flesh is ripped apart. Then there's the landmines, thousands of them. Chinese aircraft and ships have attempted to blast safe paths through the vast minefields, stretching nearly 100 meters from the shore to the Taiwanese positions, but U.S.-supplied artillery shells can redeposit fresh minefields from a distance. Each shell carries up to 9 anti-vehicle mines, or many more smaller mines, and can create vast minefields with just a few volleys. That is, when the Chinese Marines aren't being shelled with anti-personnel high-explosive shells. The beaches have been sighted in. Defending artillery just needs to fire as quickly as it can reload. Chinese attack helicopters attempt to knock the artillery set up deep behind the beaches, but are greeted by swarms of man-portable air defense missiles. Incoming Chinese ships also have to navigate a massive minefield deployed by Taiwan in the weeks leading up to the invasion. The strait has not been safe for civilian traffic since the minefields were deployed, and China has attempted to use minesweepers to clear the strait. But these ships are easy prey for anti-ship Harpoons. Safe lanes through the floating mines are carved out with a combination of brute force and what minesweepers survive in their efforts. Chinese casualties are apocalyptic. It takes the concentrated might of the PLARF and the Chinese Air Force to blast the Taiwanese defenses apart so the amphibious assault can push out of the beaches. Even then, half of the assaults fail. Where they succeed, fresh Chinese troops must disembark only to wade their way through scores of their fallen comrades. D-Day pales in comparison. This isn't war, this is a slaughter. Day 3. China's problems have been compounded significantly with the arrival of U.S. air power. American carriers have been at arm's length with the use of ballistic missiles and H-6 bombers armed with standoff anti-ship missiles. However, a flight of H-6 attempting to perform a follow-up attack against Taiwan were pounced on by U.S. F-35s flying out of the Philippines, resulting in the loss of 16 bombers. The U.S. Air Force has recovered faster than expected from the PLARF's missile barrage, mostly by widely dispersing prior to the war and then by quickly converting civilian airfields in host nations to military ones. China's plans to use H-6s to keep the U.S. Navy at bay is canceled for the time being. The PLARF still has hundreds of missiles left, but they are a quickly diminishing resource and one that cannot be easily replenished. Neither can American air power, but the U.S. has nearly twice as many combat aircraft as China, and they are overwhelmingly more modern than their Chinese counterparts. It'll take weeks to rotate the bulk of its firepower to the Pacific and repair destroyed logistics chains, but the U.S. and Japan are able to start air operations against China by the third day of the war, if on a limited scale. Rather than try to fight for the sky over Taiwan, U.S. aircraft launch standoff weapons at Chinese vessels in the strait and those attempting to isolate the island by blockading it from the north and south. A new weapon enters the war, one that's being fielded for the first time: the U.S.'s Long-Range Anti-Ship Missile, or LRASM. This intelligent, stealthy missile can fly unguided to a target zone and then use artificial intelligence to choose its own target, ignoring civilian vessels and remaining undetected for far longer than its non-stealthy counterparts. It's not invisible to the radar, but it does allow the LRASM to get much closer before Chinese defenses attempt to intercept it, greatly increasing its survivability. Featuring a 1,000-pound blast fragmentation warhead, LRASMs aren't just twice as survivable as harpoons, they pack twice the punch against Chinese ships, and China is facing a significant amount of them. The U.S. has deployed the LRASM not just on F-15s, F-18s, and F-35s, but on a completely new and revolutionary platform codenamed Rapid Dragon. The concept is stunningly simple, but proved tricky to get right. Taking advantage of America's huge air mobility fleet, Rapid Dragon consists of stacks of missiles and air-droppable modules that are simply shoved out the back of transport aircraft. With up to 45 missiles per drop, Rapid Dragon utilizes C-130 and C-17 cargo planes, normally slow, vulnerable, and unarmed transports, to deliver cruise missiles against both land and naval targets at ranges of up to 570 miles. C-130 aircraft only need 3,000 feet of runway space to take off from, which has made it impossible for China to shut down every airfield in the Pacific that the aircraft could fly from. With 2 Rapid Dragon pallets each, for a total of 12 JASSM missiles, the U.S. is able to completely overwhelm China's air defenses from well outside the range of even its air force. C-17s flying from airfields as far away as the U.S. homeland link up with aerial tankers to refuel and approach the Taiwan battlespace. Each C-17 can carry 5 pallets of 9 JASSM missiles, and some of the pallets contain drone decoys instead of missiles. Other missile variants include sea mines, which scatter a wide area with deadly sea mines that wreak havoc on Chinese shipping. American submarines, meanwhile, have been making a meal of Chinese ships and attack submarines alike. China's submarine fleet is notoriously noisy, and only its newest subs are comparably silent. But these are still in low numbers. American attack subs first focus on eliminating the undersea threat, but many quickly transition to attacking Chinese surface vessels. With an average depth of 50 meters, the Taiwan Strait is too shallow for a submarine to safely operate in without being detected. But U.S. submarines have been equipped with long-range anti-ship missiles, which can be fired from their torpedo tubes. This allows them to engage surface vessels from well outside the strait, and the deep waters immediately off the eastern Taiwanese coast means they can get close enough to launch cruise missile strikes against Chinese forces landing on the island. America's silent service, a threat overlooked by even U.S. analysts, is quickly proving to be its deadliest weapon against China. While the U.S. Navy's surface fleet still can't approach Taiwan due to the anti-ship threat, China's anti-submarine warfare capabilities are notoriously poor, and U.S. submarines are notoriously good at their job. Week 2. The air war over Taiwan has been joined in earnest at last, with U.S. and allied forces having weathered the Chinese missile storm. America's air fleets outnumber China's by 2-1, but a significant amount of its Pacific air power was destroyed on the ground or knocked out of commission in the opening hours of the surprise missile attack. Requests by the Air Force for hardened shelters in vulnerable airfields such as Guam have gone largely ignored by U.S. Congress for over a decade, and its aircraft have paid the toll. But the US is able to bring in aircraft from other theaters, and Japan and Australia have both thrown in their air forces to the fight. South Korea has decided to engage targets of opportunity as they arise and provide security for US tankers flying in its airspace, but its air force needs to be prepared for a possible attack by North Korea. There is a significant fear of North Korea exploiting the chaos to launch an attack to the south, effectively tying up large amounts of South Korean resources. Allied aircraft are on the whole better equipped and its pilots better trained than their People Liberation Army Air Force counterparts, but China has one significant advantage over the Allies, the PL-15. Outranging American AIM-120s by as much as 10 miles. The PL-15 air-to-air missile is a deadly threat to Allied aircraft and gives Chinese fighters the ability to engage American, Australian, and Japanese aircraft well before they are able to. But the PL-15 can't hold F-35s and F-22s under the same threat. It's unknown at what ranges Chinese aircraft can detect and target U.S. stealth aircraft, but it's estimated to be at only 24 or so miles, allowing F-22s and F-35s to fire well before the Chinese fighters even realize they're there. However, China has its own stealth fighter, the J-20, or more accurately, a low observable fighter, as the J-20's stealth capabilities are significantly worse than that of its American counterparts. But this still allows J-20s to seriously threaten fourth-generation aircraft, such as the F-15, 16, and F-18s. And when equipped with the PL-15, makes them a deadly threat to anything but stealth aircraft. China has an estimated 200 of these aircraft, and it knows that it must use them wisely, so it sets them to the task of locating and destroying Allied AWACS platforms. This puts even F-22s and F-35s at risk, as the downing of an AWACS means friendly fighters must use their own radars to locate and prosecute targets. American stealth aircraft have some capability to passively detect enemy aircraft, especially those blasting out their own radar, and the ASA arrays can function as both a radar and a jammer to degrade enemy targeting radars. But the moment they light up their radars, their stealth is significantly compromised. The air war favors the Allies in the long run, but China in the short run, with its ability to fly directly from home bases and the mighty PL-15 in its inventory. The US has a counter to China's missile, the AIM-260, which has an estimated 33% greater range than the PL-15, but the weapon is still not out of testing and into operational use. Month 2. Both sides have suffered catastrophic losses to their air fleets, but now the war shifts significantly to the Allies' favor. As J-16s and J-20s run in short supply, China's relying on older and older jets. To make matters worse, inland air bases have come under attack by submarine-launched cruise missiles and standoff weapons from American B-51 and B-1 bombers. Stealthy B-2 bombers slip inland to launch attacks against logistics networks and military bases on the mainland, a provocative move that many feared would be an escalation of the war. However, the US cannot win unless it strikes directly at Chinese bases and slows the rate of operations. China's invasion is ground to a standstill as fighting rages for control over major Taiwanese cities. China carefully observed Russia's invasion of Ukraine and saw how Volodymyr Zelensky had been a rallying figure for both Ukraine's armed forces and the international community. Thus, at the start of the war, it activated assassination teams already on the island in an attempt to kill the Taiwanese president and senior government and military leadership. Under protection from their own special forces and with the invasion pending, the attacks were largely foiled, but several key generals and politicians were dispatched by China's kill teams. The U.S. Pacific Surface Fleet is now in the action and in the business of sinking Chinese ships. China has more ships than the U.S., approximately 246 more, but U.S. ships pack a bigger punch. This is benefits and drawbacks. U.S. ships can stay in the fight longer before needing resupply, but the loss of each U.S. vessel has a bigger impact on the overall force than a Chinese loss. However, the U.S. Navy has put its foot directly on China's jugular, and China had no hope of shaking it off. In the Straits of Malacca and the Gulf of Oman, U.S. Navy ships patrol for Chinese merchant vessels. With over 60% of its trade coming in via the ocean and the majority of its oil, China is critically dependent on sea trade for its economic prosperity. Yet China's Navy doesn't have the ability to challenge the U.S. Navy far from its own shores and has no hope of dislodging the U.S. blockade, especially now that NATO ships have joined the effort. The attack on U.S. bases across the Pacific automatically triggered an Article 5 declaration, and while European power is largely concerned with containing further Russian aggression, America's European allies have been providing a steady stream of anti-ship missiles and air-to-air weapons. Now a number of their aircraft and both surface vessels and submarines have joined the fight in the Pacific. China's trade artery has been severed, and it faces a global alliance. Its only hope is to win the war in Taiwan quickly and force the government to capitulate. However, the Taiwanese people stubbornly refuse to surrender, and millions of people have volunteered to fight the invaders. Only a portion of them can be armed, but this means China must bring over 2 million troops across the strait if it hopes to pacify the island and its population. This is becoming increasingly impossible as the Allies achieve air and naval superiority over China, and Chinese oil supplies dwindle, with U.S. submarine-launched cruise missile strikes against pipelines bringing in oil from Russia's Kamchatka Peninsula. The Chinese people are forced to ration oil and other supplies, growing increasingly unhappy with the toll of the war. They were promised a swift victory over Taiwan and its American allies, but Taiwan is refusing to capitulate. The war will rage for months more to come, with horrible losses on both sides. It will take America a decade to rebuild its air and naval forces, forcing it to lean heavily on its allies in the meantime to maintain global stability. But in the end, this is the U.S.'s greatest strength, its global network of partners and allies. China, meanwhile, will be economically devastated by a failed invasion, with the U.S. refusing to end the war until the entirety of the People's Liberation Army, Air Force, and Navy both are destroyed, so that China may not threaten the Pacific again. It's the most powerful military alliance in human history versus, well, Russia and China. Who would win an ultimate showdown between the liberal democracies of the West and the autocratic societies of the East? As Russia is increasingly isolated in the world stage and its situation in Ukraine becomes more and more difficult, Russia has turned more to China. The two nations have shared an uneasy relationship through the 20th and 21st century, being more frenemies than close partners. Despite this, though, China and Russia both are finding themselves forced into an alliance of convenience of sorts as the world increasingly turns away from both authoritarian powers to embrace the liberal values of democracy. NATO needs no introduction. Established in the wake of World War II to ensure such a conflict never happened again, its resolve was immediately put to the test by the Soviet Union and its counterpart, the Warsaw Pact. Inevitably, though, NATO came out on top as the Soviet Union collapsed under its own weight and the desire for many of its client states and republics to adopt Western values. Today, NATO stands unchallenged and unrivaled, the greatest military power on the planet bar none. First, we have to talk about experience, because having all the fancy kit doesn't matter if you've never had to use it while someone was trying to kill you. Russia's an experienced power with multiple smaller modern wars under its belt. Almost from the end of the Soviet Union, the new Russian Federation was tested with a separatist movement in Chechnya, prompting two brutal wars that saw most of the republic leveled by superior Russian firepower. It also invaded Georgia to strip off part of its territory for its own. Russia would then go on to support the Assad regime in the modern age and be instrumental in preventing its downfall to US-backed and pro-democracy rebels. A closer inspection of the Russian record, though, is worth scrutinizing. In Chechnya, Russia may have prevented the republic from becoming independent, but it would be very difficult to claim it had truly achieved its objectives there. Russia, the far superior power by a long shot, ran into numerous and staggering difficulties in subjugating the small republic. The conflict highlighted a complete lack of experience in urban warfare, with Russian tanks and armored vehicles decimated in huge numbers by rebel forces armed with RPGs and anti-tank mines. Russia inevitably fell back to doing what it's good at, leveling everything in sight. Using staggering numbers of artillery, Russia achieved victory through indiscriminate destruction, resulting in huge civilian casualties. Its forces would fare better in Georgia, where they fought a more organized and less asymmetrical enemy, though one very poorly equipped and easily overwhelmed by Russian and Allied forces. In Syria, Russian deficiencies were once more on display as it was forced to rely on indiscriminate violence to achieve its objectives. Famously, Russian aircraft and artillery bombarded Aleppo in a month-long campaign, targeting medical facilities and residential buildings alike. This terror doctrine is a signature of the Russian warfighting playbook. Unable to conduct efficient urban operations when faced with a stubborn and well-defended foe in an urban area, Russia inevitably relies on indiscriminate bombing and shelling with no regard to civilian loss of life. In fact, the killing of civilians is the entire point of Russian doctrine in a bid to break the fighting spirit and the will of the defenders. At the start of the Ukraine war, Russia attempted modern combined arms warfare and a shock and awe campaign in the style of the Americans. However, Russia severely overestimated its own capabilities, and its bid to take the Ukrainian capital in 3 days with a lightning assault failed terribly, leading to one of the most embarrassing withdrawals in modern Russian history. Now the Ukrainian war drags on in the style that Russia is best suited for: slow, attritional warfare punctuated with the deliberate targeting of civilians and their infrastructure in a bid to break the Ukrainian people's will to resist. In terms of strengths, despite an estimated 100,000-plus casualties in Ukraine, Russia is still able to field a significantly large army, albeit one increasingly manned by poorly trained and poorly motivated conscripts. This is a significant problem if Russia were to move on from the Ukrainian war into a full-blown confrontation with NATO, even with the help of China as an ally. However, Russia is well suited to attritional warfare with an artillery corps that, despite losses in Ukraine, is still significantly huge. Before the war, Russia fielded approximately 6,500 self-propelled guns, 7,500 towed guns, and 3,391 multiple-launch rocket systems. In terms of raw firepower, there's no greater artillery force on Earth. Russia's second greatest strength is the will of its people to bear incredible costs and continue fighting. Despite becoming a pariah nation, or perhaps even because of it, and exponentially greater losses than predicted, Russians still show a huge amount of support for the disastrous war in Ukraine. This would be critical, as a war with NATO would force Russia to mount a true national mobilization campaign, bringing as many as 46 million into uniform over the course of a long multi-year war. Actually being able to feed and equip all those troops, though, remains an incredibly dubious proposition. China has no modern military experience to speak of, other than anti-piracy operations. Its last conflict was in the 1970s against a Vietnam already weakened by years of fighting the US-led South Vietnamese forces. Despite this, the Vietnamese were able to fight China to a standstill and then force them to retreat, achieving none of their operational objectives. Prior to this, China and the US faced off together during the Korean War, when Chinese planes went up against American fighters. Even with the help of Russian pilots secretly flying for the Chinese fighters were decimated by the American and UN forces. However, on the ground, the massive influx of massive numbers of Chinese infantry forced the American-led UN force to retreat, albeit at catastrophic cost to the Chinese themselves. The Chinese military of today is a modern force capable of power projection in its immediate region, but with little ability to wage a modern conflict far from its own shores. Indeed, many question the ability for China to invade and occupy Taiwan successfully. The small island nation it considers a rebel republic and sitting just 90 miles off its own shores. China's biggest weaknesses are its logistics and lack of experience with modern combined arms warfare. While Chinese authors expound the need to wage an all-domain war, China has no experience doing so against a capable and determined adversary, nor of waging any major military campaign even in an exercise situation lasting for more than a few days. Despite this, though, any adversary going to war against China should expect heavy losses and anything but a quick and easy victory. NATO's own experience is vastly superior to both of its would-be adversaries. In 1995, the alliance faced its first military intervention in Bosnia and Herzegovina. However, many of the member states took part in the stunningly successful US-led war against Iraq in 1991. Here, NATO faced a large and well-equipped military with a dense air defense system modeled after the Soviets and a very capable air force. Despite this, the coalition dismantled Iraq's defenses in a matter of weeks at little cost to itself, prompting both Moscow and Beijing to immediately begin rethinking their own military doctrines. Its ill-fated adventurism in Iraq would lead to massive regional disruption that threw the Middle East into chaos, while its attempt to replace the Taliban government in Afghanistan would meet with similar failure. However, these military failures were not a result of poor doctrine, but rather terrible politics and a lack of unification amongst the population, which have historically been fragmented in both nations into tribalist camps. Despite their strategic failures, NATO proved it was a nimble force capable of responding to conflicts globally, and most important of all, keeping them well supplied over a long-term, multi-year war. In terms of hardware, both sides are pretty evenly matched thanks to NATO's 30-member list. The inclusion of Sweden and Finland will only boost available manpower, but right now NATO is capable of fielding an estimated 3.5 million soldiers versus Russia and China's 3.3 million. Russia's contribution using pre-Ukraine numbers. While some NATO members are still struggling to modernize their equipment and using Cold War hardware, NATO's most militarily important members such as France, the United States, Britain, Turkey, and Germany all field very modern armies. Russia has seen most of its modern stockpiles of equipment used up in Ukraine, forcing it to rely on older T-72s or even earlier tanks and infantry fighting vehicles lacking modern thermal or night vision sights. With an estimated 8,000 vehicles destroyed or lost in Ukraine, Russia enters this conflict at a significant disadvantage. Its aerospace forces are considerable, with the world's third-largest fighter fleet numbering at 772. However, once more, the war in Ukraine has shown significant deficiencies in Russia's ability to wage a modern air campaign, even against a foe with a much weaker air force. This is due to a lack of training and capabilities in neutralizing ground-based air defenses, leaving the Russian Air Force largely missing from the war in Ukraine. China fields a large fleet of over 600 Type 99A main battle tanks, with a similar number of Type 99s. The main component of this tank force, though, is the Type 96 tank, with over 2,500 in service. On paper, Chinese tanks are capable machines, but with no battlefield data to pull from, their true efficacy remains unknown. Modeled after Russian tanks, though, the Chinese tanks feature a carousel-style autoloader, which has proven to be a massive weakness when the tank is struck by modern anti-tank missiles. The Type 99 and Type 96 may end up giving Russian tanks a run for their money in the turret-tossing Olympics, and Beijing should be extremely alarmed at the performance of Russia's tanks in Ukraine. In the air, China has a very large air force with 1,200 fighters and interceptors. However, the Chinese Air Force suffers from a modernity problem, but it does field the world's second-largest fifth-generation flight with over 100 J-20s. Most of its air fleet could be considered capable, but its core of modern fourth-generation aircraft would be quickly attrited in air operations, leaving it with Cold War-era plans to try to face off against NATO's overwhelmingly modern air fleets. With roughly 2,500 Abrams, most of which are modern M1A2s, 1,500 Leopard 2s, and 800 various other models, NATO has the superior tank force when taking into account Russia's tank losses in Ukraine. Before the war, Russia claimed it had a tank fleet of 12,000. However, it was already known that most of these were very old Soviet models. As Russia has been forced to bring vehicles out of deep storage, though, it's been revealed that corruption has taken a significant toll on this vast stockpile of reserve equipment, with parts, pieces, and valuable components all stripped and sold off. Today, Russia would be lucky to be able to rush 1,000 tanks into service, and hoping that more than a token number of these would be capable of withstanding a fleet of modern American Abrams, British Challengers, or German Leopards would be a lost cause. With approximately 5,200 tanks, most of which are modern and capable, China could try to rival NATO's ground strength and support its Russian allies directly on a European battlefield. But here we get to the crux of the problem facing Russia and China in a war against NATO, and it comes down to one thing: logistics. As has been said, amateurs talk strategy, professionals talk logistics. So, let's talk logistics. Russian logistics are famously terrible, with an inability to provide timely resupply far from the railroad hubs critical to its logistics networks. That's because Russian logistics is based entirely around trains, and then moving goods from trains to the front lines via trucks. As Russia has found out, though, railroad tracks are incredibly vulnerable to attack and sabotage, and as the front lines move further from railroad hubs, Russia's very limited logistics fleet has a difficult time moving supplies to frontline troops. That's because Russia operates an average 4 times fewer logistics personnel per battalion tactical group than an equivalently sized American force does. Once supply trucks become targeted, as Ukraine famously did north of Kyiv, that logistics disparity is further compounded, directly leading to the mass abandonment of multi-million-dollar vehicles by troops too starving to fight or simply out of ammo. You know you're not winning a war when you've become your enemy's biggest supplier of military hardware. Chinese logistics are better, but not by much. Famously, the People's Liberation Army and accompanying branches rely heavily on civilian logistics firms. As much as a third of its logistics, possibly even more, relies on civilian firms, and these are extremely unlikely to be survivable or even able to operate in a wartime environment. China relies on its massive industrial might to keep its military equipped, and that's great if you're fighting inside your own borders, but not so great when you're trying to invade an island nation or fight a major conflict with Russian allies in Europe. China's second biggest logistical problem is its over-reliance on railroads and roads. While both are economically effective ways to move people and goods, they are vulnerable in wartime and incapable of resupplying expeditionary forces outside of your own borders. With a very modest capability for maritime or airborne heavy lift operations, China would have to rely on moving forces to Europe via road and rail networks, which would become prime targets for long-range precision NATO weapons and special forces. And the further from China that its forces go, the worse its logistics become. Even with Russian help, there's simply no way the Chinese army could operate in Europe in significant numbers for very long. The disparity in logistics personnel between China and the US is similar to that of Russia, with an estimated 25% of the number of logistics troops that the US fields, despite the US having a smaller military numerically. China may be perfectly suited for the logistical needs of its peacetime military, but incapable of tackling wartime logistics. For example, the United States maintains a ratio of 1 to 7 in terms of recovery vehicles versus armored vehicles, while China's numbers are 1 to 17. After calculating for maintenance and battlefield losses, China's recovery vehicle fleet would be incapable of keeping China's armored forces operational for very long. Further complicating its logistics is the fact that China has only in the last year created a joint logistical force, and that most of its senior commanders have never served in logistics billets, giving them zero experience when planning military operations and how to sustain them. Realistically, China and Russia only pose a threat to their immediate neighbors. Despite having the world's largest navy, China lags behind the US alone in total battle force missiles, with approximately only 50% of the total battle force missile numbers of the US Navy. Further, it has a critical lack of fleet replenishment vessels, and only 2 aircraft carriers, making it impossible to support a war against NATO in Europe. For its part, Ukraine has proven more than a capable adversary for Russia, and Russia has quickly found itself going from the world's second strongest military to the second strongest military inside Ukraine. With its stockpiles of modern weapons running dangerously low and an inability to quickly resupply, Russia would be utterly overwhelmed by NATO forces in the Western theater. Not to put too fine a point on it, but the Ukrainian war has proven that Russia is wholly incapable of facing off against NATO's European forces, let alone the United States and Canada joining the fray. Meanwhile, in the East, NATO would likely never even have to fire a shot at China in order to neutralize it, with most of its trade and, more importantly, its imports of gas and oil traveling through the Indian Ocean and the Malacca Straits. NATO fleets could simply blockade China and starve it into submission. A NATO-Sino-Russian war would end in overwhelming defeat for the Sino-Russian alliance if waged today, largely due to inexperience, bad doctrine, and geographical vulnerabilities. In the 1984 film Red Dawn, the beleaguered Wolverines, teen partisans defending the middle of America against a Soviet and Cuban invasion, ask a downed U.S. fighter pilot, played by Powers Booth, what started the war. His answer? The 2 toughest kids on the block, I guess. Sooner or later, they're gonna fight. That's the way many analysts see the current situation between the United States and its allies, primarily NATO, and China and its main military ally, Russia. With all the military spending on both sides, it only seems inevitable that they will eventually use the power they've built up to forward their global agendas. The current situation between the authoritarian East and liberal West has not been this tense in about half a century. The invasion of Ukraine has brought NATO and the United States into as close to an all-out hot war with Russia as we've seen since the Cuban Missile Crisis. But with that previous series of events cooled off before shots fired, the Ukrainian war has seen hundreds of thousands of casualties. Russia feels that many of the deaths on their side are due to the military and economic aid sent by NATO and the US to Ukraine. Putin and his political henchmen have repeatedly threatened NATO with nuclear weapons if they feel the existence of their country is threatened any more than it already is. Matters weren't made any better when Great Britain almost had one of its RC-135 reconnaissance planes shot down in September 2022, which would have raised tensions even more. There was another close call in November of 2022 when an errant Ukrainian air defense missile missed its intended target, another Russian missile barrage indiscriminately targeting Ukraine's civilian infrastructure, and landed in neighboring Poland, killing 2 people. NATO has a very specific section of its agreement called Article 5, which states that any attack on a member nation is an attack on all of NATO. For a moment, talks of all-out war between Russia and NATO filled the blogosphere. Russian officials have sought to paint NATO as aggressors in the war, continually claiming that the poor little Russia was directly fighting against the massive enemy of NATO, while the US and its allies have said they are supporting Ukraine's defense with military aid and unspecified intelligence sharing, but not with boots on the ground. Meanwhile, on the other side of the globe, China continues to make threatening gestures toward Taiwan, including recent armed jet intrusions of Taiwanese airspace following Speaker Pelosi's trip to the island in 2022, and then Speaker McCarthy's trip in 2023. Following the more recent April trip, China effectively closed Taiwan's airspace with waves of fighter jets and for the first time made it seem like they were able to interdict any U.S. support from the east of the island. There is even talk that China might begin to require ships transiting the Taiwan Strait to undergo boarding and searching, which Taiwan says they will vigorously oppose. Are we close to a hot war? First off, let's make one thing clear. The U.S. and China are not on the verge of war. On March 31, 2023, General Mark Milley, the chairman of the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff, said, "I don't think at this point I would put the possibility of imminent war in the likely category, and I think that the rhetoric itself can overheat the environment." However, General Milley did admit that it is possible that you could have an incident or some other trigger event that could lead to uncontrolled escalation, so it's not impossible. That incident would most likely evolve around an attempted Chinese invasion of Taiwan. President Xi has publicly stated that he wants the People's Liberation Army, the PLA, to be prepared to take Taiwan by force as early as 2027, so that risk clearly does exist. Let's take a look at the two main theaters of such a potential war. NATO and the European elements of the United States' forces arrayed against Russia, and the U.S. forces in the Pacific, mostly naval forces, against the might of the Chinese Army and Navy. Of course, such a comparison will not include the opposing nuclear forces. Any of the combatants have enough warheads to turn vast swaths of the world into unlivable nuclear wasteland. For the purposes of this comparison, we will hope that all sides would agree not to resort to such catastrophic weapons. The opposing military strengths in Europe. Before Russia's invasion of Ukraine, most of the world perceived Russia as the second most powerful military in the world. They had massive numbers of tanks and artillery, their air force was seen as a peer with the American Air Force, and their navy was capable and feared, even if it didn't have comparable numbers to the US Navy. Russia's military fiasco in Ukraine has proven their tanks are outdated and poorly designed. Their logistics vanish once they leave their rail network, and their air force has been fragile enough that they don't dare fly over Ukrainian territory for fear of being shot down. The only two legs of their military that remain unbowed by these defeats are its artillery, still numerous, though notably inaccurate, and its nuclear forces, which remain unused and still unproven. As of April 2023, the widely respected research organization BRICS has documented and confirmed an astounding 10,000 vehicle losses by the Russian armed forces, including over 1,900 main battle tanks, half of what it reportedly had pre-invasion, along with 830 armored fighting vehicles, 2,200 infantry fighting vehicles, 800 pieces of artillery, 79 aircraft, 81 helicopters, and 12 surface vessels, including the flagship of the Black Sea Fleet, the Slava-class guided missile cruiser Moskva. This is in addition to an estimated 200,000 Russian military casualties, with anything between 45,000 to 50,000 killed in action. These numbers are incredibly high from just over a year of fighting, and are far greater even than what Russia suffered in its 10-year losing war in Afghanistan. The losses are so high that in early 2023, Russia began returning 75-year-old T-54-55s into service, the equivalent of the U.S. using Korean War-era M47s. The Russia also lost a reported 1,500 officers, including 160 top-level generals and colonels, and it's clear the once-feared Russian military is a shell of its former self. Standing opposite the vastly depleted and shaken Russian military is NATO, now more united and stronger than at any time in its 74-year history. With Finland's admission into NATO in April of 2023 as its 31st signatory nation, the organization can now boast a combined troop strength of just over 3.5 million soldiers, airmen, and sailors. That includes, however, the US and its 1.4 million strong standing army, not all of which would be fighting in Europe, and Turkey's 425,000, not the most committed of NATO's members. That means the rest of NATO's 29 members contribute only 1.7 million troops total. France, Germany, the United Kingdom, Poland, and Italy each have 160,000 or more active personnel, while other countries have smaller forces to rely on. It must be stated, though, NATO considers itself a defensive organization. How involved they'd be beyond their own borders is anyone's guess. It's important to note that the current war in Ukraine has shown that the NATO members, mostly led by Poland and the US, are willing to supply lethal aid, from missiles to artillery to tanks and fighter jets, to a non-signatory nation whose defense is of a vital interest to nearby NATO members. Since Russia launched its invasion in February of 2022, NATO members have increased both their military budgets and pledged a greater amount of military spending per capita. They've also benefited from sending Ukraine their Soviet-era tanks and fighter jets, which have been replaced with upgraded models, many of them being state-of-the-art models from other member nations, like the US's F-35 stealth fighter and M1A2 Abrams tanks. NATO can also count on around 1,500 Leopard 2s and about 2,500 M1 Abrams main battle tanks, the majority of which are M1A2s, with the rest being the earlier M1A1s, with an additional 800 or so British Challenger 2s and French Leclerc and Ariettes. And while the number of aircraft on both the NATO and Russian sides appear about equal, NATO forces employ more 4th and 5th generation fighters like the F-35 and the improved and updated versions of the F-16. While Russia is still reliant on more outdated MiG-29s introduced in 1982, MiG-31s introduced in 1981, and the Su-27s introduced in 1985. These three plane types alone account for more than 750 of their total 1,100 available pre-invasion fighter aircraft, a disproportionate number of outdated and non-modernized platforms. And as has been seen in Ukraine, many of these aircraft have not been maintained sufficiently in order for them to be combat-ready anytime soon. It's clear that a war between only the European forces of NATO and the struggling military of Russia would be a one-sided affair. But how would China fare against a mostly US force? The opposing forces in the Pacific. China, it should be obvious, has not suffered from an equivalent loss of military strength as Russia has over the past year. In fact, the modernization and expansion of its military has been impressive and has caused its neighbors like Japan, Australia, India, and the Philippines to increase their own military expenditures. Yet China is still missing major components that will allow it to go toe-to-toe with the US Navy. These missing elements suggest China would be better off waiting at least 5 years, and possibly as much as 10 years, before it initiates an open military confrontation with the West. For example, the People's Liberation Army Navy, the Plan, currently operates 25 of its modern 10,000-ton Type 52D destroyers, with its own version of the Aegis-type radar system, along with 8 of the more advanced 13,000-ton Type 55A destroyers, along with 6 of the earlier 7,000-ton Type 52C ships. There are up to 12 additional destroyers currently under construction. But while these ships are designed specifically for missile and aircraft defenses, they've yet to deploy with the planned HQ-26 medium-range ship-to-air missile system, which was based on the Russian 9K-37 Buk, first developed in 1972. This new missile system is reportedly equivalent to the US SM-3 missile used by the Aegis ballistic missile defense system, and was expected to be able to engage short and medium-range ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and both manned and unmanned aircraft out to 400 kilometers. However, this capability is expected to be implemented around a year or two from first deployment, and will be even longer before it's deployed fleet-wide. Until then, China's missile defense destroyers like the Type 52 and 55 will have to make do with the upgraded HQ-16B with a reported maximum range of only 70 kilometers, a system that dates from 2011. The biggest weakness in the plan, of course, is its aircraft carrier fleet. They currently operate 3 carriers, the oldest being a 90s-era Ukrainian-built Russian-designed ship named the Liaoning with its ski jump ramp, which is also a staple of its second carrier, the Type 002 Shandong. The Liaoning isn't really considered a frontline carrier and is relegated to the role of training carrier. Its third carrier, the Fujian, currently being fitted out, is equipped with advanced electromagnetic catapults, similar to those on the U.S. supercarrier USS Gerald R. Ford. Some say copied directly from it. But that means the plan will have to train its carrier pilots on 2 types of takeoffs, and they'll need 2 different types of carrier planes to operate on those carriers. Its current training model, the JL-9G, a single-engine twin-seat aircraft first deployed in 2011, can't be used to duplicate emergency landings on any of its current carriers because it's too weak to take the continual pounding of carrier landings, and it's too underpowered to immediately take off in case of a missed landing. That leaves only simulated takeoffs and landings on ground-based mock-ups. This inability to field a true carrier trainer has led to a huge deficit in trained carrier pilots. The problem with the planned trainer is just the opposite of its carrier combat aircraft, the J-15 Flying Shark, which was mocked by Russia for trying to be a back-engineered version of a Su-33 prototype, the T-10K3, which they bought from Ukraine back in 2001. At a reported 17.5 tons, its upgraded version is now thought to be the world's heaviest carrier-borne fighter. In comparison, the US Navy's F/A-18 weighs only 14.5 tons. The J-15 suffers from either having to carry less than optimal fuel, giving it less range, or less armament, giving it less lethality if it intends to take off from the 2 ski jump-equipped carriers. It has since been nicknamed the Flopping Fish by the normally reserved Chinese press for its underwhelming performance. China's begun deployment of the Chengdu J-20, somewhat comparable to the US's F-22 stealth fighter, and have produced around 200 of them, but this aircraft cannot be adapted to carriers and remains a standard land-based air superiority fighter. China hopes to make up the difference in carrier forces with hypersonic missiles, though their reliability and readiness is still under discussion. At present, there's speculation but no confirmation that China is building a 4th carrier, though at least one recent satellite image suggests a 4th might be under construction. But the plan doesn't have enough carrier pilots for its 2 current frontline carriers, let alone a 4th. In comparison, the U.S. currently operates 11 carrier strike groups, each of which is comprised of one of its nuclear propulsion Nimitz or Ford-class supercarriers able to field 70 to 80 aircraft, one or two Ticonderoga-class Aegis-guided missile cruisers for air defense and coordination, two LAMPS-capable warships focusing on anti-submarine and surface warfare, and 2 to 3 Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyers. Each strike group is accompanied by assorted logistics and support ships and an undisclosed number of nuclear-powered attack submarines, usually 1 or 2, that coordinate with each strike group. The new Ford-class supercarriers currently in use by the U.S. Navy are undoubtedly the most powerful warships ever produced, with 1 in service and 4 more planned or currently under construction to be delivered between 2024 and 2034. There are literally no carrier groups of such lethality in any navy in the world, though the British and French navies do have their own carrier battle groups with somewhat comparable strengths. The U.S. also deploys several amphibious-ready groups built around the Wasp-class amphibious assault ships, in essence a small carrier, which can handle 6 fighters like the F-35 Lightning II and up to 24 helicopters like the Cobra gunship and the VF-22 Osprey transport vehicles. The amphibious-ready groups also include a landing platform dock ship, LPD, from the San Antonio class, capable of deploying up to 600 troops and 14 amphibious assault vehicles, and a landing ship dock, LSD, like the Harper's Ferry class and the Whidbey Island class landing ships, which can load and unload conventional landing craft and helicopters. These amphibious-ready groups can also launch dozens of autonomous drones like the X-47B. Normally 2 to 3 ARGs are forward deployed, 1 in the Mediterranean Sea or the Persian Gulf/Indian Ocean region, and 1 or 2 in the Western Pacific Ocean area. Currently, 1 ARG is based out of Sasebo and Okinawa, Japan. The ARGs are usually attached to a carrier strike group which provides protection for them from both land and sea-based attacks. The U.S. can also count on 26 Los Angeles-class, 3 Seawolf-class, and 21 Virginia-class nuclear-powered attack submarines, as well as dozens of ballistic missile submarines, each with ICBM-capable launch tubes. On the other hand, the plan operates 6 Shang-class nuclear submarines and 40 older diesel-electric submarines of much lower capability. Many experts point to the plan's superiority in total numbers of ships over the U.S. Navy, 340 to 300, but we must consider that the plan's numbers include 150 patrol craft, which are more equivalent to the U.S. Coast Guard's cutters, designed for coastal engagements only, and not really capable of the kind of blue water combat the main naval units would engage in. In addition, while the U.S. Navy appears perfectly capable of handling the current plan on its own, any shooting war will likely involve other countries that are either wary of or outright opposed to Chinese naval power projection, including Japan, South Korea, the Philippines, Vietnam, Indonesia, Australia, New Zealand, and India. Following continued efforts by China to claim the entire South China Sea as their own personal swimming pool, each of these countries has begun to beef up their own naval might. Japan, for instance, is building 2 of the largest destroyers in the world. At 20,000 tons, they dwarf even the U.S.'s 16,000-ton Zumwalt destroyers. These will complement and support Japan's 2 new Izumo and Kaga carriers, converted from previous helicopter destroyers, and will operate the F-35B Joint Strike Fighter. Once complete, the 2 carriers will be Japan's first since the Second World War. Along with Japan's increasing naval might, Australia has entered into a long-term agreement with the U.S. and Great Britain to build a fleet of state-of-the-art nuclear-powered attack submarines. India has also increased its own naval strength, while the country is still aching from violent confrontations instigated by China along its northern Himalayan border. China's true Achilles heel. And that brings up the most crucial component of any possible shooting war involving China: the fact that the country must import 70 to 75% of all their oil and natural gas through a long naval route from the Baltic through the Atlantic and past Africa, India, and Indonesia. If the U.S. or its Pacific allies wanted to interdict the flow of petroleum to China, and such a lengthy supply chain would be impossible for China to protect, then China would be looking at a 3-month delay before its countrywide truck transport system would shut down due to a lack of fuel, and 6 months before it ran out of the necessary components for the production of fertilizers, which its farmers desperately need. Their economy would collapse within a year, and massive famine would break out even if they did manage to hold off the superior U.S. Navy. This dramatic and inevitable failure of their economy and the catastrophic famine that would follow might be the main reason why China isn't looking to launch a full-scale war anytime soon. Not only is it a heavy importer of raw petroleum, it's also the world's largest importer of food. Between 2000 and 2020, the country's food self-sufficiency ratio decreased from 93.6% to 65.8%. China's leaders know that if it cannot win a war outright in a very short period of a few months, and the vast capabilities of the US Navy, let alone its numerous Pacific allies, suggest that this just isn't a reliable possibility, then they are dooming their country to losing their position as the second most powerful economy in the world, with a disastrous famine soon to follow. The lessons of the Ukraine war are also a stark reminder that a determined, well-equipped country, no matter how small, can resist an invader far more easily with today's advanced technological weapons. And while Ukraine has done a phenomenal job in gaining that capability in a mere 8 years since the first Russian invasion of 2014, Taiwan has been preparing itself for a Chinese invasion for more than 70 years. They're also a much more technologically capable nation and have a large 80-mile moat of an ocean that China would have to navigate in case of an invasion. This would not be an easy cross-border incursion that Russia attempted and failed, but it would require dozens of landing craft, easy targets for missiles, and waiting artillery. The fragility of a Russia-China alliance. In addition to logistical problems of overcoming the US Navy and the watery moat around Taiwan, China faces another hurdle: the weakness of any long-term alliance with Russia, an alliance that would merely be a castle built upon sand. Any full-scale war short of a nuclear engagement would find Russia's military virtually destroyed within the first few weeks of the conflict's launch, leaving China virtually alone. The Ukrainian invasion has spotlighted why Russia is nowhere near the military peer to the US, China, or even NATO that people thought it was. As previously mentioned, the Russian armed forces have lost over 10,000 military vehicles, including upwards of 1,900 main battle tanks, along with around 200,000 troops. The main reason they threaten the West so often with nuclear weapons is because they know they never stand a chance against the combined forces of NATO, which have more advanced equipment and better trained troops, and now might actually hold a numerical advantage as well. There are multiple reasons for the failure of the Russian military. First and foremost is the endemic corruption that riddles every layer of the Russian government, including the military. There are estimates that corruption has cost from 25 to 30% of Russia's total annual GDP, and the sanctions Russia has endured since the start of the war has caused a massive drain of its remaining economy. Not only is Russia's economy collapsing due to the surprisingly efficient Western sanctions, but that smaller economy's spending on its military is actually much less than the projected numbers. The sanctions have also shrunk the Russian economy to the size of Italy, and now puts it behind the individual states of California, Texas, or New York. Russia's nominal $1.4 trillion GDP is minuscule when compared to the EU's combined economic strength of about $15.28 trillion. Add the US and the EU's GDP together, you get about $35 trillion, more than 40% of the total world GDP. Russia will simply never be able to outspend the EU and its NATO counterpart, much less the US and EU combined. Second, Russia's never had a coherent NCO training program. Russia has lost at least 150 officers of colonel rank and above simply because their orders have to be passed almost directly from the leadership to the frontline troops. The members of NATO, the US, and even China understand that the sergeants and other NCOs have to have the independent authority to assess the war from the front lines and make immediate and effective changes in response. Russia has never had that level of independence, which leads their military to dogmatic, inflexible attacks that usually require masses of tanks, waves of infantry, and massive artillery bombardments, none of which are effective in a modern battlefield environment that is overwatched by drones, surveillance satellites, and reconnaissance planes. Third, Russia has never had the ability to manage their logistics at any distance from their rail network. The ignominious 40-mile-long traffic jam north of Kyiv from late February to March of 2022 was one glaring example of how their military cannot perform the simple task of keeping their tanks and transports full of fuel and moving. This lack of logistics has been further exacerbated by the introduction of HIMARS long-range rocket artillery systems, which can hit targets over 50 miles away, and newer smart ammunition including ground-launched small-diameter bombs, GLSDB, which can hit targets 93 miles away. These have been used to great success by the Ukrainian forces against Russian depots that have often been placed too close to the front, mostly due to their lack of logistical transport capabilities. The inherent weakness of an unequal partnership. There are additional signs that China is aware of Russia's much weaker role in any potential alliance and has been capitalizing on this inequality for some time now. At first, it was the Soviet Union that held a predominant role in any bilateral negotiations, allowing them to bully China into accepting unequal agreements. Things got so bad that the two countries almost launched a major war over a border dispute in 1969, one of several border disputes between the two countries since the 1920s. But Russia eventually decided it was better to arm the Chinese government in order to have an ally against the West. China, however, decided on its own that it'd be better to copy and/or steal whatever they could get, rather than pay the full price for products coming from the Soviet Union. Starting in the 1990s, China has openly copied or stolen Russian technology, leading at times to Russia having to swallow their pride as China sold knockoffs of their own frontline equipment. For example, in 1996, China debuted the J-11 aircraft, the first fighter made after the fall of the Soviet Union to feature significant Russian input. At first, it was an officially licensed Chinese-made copy of the Russian Su-27 multi-role fighter, whose sales were welcomed by the cash-poor post-Soviet state. Before long, however, China canceled their agreement and began producing the aircraft independently, eventually building over 400 unauthorized J-11s, equaling an economic loss to the USSR of more than $10 billion. Russia continues to sell its best or almost best military gear to China, even though they know the technology is likely to be copied, reducing what little technological superiority Russia still maintains over China. The policy dilemma has been compounded by the post-Ukraine effect on Russia's struggling manufacturing sector, which has left the shrinking Russian economy increasingly reliant on China's much larger economic base, further eroding any remaining compatibility in their relationship. More recently, President Xi has tried to bring China to the forefront in worldwide diplomacy. So when the UN held a vote to condemn the Russian invasion, China surprisingly abstained from the 141-5 vote to condemn the invasion, and in fact was a key leader of 34 other countries who also abstained. This was the first time that China had a chance to publicly support their, quote, partner, and they openly refused. This hands-off approach demonstrates China's desire to maintain its currently neutral stance regarding the Ukraine war, in hopes of trying to establish Beijing's bid for global leadership. But they can't do that if they supplied lethal aid to Russia, so they refuse to supply such support, despite Putin's pleas to the contrary. When President Putin and Xi met in Russia of March 2023, Putin had hoped that Xi would offer a deal to create a direct pipeline between the two countries, making China more reliant on Russian crude oil and natural gas and giving Russia a direct buyer for their primary export. But no such agreement was reached. Xi did say publicly that China and Russia would continue to resolutely uphold the fundamental norms of international relations based on the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. But that statement blatantly ignores the illegality of Russia's invasion in the first place, which directly violates the Charter's core precepts. Putin's hopes for any concrete agreements for aid or mutual development never materialized. The summit was summed up by historian Sergei Radchenko with an old Chinese proverb, "Loud thunder but few raindrops." He then modified that statement as, "Scratch that, even the thunder wasn't all that loud." In fact, the Putin-Xi meetings actually caused further support for Ukraine, as Japanese Prime Minister Kishida used the opportunity to make a surprise trip to Ukraine to meet with President Zelensky. Despite Xi's efforts to lead China into a role of peacekeeper and world negotiator, he still has to deal with the hawks in his own government. On the heels of the Moscow summit, the Guangming Daily wrote an extensive article, more of a semi-official position piece declaring the four no's that China says they will not put up with. Number 1, the US should not make irresponsible remarks on normal exchanges between sovereign states. Number 2, the US should not compare China-Russia relations with a small circle of US allies. Number 3, the US should not undermine China's efforts to promote peace talks on the Ukraine issue. Number 4, the US should stop using the Ukraine crisis as an excuse to attack and sanction China. Some of this rhetoric is no doubt simply strong words, but they may also signal an effort to lay the groundwork for China to ramp up its military support for Russia's war, though so far there's no evidence of that. It gets worse for Russia. In addition to everything else that bodes ill for Russia, President Xi might not be willing to go all in on supporting a leader of Russia whose future appears very uncertain. Putin's been rumored to be in ill health for years. He was filmed walking with a limp when he visited Crimea in March of 2023. And in April, there were widespread reports that he had suffered from intense head pain, a numb tongue, and blurred vision. There have been numerous indications he might be suffering from Parkinson's disease, which manifests as an uncontrollable shaking in the extremities, primarily the hands and feet. And there are additional signs he might be undergoing chemotherapy, which can result in excessive weight gain. There's also signs that Putin has killed off anyone near him that might pose a threat to his continued dominance of the Russian government. Since just before the invasion of Ukraine, over 40 of Russia's top managers, businessmen, and high-level officials have died under unclear but very suspicious circumstances. Those deaths include being found in apparent murder-suicides, like Vladislav Aveyev, vice president of Gazprom Bank, and his pregnant wife and 13-year-old daughter, who were found dead in a Moscow apartment, while a former top manager of Novatek, Sergei Protosenya, was found hanged at his villa in Spain, with his wife and 18-year-old daughter also found murdered in the house. and Pavel Pshelnikov, director of communications at Digital Logistics LLC, a subsidiary of Russian Railways, supposedly shot himself at his home in Moscow. The deaths have become so numerous that one media source has given the wave a nickname, Sudden Russian Death Syndrome. But by and far, the most conspicuous means of death has been the archaic mid-18th century habit of defenestration, that is, falling out of a high window. Ravil Maganov, vice president of Lukoil, fell out of one at the Central Clinical Hospital of the Presidential Administration in Moscow, and in February 2023, Marina Yankina, head of the financial department of the Defense Ministry, was found dead after supposedly falling from a 16th floor of her apartment. Even when a suspect is in government custody, their lives aren't safe. Most recently, Igor Shikurko, deputy general director of firm Yakuchkenerga, was discovered dead of unknown causes in his cell in a detention center in Yakut, Siberia on April 5, 2023. The extremely high number of potentially murdered rivals paints Russia in a bad light, an unstable dictatorship afraid of its own best and brightest while making enemies of its own nascent leadership. Couple that with Putin's rumored ill health, and it's just one more reason why President Xi may want to wait a year or two before cementing any permanent relationships with whoever's in charge in Russia post-Ukraine. What will Russia and Ukraine do? China and Russia are in an unenviable position. Both countries are seeing an inevitable shrinking of their populations, with China admitting an overcounting of its population during the last census by as much as 100 million. The Pew Research Center forecasts a decline from 1.4 billion people this year to 1.3 billion by 2050 and a staggering reduction to below 800 million by 2100. That's according to the UN's medium variant or middle-of-the-road projection. Russia's upside-down population pyramid is no better. They're already experiencing a massive brain drain as a repercussion from its Ukraine fiasco, which was followed by as many as 400,000 young men who left to avoid the first conscription call-up in September 2022. Combine that with an aging population, a lower birth rate, and a decrease in life expectancy of 15 years since early 2022, and Russia's population is in free fall. Both these troubled countries might believe then that their only window to have enough young males to support a war is rapidly shrinking. That leaves Putin and Xi with a difficult, if not impossible decision. Launch a war now that they're not ready for and probably can't win, or wait a few years when their populations and economies are even less capable of enduring such hardships. It's an unenviable decision for any leader to make. September 28, 2027, 0330 hours local, Ryukyu Islands, Taiwan Strait. Local residents are woken by the sound of helicopters, gradually building in intensity until the sound of a dozen Chinese helicopters approaching the local township becomes a roaring cacophony growing in intensity. Before any of the assault helicopters come into view, there's flashes of light from ships offshore, and seconds later a whining scream as shells fired by the 130mm cannons of the Type 55 destroyers just sitting off the shore smash into the beaches. The fire is very precise, and multiple defensive emplacements of the Taiwanese XTR-102 air defense guns are destroyed. But other shells hit empty stretches of coastline. The small garrison of Taiwanese Navy personnel responsible for defending the island have already moved them to new positions, leaving dummy guns made out of metal and plywood behind for the Chinese to destroy. The invasion was inevitable. Since the early summer, China had begun building up a massive invasion fleet, an effort taking months to coordinate as the People's Liberation Army Navy gathered the resources necessary for a cross-strait invasion. Hundreds of civilian vessels of all sizes had been pressed into military service to shore up the plan's amphibious capabilities. If an invasion of Taiwan was going to succeed, it needed to happen fast, and every ship that could hold a tank or armored vehicle was soon finding itself under temporary new management. The rain of shells continues as the first wave of the assault aircraft nears the beaches. Chinese Z-10 attack helicopters are the tip of the incoming aerial spear. Their job is to sniff out Taiwanese resistance and destroy it, providing protection for the incoming transport helicopters. Overhead, Chinese flying sharks are providing air defense from any Taiwanese Air Force incursions, though none are expected. The two Ryukyu Islands are many times further from Taiwan's shores than China's. By the time the Taiwanese planes would reach them, the fighting would be over. From positions obscured by camouflage netting, a steady stream of tracers fires up into the sky and at the Chinese helicopters. The surviving XTR-102 guns have been hidden from Chinese visual and thermal recon by netting interwoven with materials designed to defeat infrared detection. Now the guns glow as hot as the sun as they send steady streams of cannon fire up to the attack helicopters. But it doesn't matter anymore. The time for deception is over. Two Z-10s are smashed out of the sky by the withering fire of the remotely operated weapons. Knowing they'll be outmatched by a superior Chinese force, Taiwan has looked to automation to shore up its defensive capabilities. The computer-controlled sentry guns have been given the freedom to pick their own targets and use a variety of sensors to lock on the attack helicopters. The other Z-10s peel away and go up to gain altitude as the pilots scan for the sources of incoming fire. Twisting down into a steep dive, the choppers unleash a barrage of cannon and rocket fire at the automated guns below. Two more Chinese choppers are shot out of the sky, but eventually the automated guns go silent. The path for the dozen Z-20s, each carrying 15 troops, is open, and minutes later the first of the air assault choppers cross the surf line at just a few feet over the watertop height. The helicopters are met by a wall of ground-to-air missiles fired by the Taiwanese defenders on the ground, but under withering fire the air assault is over in less than an hour. China has seized both Weikyu Islands in an opening gambit for forced reunification of Taiwan. September 28, 1700 hours local, Washington, D.C. That son of a bitch is daring us. The American president scowled at the TV screen, currently tuned into network news and showing a pre-recorded speech by Xi Jinping, president for life of China. The Chinese president is declaring the start of reunification procedures with the breakaway province of Taiwan. He is purposefully ambiguous about the scope and methods of which China will use to reunify Taiwan, but has declared that in response to the launching of anti-ship missiles from the Weikyu Islands by Taiwanese forces, his military was forced to defend itself by seizing the islands and neutralizing the threat. It's a fait accompli attack. No different than the same type of attack NATO feared Russia would launch against one of its Baltic neighbors. That scenario, Russia was projected to take a small meaningless chunk of a Baltic nation and then immediately heavily fortify it, daring NATO to respond. If the alliance didn't invoke Article 5 immediately, then its credibility would be ruined, splintering the unifying principle of NATO. But would every member of NATO agree to World War III over some insignificant Lithuanian village? Taiwan enjoyed no such formal treaty. This was easier for China than it would have ever been for Russia. The US had been carefully preparing for a full-blown invasion of Taiwan ever since the buildup of naval forces around the strait at the start of the summer. But would the US go to war with the second most powerful nation on Earth over two islands with a total population of 400? The American president rubbed his temples vigorously. He picked up his direct line connecting him to the chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff. The words he spoke into that phone would have repercussions for the entire planet. September 28th, 0645 hours local, Fleet Base West, Australia. The sleek Virginia-class submarine spun up to full power as the harbor tugs pulled away. The HMAS Crawford was one of two nuclear-powered submarines built by the Americans and gifted to Australia to tide the nation over until its own nuclear submarine program reached maturity in the mid-2030s. 5 minutes later, the black hull was slipping beneath the waves as she steamed away from friendly shores and into harm's way. She carried only conventional weapons, 12 Tomahawk cruise missiles in her two vertical launch systems located about halfway down her spine, and 25 Mark 48 80 CAP torpedoes to launch from her forward tubes. Just one of those torpedoes had a good chance of crippling a Chinese cruiser, two would sink it. Her course was due north, where she'd join a wolf pack of American attack submarines north of the Philippines. Her captain and the crew hoped this was merely posturing, but all feared the worst. October 2nd, 1735 hours local, Ronald Reagan Carrier Strike Group West Pacific, classified. The captain of the Ronald Reagan watched the navigation display like a hawk, scarcely taking his eyes off the blue lozenge-shaped digital marker that represented the Reagan and her accompanying escort warships. The American supercarrier represented one of the greatest concentrations of military power on Earth. There were two others like it already in theater. The USS Nimitz was on patrol just east of the Philippines, and the George H.W. Bush had been reassigned to Pacific Command the moment that China began to draw up forces for a projected invasion of Taiwan. And its escorts loitered off the Japanese coast on the other side of the Japanese mainland from the USS America. 3 carrier strike groups and 1 expeditionary strike group. Washington was sending a very strong message to Beijing. As the captain watched the blue digital icon of the Reagan approach an elliptical boundary superimposed onto the navigation display, he figured it was time for the Chinese to send their own response. Pixel by pixel, the blue lozenge on the screen slowly neared the brown elliptical boundary that cut across the screen, zooming the display in so that it now showed the Reagan's position in terms of individual kilometers instead of tens of them. He held his breath as the icon neared the brown boundary at a snail's pace, and then crossed it. Despite himself, he let out a heavy sigh, slightly embarrassed at the noise it caused in the packed CIC. Sure, everyone had been holding their breath, but he was the captain. He was supposed to remain steadfast, not sound like a relieved schoolgirl that, "Sir, we're getting priority flash from Eglin. They've got thermal plumes from multiple sites near Alexazuoki. The junior officer working the ship's highly sophisticated communications gear looked as pale as a ghost. So, China had responded. The captain only hoped he looked a little more composed than his subordinate. He took a moment to compose himself before speaking. This was a shooting war now. Anything from the Hummers? Negative, sir. It's probably not us, but keep them looking. Flank speed, yeoman. The helmsman, a yeoman third class, aye-ayed her confirmation to his order. Despite the massive size of the ship, he swore he could feel it lurch a little bit as the reactor output was increased dramatically, and the supercarrier picked up appreciable speed. The top speed of a U.S. supercarrier was classified, and the Reagan was now hitting those speeds. Despite being a fraction of her tonnage, the escort vessels would struggle to keep up. The ship would go in a zigzag pattern at flank speed, with her escorts doing their best to catch up and remain in formation. The maneuver was meant to throw off incoming ballistic missiles, China's famous carrier killers. But to kill a carrier far out at sea, China needed to be able to detect it first, identify, and then track her. Over-the-horizon radar was good for detecting large ships like the Reagan, and China had come a long way in this capacity in the last 20 years. However, they offered too little in terms of identifying or tracking vessels. The IDing was up to satellites in space, who would easily image the big carrier in both visual and thermal spectrum. Satellites whizzed by too fast for a good track, though, especially given the missile's long flight time from launch to impact. That's why the Chinese had to use other methods to track the Reagan this far out at sea, and the only possible solution was a low observable long-range drone. Here too, China had made great strides. If they didn't find that drone and kill it, the world would finally see just how good the escort's SM-6 Fleet Ballistic Defense Missile really were. His combat air patrol was already on the hunt, assisted by 2 Hummers, E-2 Hawkeyes airborne early warning aircraft. Their powerful radar swept the skies in 360 degrees for hundreds of kilometers around the carrier, able to detect conventional aircraft long before they could even come within range of firing standoff weapons. Low observable or stealthy aircraft, however, were a different matter altogether. The Reagan had been prepared for this possibility and had sent up 2 combat air patrols, one northwest and one southwest of the carrier. The AESA radars were powerful, better than anything the Chinese had in their fighter inventory, but the Hawkeyes were the real quarterbacks in the sky. Without them, they'd have no chance of finding the drone potentially feeding targeting data to the incoming ballistic missiles. Sir Eglin affirms trajectory. They've got multiple other launches, but this batch is coming for us. The captain swallowed hard. Everyone knew this was a possibility. China could ill afford to allow 3 American carrier strike groups in its backyard if it was going to take Taiwan. And America had worked for the better part of 2 decades at defeating the threat that ballistic missiles posed to its fleet. Now it was up to the various links in the chain to do their job and destroy the enemy's own kill chain. He was confident that even now U.S. space assets and cyber warfare units were on the offensive, jamming, disrupting, and even sabotaging Chinese space-based surveillance networks. He was confident that the Chinese were doing the same right back at the Americans. The first shots of World War III had been both in the physical and cyber world. Minutes ticked by. The discomforting thoughts of dozens of tons of high explosives hurtling through low orbit straight at his ship weighing heavily on the captain's mind. His aircraft and ships blasted surrounding airspace for hundreds of miles with all manner of electronic noise, trying desperately to find the drone guiding Chinese missiles to their targets. The EM radiation alone was lighting up like a spotlight in the darkness, but it was necessary to spot the stealthy drone. Eagle 2-4 has a bogey at Angels 20, Dagger flight already on its heading. The commander of the strike group's air defenses had already confirmed good track on incoming ballistics. The captain checked his watch. They should be breaking back into the atmosphere in a few minutes, with the group's SM-6s being fired in volleys just before to hopefully intercept right inside the atmosphere. It was like hitting a bullet with a bullet. A dicey proposition in the best of conditions. Spotting the Chinese drone and destroying it would greatly improve their odds of survival. 150 miles away and thousands of feet up, 4 F-35s put on full afterburners as they raced toward the target sent to them by the Hawkeye. Their own radars were only now starting to pick up the bogey track, but they'd have to get closer before they could acquire a targeting solution. Speed was time, and time meant they might have a ship to come back to instead of having to ditch into the Pacific. A minute later, 2 AIM-120 long-range air-to-air missiles were on their way at supersonic speeds. The drone didn't even bother taking evasive actions. It was blown out of the sky, and the critical data link to the incoming ballistic missiles was broken. A few minutes later, the missiles that survived the storm of SM-6s coming up to greet them from below smashed harmlessly into the ocean, missing their targets by a dozen miles. But off the Filipino coast, the Nimitz strike group fared far worse. The shorter flight time meant that it was easier for China to track and target, and despite a vigorous showing from the group's SM-6s, 3 of her escort vessels were nearly broken in 2 by tons of high explosives falling out of orbit at hypersonic speeds. The Nimitz itself took a single hit after the flight deck, ripping the entire aft section apart and destroying 24 aircraft in the massive hangar below. The ship's propulsion was seriously damaged, and only one of her screws was operational as she was forced to limp south toward the safety of Australian waters. A Chinese diesel-electric sub would finish her off 2 days later, at the cost of its own life, from American ASW aircraft. The George H.W. Bush and the America both fared far better, enjoying the robust protection of both their own and American and Japanese shore-based ballistic missile defenses. The batteries of Patriot interceptors would have to choose to defend either the Japanese and American ships or inland airfields. They chose the latter, doing their best to shield the two navies from withering ballistic missile attack over the next 2 days. Airfields could be repaired, but there was no unsinking a supercarrier and her escorts. Arguably, they were much more useful in the war to come anyway, as it would take place almost solely in the air and in the water. By attacking the American and Japanese airfields, though, China committed Japan to the war. It had been a small gamble. Japan's entry into the First Sino-American War was a foregone conclusion. Japan didn't want China dominating the Western Pacific any more than the Americans or anyone else, really. South Korea had been spared, however, out of fears of dragging them into the conflict as well. In turn, China struck terms with South Korea. It would not attack the nation's military infrastructure as long as it forbade the Americans from using their forces there to launch attacks against China. Faced with the possibility of a Chinese bombardment and invasion from North Korea, South Korea struck a pragmatic if disappointing bargain. October 24th, 1101 local hours, Joint British-American Expeditionary Force, Arabian Sea. The Chinese attack on Diego Garcia had been a complete surprise to the Americans and their British allies, who had thrown themselves wholeheartedly into the war on the side of the Americans. China had managed to slip several long-range ballistic missiles into its naval base at Djibouti, the entire launch assembly miniaturized and disguised as cargo containers. It had only taken hours to move them into position and send a small volley at the joint British-American base on the small atoll of Diego Garcia. The base had weathered a far less intense attack than, say, Guam, which had been hammered with dozens of missile strikes. Its Patriot batteries had done a fair bit of work in conjunction with U.S. ships and knocked half of the incoming missiles out, but the rest had wrecked the runways, fuel storage, and hangars housing aircraft. The damage was immense, and it would take months to bring Guam back online. Diego Garcia would be fully operational in a fraction of the time, but for now, the runway used by Allied long-range strike and recon aircraft was not operational, and aircraft carriers were at a premium, badly needed closer to China's own shores. The attack had been part of an effort to disrupt U.S. and British operations in the Arabian Sea, and an attempt to dislodge the blockading force already on its way there. With their ships positioned at the mouth of the Gulf of Oman, China's badly needed oil supplies could be squeezed off. As the nation imported the majority of its oil via the sea, this put it in a seriously compromised situation. With current reserves, as well as oil being delivered from Russia, China could ration supplies of oil to its civilians, diverting most of it for combat operations. However, this would strangle the Chinese economy, while in return, China could do nothing to threaten U.S. and Allied trade. It was clear how the war would end then. In retaliation, American Special Forces, including a company of Rangers, had launched a raid on the Chinese base in Djibouti against the local government's wishes. Japanese self-defense Air Force craft flying from their own air base in the country provided close air support in the brief but intense fighting. The base was now neutralized, and it was time to do the same with the People's Liberation Army Navy ships it was supporting. Originally, the Chinese plan to dislodge the American boot on their throat had been to launch a disruptive attack on Diego Garcia, followed by an attack on U.S. naval forces by both surface and undersea platforms. But of the half-dozen Chinese attack submarines secretly sent to make a transit to the area to join in on the attack, only one had made it through Allied lines. It had been a gamble, but Chinese subs were much noisier than American or European ones. To make matters worse for the Chinese, Britain wasn't the only European power throwing its weight behind the U.S. France, Germany, and Spain had all sent ships to the region over the summer and now joined the fight directly. Russia's attack on Ukraine had solidified the NATO alliance and filled it with terrible resolve. The NATO fleet steamed west toward the smaller Chinese fleet formerly based around Djibouti. The gamble had failed. Without attack submarines for support, there was little hope of Chinese victory here. AWACS aircraft spotted the enemy fleet hundreds of kilometers away, feeding targeting data to friendly forces. At a range of 300 nautical miles, the American ships fired first, loosing a volley of AGM-158C LRASM. These long-range anti-ship missiles had recently been upgraded with the ability to be launched from U.S. Navy vertical launch cell systems on the decks of its warships, where before they could only be carried by combat aircraft. Fired in volleys, each missile carries a 1,000-pound warhead and flies to 25,000 feet. Their sophisticated sensor suite allows each missile to sniff out the electromagnetic and thermal signature of enemy ships and verify what the missile sees with an onboard library of known enemy vessels. Thus, the smart missiles avoid hitting friendly or neutral targets. Networked together, they can even designate targets in flight, so missiles don't double up or triple up on a single target unless necessary. All these capabilities, however, are a backup to its onboard data link, so if severed, the missile can still track ID and prosecute the target. Once within 100 miles of their target, the volley of LRASMs plunge toward the ocean, skimming over the top of the waves. This allows them to slip under the defensive radars until they get to within a few dozen miles of their target. The harpoons used by the rest of the US ships and their allies would have been spotted on Chinese radar long ago, but the LRASM's stealth quality allow it to get within 24 miles before air defense radars sniff them out. Immediately, the Chinese vessels fire off waves of interceptors, but fire control radars have difficulty locking on to the jet-black American missiles. The first wave of interceptors miss their targets and auto-detonate harmlessly over the ocean. The second volley of interceptors managed to destroy a few of the incoming missiles. There isn't time for a third volley. Perhaps if the Chinese enjoyed the support of an AWACS platform, they could have detected the American missiles earlier and had more engagement time with more accurate tracking. But without it, the ships are forced to rely on their own systems, limited by radar horizons and minimum tracking altitudes. Chinese Sea Whiz cannons roar to life as the air fills with thousands of supersonic tungsten rounds. The tracers make each stream of Sea Whiz fire look like an arcing laser that sweeps across the sky. More LRASMs are shredded by cannon fire, but now, under 2 miles of their targets, the black missiles suddenly pop up to gain altitude for a top attack profile that'll see them smashing into the enemy ships from above. The fleet's entire Sea Whiz systems are filling the sky with fire, knocking more missiles out of the air. But it's not enough. With thunderous roars, the 1,000-pound warheads smash into Chinese ships, punching through the top of each ship and detonating inside of them for maximum damage. Only half of the LRASM volley made it through the gamut of air defense, but the 1,000-pound warheads are devastating. To make matters worse, within half an hour, the Allied fleet will be in range of traditional Harpoon missiles, which they carry in the dozens. With a significant amount of their missile defense interceptors and Sea Whiz ammunition depleted already, there's little hope for the small Chinese fleet to hold off the onslaught to come. And even less hope that China can maintain its vital trade artery to the Middle Eastern oil. In the end, it'll matter little if Chinese forces manage to successfully land on Taiwan, an ongoing campaign that has already seen Chinese casualties in the thousands. The island has been turned into a veritable fortress with one goal in mind: hang on long enough for the Allied fleets to starve China into submission. With the Gulf of Oman plugged, Allied air power will now work to destroy the People's Liberation Army Air Force and sweep it from the skies of Taiwan, while submarines whittle away the planned ships. Taiwan will bear a heavy cost, but in the end, strangled off from its badly needed oil imports, World War III only ends one way. Russia and NATO seem just one accident away from full-blown war. But if it went down, what would it look like, and who would come out on top? Day 1. In the opening day of hostilities, NATO warplanes are immediately put into effect. Planning for every contingency, including an outbreak of hostilities over the Ukraine war, has been accomplished ahead of time, and the response is as automatic as a reflex. Nations all over Europe immediately mobilize their militaries and call up their reserves, while the United States calls up its own reserves and National Guards. A naval task force consisting of US and European vessels immediately heads for the Baltic Sea. Attack submarines and ASW vessels head for picket positions across the Greenland-Iceland-UK gap. Their job will be to stop any attempts by the Russian Navy to break out into the Atlantic, where it could potentially threaten US transports, bringing over the bulk of America's firepower to Europe. Of special concern are Russia's submarines, which must not be allowed to break out into the Atlantic at any cost. A furious hunt for any Russian subs unaccounted for begins across the Atlantic and North Pacific. In Kaliningrad, both Russia and NATO exchange a furious flurry of ground-launched cruise and ballistic missiles at each other. NATO has the firepower advantage. Russian stocks have been severely depleted due to the war in Ukraine and the need to pull from special reserves held in case of exactly this scenario. Russia has robbed Peter to pay Paul, and now it's coming up short in long-range attack missiles meant to slow down NATO air operations by destroying runways and other critical infrastructure across Poland, Eastern Germany, and the Czech Republic. These sites are well defended by modern air defense systems, though, and lacking the ability to saturate NATO defenses, Russia's strikes inflict only moderate damage, slowing but not stopping air operations. Of greater effectiveness is attacks into the Baltic NATO members, destroying ports and other coastal infrastructure. Russia is attempting to prevent NATO forces from landing in the Baltics and threatening it directly. A massive air attack escorted by MiGs devastates multiple security fortifications across Russia's land border with the Baltic states. Follow-on strikes hit at each country's military command and control networks. NATO was always hard-pressed to defend the Baltics in case of a war with Russia, and because the surprise attack left little time to deploy aircraft to defend the skies of the Baltic states, the Russian attack is largely successful. Russian troops stationed along the border immediately roll into Lithuania, Estonia, and Latvia in 3 separate thrusts toward each nation's capital. They only have a few days to secure the Baltics before NATO firepower beats it back. There's a quiet but tense peace in the north, as NATO's newest member is poised to join the fighting. Not wanting to open up an even bigger front for the already overextended Russian army, Putin tells his troops to dig in near the Finnish border. He knows it would be impossible to win a war against NATO if he opened up another front line. Leaving a token defense force while focusing the rest of the army's efforts in the south is the best option for the crazy dictator. For now, neither side dares to cross the border, so a sort of truce remains in effect. Sweden, however, has the luxury of time and distance. A NATO aspirant, Sweden knows exactly which way the wind is blowing in this war and throws its support behind NATO. Its navy begins the hunt for Russian subs, knowing that Russian air power is tied up in the assault on the Baltic states and largely unable to threaten it. Week 2. NATO has every advantage against Russia, but many of its European members experience readiness issues. An air campaign against Russian air defense networks, radar installations, command and control nodes, and other vital security infrastructure has been slow to manifest. But once it does, Russia is immediately put into the defensive. Wild Weasel combat aircraft fly into the teeth of Russian air defenses. Specially modified and equipped with special-purpose weapons, these daring pilots are trained to destroy enemy radars and air defense batteries. These must be suppressed before the bulk of NATO air power can do its job. Russia, though, has an extremely dense air defense network, and the job will take time. This means that in the Baltics, Russia currently has the advantage, as its troops push ever closer toward the Baltic capitals. However, daring raids from multiple NATO carriers in the Baltics and the activation of NATO's Rapid Response Force have slowed the Russian assault to a crawl. NATO forces only number the thousands versus Russia's tens of thousands, but many of these Russian troops are either conscripts or on rotation out of Ukraine. Though combat veterans, they still suffer from war weariness, poor training, and bad doctrine. This is a force multiplier for NATO defenders, who are better trained and equipped, and are supported by combat vehicles more capable than their Russian counterparts. But the Russian Baltic thrust has been slowed, not stopped, and realistically, no NATO member has any great hope that the Baltics can truly be defended. It'll take weeks to assemble and transport large amounts of firepower into ports still under Russian attack. Week 3. Deep penetration strikes by the American B-2 bombers flying over the North Pole inflict catastrophic damage to Russian oil infrastructure in the Far East and the Urals. Submarine-launched cruise missiles add to the destruction of all important oil refineries, processing centers, and distribution networks. This sends a cold chill down the backs of Russian leadership, as these could just have easily been nuclear attacks. Despite dense air defense networks, only a single B-2 bomber is destroyed so far in the ongoing campaign. In the Pacific, the Russian fleet is bottled up in the Kamchatka Peninsula, under threat of destruction thanks to an American carrier strike group. With shore-based Granite anti-ship missile batteries, the fleet is kept safely out of range of American vessels. The Granite missile features a 1-ton warhead, and though it might be old, it's still a capable and deadly threat to even America's big capital ships, the supercarriers. But Russia is unprepared for an air attack featuring America's newest anti-ship missile. The LRASM features a 1,000-pound warhead in a sleek body made of stealthy material. The missiles are launched from B-52s taking off from Japanese airfields at a range of over 230 miles and uses GPS and data links to guide themselves to their targets. However, on approach, the missiles go quiet and rely on their onboard artificial intelligence to plot an attack route, diving to just a few feet over the wavetops. Russian air defense radar detects them at a few dozen miles out, but they have less than 40 seconds to respond. Russian ships fire off volleys of interceptors as the LRASM's electronic brains scan the Russian ships and use image recognition software to identify each individual warship. Speaking to each other, the missiles assign their own targets as they scream in at 600 miles an hour. The volley of air defense missiles intercept multiple LRASMs, but many more punch through to hit their targets. The 1,000-pound warhead is on a delayed fuse, allowing it to penetrate into the hull of its target vessel before detonating to cause massive internal damage. Hundreds of sailors die. 6 of the 11 major surface vessels of the Pacific Fleet are destroyed. 2 more are seriously damaged. The Slava-class cruiser Varyag, flagship of the Pacific Fleet, has been targeted with great prejudice. In Europe, NATO forces are forced to pull out of the Baltics. With the Finnish front at a standstill, the Baltics were always undefendable. Kaliningrad stands in the way of NATO reinforcement, and the enclave is heavily militarized. NATO has long ago established air supremacy over Kaliningrad, but it was a difficult fight that cost the alliance dozens of attack aircraft. A ground offensive will finally begin soon, though, as NATO European firepower is massing in eastern Germany and Poland. Forces from Britain, Spain, France, Germany, and Poland will be the vanguard of this attack. Turkey leads an air and naval effort to destroy the Russian Black Sea Fleet and attack Russian positions in Crimea. NATO's other members prepare themselves for a reinforcing push into Ukraine, where they'll link up with Ukraine's defenders and push east and south into Crimea itself. Despite Russia invading NATO territory directly, most of NATO's leadership agrees that a push into Russia itself is unacceptable, and it could be a provocation to use nuclear weapons. Week 4. NATO Special Forces unleash a campaign of sabotage inside Russia, bringing down railway bridges, destroying tracks, and setting ablaze important industrial and commercial targets. Taking a cue from Ukraine, NATO SOF wages a guerrilla campaign inside Russia itself, striking hard and fast, then melting back into the population. For its part, Russia has unleashed its own campaign of sabotage, but because of efforts in Ukraine, it's severely limited in scope. A plan to disrupt NATO operations with huge numbers of Spetsnaz agents all across Europe only results in small numbers of successful operations with minimal impact on NATO's ability to coordinate or move forces. Russian air defenses have been attrited considerably all across its western flank. With unchallenged air supremacy, Russian forces in Kaliningrad are routed and destroyed as the German-led offensive smashes Russian defenses. Using weapons such as smart cluster munitions, able to select their own targets and attack them from above, NATO aircraft bring a level of destruction to Russian forces not seen since Desert Storm. NATO air losses are significant, but blunted considerably by the widespread use of stealth aircraft such as the F-35, which lead the air campaign. With their ability to network with other friendly planes, F-35s are able to get deeper into Russian air defense networks and then direct weapons launched by non-stealthy planes to their targets. Russia's air force is swept out of the sky. The only real challenge to NATO is Russia's ground-based air defenses, which must be hunted down and eliminated one by one. With the sheer numbers of them, though, the task is a slow one, in turn slowing down the ground campaign. In both arenas, though, NATO looks to be superior in terms of doctrine, tactics, and equipment. Russia's only hope is to hold NATO in Belarus and the southern Baltics. Week 6. Russian forces are increasingly spread thin across Ukraine and the Baltics. Losses in combat against NATO forces are significantly higher than against Ukrainian forces. Russia rushes masses of conscripts to man large defensive works, supported by hordes of artillery, exactly the tactic used so successfully in Ukraine. But unlike in Ukraine, Russia now faces the most technologically capable air forces in the world. American Wild Weasel aircraft systematically hunt down and eliminate enemy air defenses, allowing for aligned ground attack aircraft to swoop down on Russian artillery positions, while F-15s and Typhoons provide air cover. Russian troops, meanwhile, are being pummeled by precision artillery and special munitions launched from NATO bombers designed to destroy infantry in trenches. Every single attack is precise to within a few meters. Even in their trenches, Russian troops are not safe. Just minutes after each bombardment finishes, the rumbling of British Challengers and European Leopards is heard, descending on the defenders like an armored fist. Any Russian tanks stupid enough to try to challenge NATO armor are instead met by attack helicopters or strafed by ground attack aircraft like the vaunted A-10. Any that survive are easily destroyed by European tanks with far greater range, precision, and sensors. This is the combined arms warfare that Russia attempted and failed at in Ukraine. Week 8. NATO's biggest limitation is manpower. Despite being roundly defeated militarily when its forces meet NATO forces, Russia has been better prepared for war than NATO, and with more combat-ready ground forces. NATO has needed time to mobilize. Some nations like Germany needed time to sort out bad logistics, and the US has had to transport its firepower over to Europe. By the end of the second month of fighting, though, Russia faces the growing might of the US Army and Marines, which relieve weary European forces across much of the front. Unlike NATO, Russia can't rotate its troops out of combat, and every 2 weeks they're forced into combat with NATO troops that have had time to rest and recuperate. Under the intense pressure of Western combined arms warfare, Russian morale is quickly breaking. Much like in Desert Storm, Russian troops find themselves under attack from all domains simultaneously. NATO electronic warfare operations disrupt their ability to communicate, as deep strikes into their rear eliminate command bunkers and vehicles foolish enough to transmit orders to the troops at the front. Meanwhile, precision air and artillery attacks make it impossible for armored vehicles to operate on the front, and infantry working in conjunction with armor and attack helicopters continuously probe at defenses and immediately exploit any weaknesses. By comparison, with command networks disrupted or destroyed, Russian forces lack the personal initiative to make decisions on their own. Not that it would do much good if they did, as NATO's increasing air supremacy makes it perilous to mass forces for an attempt at an attack. Russia's only hope is to fight a continuous sequence of defensive battles, hoping to bleed NATO forces to the point that the squeamish Western public has had enough and gives up on the war. This is the one advantage Russia has over the West. Vladimir Putin has spent 2 decades preparing his people for an ideological war with the West. More to the point, though, the Russian people seem to be at their core extremely self-sacrificial and much better suited to bearing the incredible cost of this war's casualties than their Western counterparts. Russia will lose this war. It would have lost even if it had never invaded Ukraine, but after the failed invasion and decimation of its best forces in Ukraine, it has no chance of winning against NATO's might now. But if Western populations pull their support and grow squeamish about the mounting casualties, Russia has a chance to negotiate a favorable peace deal. NATO's forces are the finest in the world, but their populations might be unprepared for the costs of a real war. It may never happen, but it's the Cold War redux we're all anticipating. In a prospective fight between NATO and Russia, who emerges victorious? Before the war, the group of officials stood silently under a brilliant blue sky as 30 brightly colored flags billowed in the wind. Behind them, a crowd of onlookers under the shade of a white canopy watched the procession unfold. To their left, the courtyard's sunlit field of flags reflected in the domed glass facade of NATO headquarters on the outskirts of Brussels. It's a truly landmark day. The band began playing, a hush fell over the crowd. Jens Stoltenberg, NATO's Norwegian Secretary General, proudly stood at a small pulpit opposite a barren flagpole, watching with an array of foreign ministers, diplomats, military officials, and heads of state as a uniformed honor guard unfurled and slowly hoisted another flag before them. This one bore an unmistakable dark blue cross against a white field, symbolic of the lakes, sky, and snow that shrouds the country's verdant landscape each and every winter. This is an historic day, Stoltenberg proudly declares, as news cameras broadcast his speech around the world. We welcome Finland as the newest member of our alliance, 31 flags flying together as the symbol of our unity and solidarity. Finland's white-haired president Sauli Niinisto takes the pulpit following Stoltenberg's remarks. Humbly reflecting his predecessor's optimism, he assures the crowd of Finland's commitment to the security of all NATO member states, adding that his nation pledges to be a reliable ally that strengthens regional stability. 2,541 kilometers to the east, sunken and sullen in a well-worn leather chair, Russian dictator Vladimir Putin seethes with bitterness, listening passively as Niinisto ends his remarks on the television playing in the corner of his office. A cowering advisor at the door flinches as a water glass flies past him, shattering against the wall. "Sir," the man says to his brooding leader, "NATO has started to reinforce the Finnish border." "We expected this would happen," Putin replied coldly. "The West has gone too far. We must strike while the iron is hot." "Yes," his advisor said, pausing. "That may not be possible." Putin looks up slowly from his desk. His advisor pulls out a sheet of paper from a leather-bound folder. "We just received this from Kaliningrad Oblast. The situation is dire. Senior officers of the 11th Army Corps have defected, sir. They refuse to obey your orders. They say it's a suicide mission, that they'll be annihilated. Another Ukraine, or even worse." Putin pounds his fists on the wooden desk, screaming at his browbeaten advisor. "We cannot afford to lose Kaliningrad," he says. "If the Belarusians will not assist us, we will do it ourselves. NATO will not get away with their blatant intervention in Ukraine. Now we will see how united they really are. Send in the Spetsnaz, the First Guards, and any other elite troops we've left. Tell them to take the Suwalki Gap, invade Lithuania, and restore order to Kaliningrad. With NATO and the Poles cut off from the Baltics, we'll see how much the Finns and the rest really want to fight." The advisor nods, backing away into the corridor. Putin's plan was a little more than a pipe dream, and he knew it. The First Guards had been all but destroyed in Ukraine, its elite corps replaced by untrained conscripts. What would the Spetsnaz do against overwhelming air power? This contingency was years, even decades old, a Soviet-era scheme. The army was not what it once was. With these thoughts running through his head, he hears Putin yell from down the hallway, "This time, imperialist NATO will get the war they always sought." Later that week, NATO's battalion-sized, forward-based multinational deployment in Lithuania is overwhelmed by onrushing Russian troops, which had for months been stationed in Belarus. They speed across the rural Suwalki Gap, bisecting Kaliningrad and Belarus, seizing crossroads, setting up air defense systems, and briefly sending NATO's tripwire forces into retreat. Back in Belgium, NATO's governing body congregates and triggers Article 5. This is it, one official soberly tells the other. This is the big one we've all been waiting for. We're at war with Russia. Call President Zelensky, tell him we're now in this with him to the very end. We know you're probably laughing right about now. War with Russia? You're saying incredulously? The same Russia that can barely make inroads against a country 28 times smaller than itself? A country with 100 million fewer people? The same Russia that has allegedly already suffered 250,000 casualties in a single year of fighting? A figure higher than the entire number of soldiers killed in every war the Soviet Union and Russia has fought in since World War II combined? Well, yeah, that Russia. As counterintuitive as it now seems, Russia still poses a grave threat to the Eurasian security and Western values the world over. It may never happen, but Western analysts have contemplated a number of hypothetical scenarios where a series of cascading crises align in just the right way for war to break out between NATO and Russia. These take existing conditions in Ukraine into account, which have undoubtedly altered both the Kremlin and NATO's calculus over the past year. Russia simply does not have the same fighting strength nor the reputation it once had, and Ukraine is blunting the Russian bear at a fraction of what might have cost NATO countries to do so in a World War III scenario. So how could NATO and Russia end up at war? If we know NATO's defensive posture prohibits it from initiating hostilities, what are the pathways to horizontal escalation, that is, expanding the conflict beyond Ukraine's borders, that Russia could conceivably take? The war in Ukraine has left NATO policymakers in a bind. They know they must try to help Ukraine fight effectively without appearing as though NATO is engaging in the war itself. This has resulted in a number of indirect strategies, everything from donating military aid to offering military training in NATO territories, all of which have had a positive effect on the battlefield. But they also invite scrutiny from Putin and his bitter band of propagandists who portray NATO's actions as tantamount to escalation. Meanwhile, they cleverly ignore the fact that they were the ones to invade in the first place. Rules for thee, but not for me. The most plausible of the escalation scenarios arises from this combustible dynamic: NATO's desire to assist Ukraine and Putin's clear disdain for said actions. The probability of Russia attacking NATO while it's bogged down in the ongoing bloodbath in Ukraine depends in part on how Putin interprets the actions of the United States and its allies. If the past is any guide, we shouldn't put anything past him. The seedlings of the first and arguably most plausible scenario for war between NATO and Russia might already have been planted. That is, in the rapidly unfolding crisis in Ukraine over the past year. The die has already been cast, locking in the US, Russia, and NATO in an escalation spiral that will continue to deteriorate until a state of general war emerges. The signposts for this scenario are already visible. The US and its Western allies imposed tremendous sanctions on Russia after its invasion, citing the unprovoked nature of the attack. They have committed to supplying Ukraine with much-needed military support. Moscow, until now, has not really responded to NATO's overt assistance in any meaningful way. As more Russian Mobiks are killed with American-made M4s, more aircraft are shot down with British-made Starstreak missiles, and more tank turrets are launched into the stratosphere with Swedish AT-4s, Putin decides that enough is enough. He starts retaliating covertly, approving a sweeping comprehensive cyber attack on NATO's critical infrastructure. Maybe he authorizes the assassination of a key military or political figure. Maybe he sponsors more sabotage missions on the Western support structures fueling Ukraine's war effort. Either way, NATO will incrementally escalate their involvement. Putin then escalates in kind, and before you know it, this tit-for-tat escalatory cycle leads to a clash between NATO and Russian troops, and boom, World War III has begun. It's a vague, casual chain, but it's arguably the most plausible catch-all scenario for escalation to World War III. What about a more direct path? In another scenario, Putin greenlights a direct preemptive kinetic strike on NATO in the belief its forces are poised to attack Russian forces in Ukraine. It's conceivable that Finland's recent accession to the NATO alliance might have something to do with this. In the matter of 1 year, NATO's border with Russia has doubled, adding over 800 miles of densely wooded, difficult-to-patrol tundra. The Baltic Sea has come firmly under NATO's protection, with Kaliningrad being the only Russian outpost in an otherwise Western-friendly sea of states. For nearly 3 decades, there was a type of quote-unquote gentleman's agreement in effect that prevented NATO from really bolstering their frontier forces near Russia. Before the war in Ukraine, both Russia and NATO had respected the terms of the 1997 NATO-Russia Founding Act. committing both sides to avoid reinforcing or permanently stationing forces on the territories of the former Warsaw Pact states or across Russia's neighboring NATO-aligned countries. This has meant that for years, NATO has only positioned anemic, battalion-sized multinational battle groups in places like Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, something they call tripwire forces, that are meant to delay a Russian advancing unit until NATO can flood the battlefield with its more robust response force and very high-readiness joint task force. NATO understands that as long as Russia didn't escalate, it wouldn't need to reinforce these frontline units. Of course, Russia broke this gentleman's agreement when it invaded Ukraine. That's why Finland joined NATO in the first place, and that's why NATO now has a clear pathway to bolster its presence in these critical areas by rotating and increasing the capabilities of permanently based multinational units. If Moscow perceives this movement of NATO troops as a threat to its security, it might believe that it has little choice but to blunt the damage NATO can inflict by committing to a first strike against NATO's resources, hence our hypothetical opener. The West shouldn't be worried about such an attack though. Moscow's conventional long-range missile supply has been seriously drained in Ukraine, leaving it with far less munitions to initiate, much less support a preemptive strike on crucial NATO targets in Europe. To get more bang for his buck, Putin might simply level up to the next best thing far earlier than anyone expected: non-strategic nuclear weapons, something Russia still has in abundance. It would have massive consequences, but it might be his only chance to level the playing field. He will gamble that the West will not enter into a mushroom-shaped death cycle by retaliating with nuclear force. How could we even get to that point? Well, it's not as far-fetched as you might think. If you've been keeping up with the news, you've seen the Russians commit war crimes almost everywhere they've gone, from Bucha to Irpin and more. The brutality of Russia's campaign through Ukraine has truly opened Western eyes to the savagery of war and the danger of allowing aggressive tyrants to sponsor carnage on this scale. Recently, a video has surfaced showing laughing Russian soldiers gunning down a defiant Ukrainian prisoner in cold blood. In another case, we see a chilling throwback to the preferred attention-grabbing tactic employed by ISIS militants being replicated by the Russians in a video showing a Ukrainian prisoner being beheaded by his Russian captors. It is chilling stuff, and if it continues, public outcry against Russian war crimes might compound until it's created the necessary impression that NATO must intervene to stop the carnage. Such public outrage might be enough to mobilize more direct military action to compel Russia to cease its barbaric and misguided crusade. If Russia can provoke this kind of response from the West, and most importantly, if it feels the West might authorize a NATO first strike, something that would most likely take the form of a large-scale air attack on vital military targets, then it might just decide to strike first. There's also a good chance that a war arises through some form of miscommunication or misinterpretation of enemy actions. We've already seen a few near misses in the last 12 months. Whether that be wayward UAVs, missiles, or artillery rounds gone awry, it's not inconceivable that a similar event leaves an even bigger collateral footprint that provides just precedent for horizontal escalation. Putin and the Kremlin have always been paranoid about NATO's long-range strike capabilities. They're thanking their lucky stars the West hasn't yet equipped Ukraine with their longest-range missiles, the Army Tactical Missile Systems, or ATACMS, which can strike up to 300 kilometers away. Fearful of a political decapitation strike launched near its borders, Putin could decide enough is enough and launch a preemptive strike of his own, with the goal of coercing NATO into not intervening further in the conflict. If he did decide to do this, how and where might Putin try to strike to inflict the most damage? The most likely scenario might be something Russia already tried to do: interdict the channels of the Western military assistance to Ukraine. Say, for example, the latest delivery of Western aid, the Bradleys, the Abrams, the Leopards, and the Challengers, ultimately contributes to a successful Ukrainian counterattack akin to those we witnessed last year in Kharkiv and Kherson. Then, say, Poland and Great Britain decide to do what NATO has been debating since the start of the conflict, donating fighter jets to Ukrainian forces in a bid to further turn the tide. If the fighter donations are anything like the debate surrounding Western tanks, in all likelihood many more will soon follow. There's a possibility that Moscow recognizes its position in Ukraine will deteriorate unless it acts, and the best way to stop the flow of vehicles would be to strike the supply depots, airfields, and railway lines facilitating these deliveries before they can affect the balance of the war any further. Cutting off the flow of weapons and vehicles wouldn't necessarily have to involve deep stocks of precision-guided missiles. We know the Russians don't have as many of these as they'd like. It could be a concerted cyber warfare campaign, covert operation, or an alternative gray zone activity just under the escalatory threshold that gets the job done. According to a RAND report, Russia reportedly undertook such an effort relatively recently, Press accounts suggest that Russian operatives covertly destroyed an arms depot in the Czech Republic in 2014, presumably to prevent the weapons it contained from being shipped to Ukraine. Attacking covertly would probably avoid full-scale retaliation from NATO. Putin will fall back on his plausible deniability, while NATO convenes an Article 5 summit and weighs an appropriate response. Just how far NATO's retaliatory strikes would go would depend on the scale and destructiveness of Putin's initial attack. There is a third possible route to war, one in which things get so bad in Russia itself it forces Putin to escalate. Thus far, Putin has proven adept at maintaining his grip on power and stifling anti-government protests that have popped up in response to the invasion of Ukraine. Like it or not, the West has a rich history of sponsoring regime change around the globe. As things get worse for Russia, it's possible that Western strategists identify and seize the opportunity to help local protest and partisan groups consolidate and amplify their voice. Moscow sees threats everywhere. As it always has done, it'll blame the protests on Western intervention, real or imagined. Exacerbated by sharp economic downturns, political instability and chaos erupts throughout the country. Popular unrest grows in scale, essentially destroying the government's ability to control its people. Putin now has two options: stage an internal coup he can easily stifle and blame it on NATO, or strike NATO targets, absorb the retaliatory strikes, and hope they're enough to unify his people against a common enemy once more. NATO versus Russia. They say you can't trust anything you see on the internet these days, but it's getting harder and harder to ignore some of these antiquated weapons sightings surfacing on social media. Recently, images of actual Russian T-54s being pressed into service reveal just how deep the Russians are digging into their Soviet-era stockpiles. These things are true antiques, and if they're any indication of the contemporary state of the Russian military, it would be in deep trouble if it ever came into contact with NATO. It's worth reviewing the relative state of each side's military capabilities here. NATO is fortunate, at least far more fortunate than Russia in this hypothetical. Its robust network of military alliances and partnerships throughout Europe mean it would be far from alone in a war against Russia. There is strength in numbers and resolve in collective resilience. The force multipliers you get when you pool the diverse capabilities of military allies is not something Russia could count on. Not that it could capitalize on such a situation even if it could. In fact, Russia can only really count on direct cooperative assistance from Belarus. And amid attempts to not involve the nation in the Ukraine war, Belarusian loyalty to Russia is an especially unproven commodity. While Russia has struggled to coax Belarus into fighting alongside it, NATO's military force now exceeds 6 million personnel, well over 4 times that of Russia. The tip of NATO's spear is much sharper, not to mention its vastly more refined support structure that is categorically superior in almost every way. According to Statista, NATO has about 5 times as many aircraft, 4 times as many armored vehicles, and 3 times as many military ships. Not to mention the backing of the world's biggest defense spender, the US. Its defense budget alone is well over 10 times that of Russia, who spent a paltry $80 billion on defense last year. Russia is in the midst of a new military reform, something its Ministry of Defense announced at the end of 2022. Most see this as little more than a haphazard attempt to patch a sinking ship. They're trying to grow their modern military to the size it was over 2 decades ago, but today there remains a lack of specialists in charge of maintaining military equipment and vehicles, while the military infrastructure inherited from the USSR no longer exists, meaning rebuilding efforts will be slow. Additionally, there were tens of thousands of auxiliary positions like military financial officers and army construction workers, which have also ceased to exist. Russian journalist and military analyst Pavel Felgenhauer explained the situation well when he said, "The nominal size of the armed forces cannot be increased in a realistic and meaningful way. Russia lacks qualified junior officers. There's nobody to command the conscripts they're throwing to the battle. The army of 1.5 million soldiers Russia dreams of is a little more than a bureaucratic fantasy." Still, Russia is frantically trying to restore its depleted forces to the numbers it boasted prior to the invasion of Ukraine. It isn't working. Its armed forces today are lacking in some areas of modern military technology, including drone capability, electronic components, and radar and satellite reconnaissance. Felgenhauer told the media, "Yes, we have weapons, but our reconnaissance capabilities are weaker than our attack capabilities. So we have long-range, sometimes precision-guided weapons, but we don't always know where the target is. But we know all about Russia's material and doctrinal deficiencies. What about its ability to actually embark on what we all fear it might? Invading NATO." Back just a few years before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, a study by RAND's Arroyo Center analyzed Russia's ability to project and sustain large-scale conventional forces beyond its own immediate neighborhood, based off its performance since the end of the Cold War in Syria and Ukraine. It concluded, that its expeditionary capabilities were relatively limited owing to a lack of overseas allies, strategic lift assets, poor maintenance of its logistics lines, and an inability to marshal enough support to wage combined operations at a significant distance from Russia's borders. Things have gotten a lot worse. Factor in the fact that Russia is already poor at training and has been integrating newly mobilized recruits as early as its interventions in Chechnya and Georgia. The reason it scrapped its mobilization army concept and transitioned to a majority volunteer force to begin with, and you're left with a hollowed-out, unsupported force structure that, on its best day, could only carry out rapid intervention and seizure of territory on Russia's border. Well, it tried that in Kyiv and it failed. NATO has the edge in the number of tanks, the edge in infantry fighting and armored vehicles, the edge in MRAPs, the edge in self-propelled and field artillery platforms. You get the point. Whatever Russia has, NATO has more of it. Just about the only area of parity is nuclear capacity. Collectively, NATO possesses just over 6,000 nuclear weapons, virtually the same as Russia. Of these, it has deployed somewhere in the region of 2,400, compared to Russia, which has deployed only 1,500 of its own. Russia does have the edge in tactical nuclear weapons, almost 2,000 of them to NATO's 500. But if you're going to use a tactical nuke on the battlefield, you might as well scale up to the real thing. The war begins. Western analysts were once confident Russian ground forces could rapidly seize Baltic territory, overwhelm NATO's frontier defenses, and seize the capitals of Estonia and Latvia in something like 60 hours. Today, estimates for this type of worst-case scenario have come under serious scrutiny. If Russia somehow ever drummed up the means of invading the Baltics, it would retain some advantages. Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania are relatively small countries with humble military capabilities, and as previously mentioned, NATO only sustains a small forward presence in those countries, about 4 battalions worth of light forces with sparse artillery support, and most importantly, no main battle tanks. These forces would be purely defensive, hoping to inflict damage on Russian columns while buying time for NATO to flood reinforcements and resources forward. Here, NATO suffers a rare comparative disadvantage. Yes, it could rapidly deploy overwhelming air power to support the front lines, but thanks to its Kaliningrad and Belarusian garrisons, much of the Baltics are firmly under protection from Russia's integrated air defense system. NATO would have to rush mobilized mechanized forces, armored brigades, and other rotational units long distances to the front using limited rail throughput, complicated by the fact that European countries speak different languages and have different transportation networks and policy restrictions governing the movement of military forces through their territory. This can extend deployment timelines by days or even weeks. In reality, though, this would frankly be delaying the inevitable. Even if it took months, the US and its Western NATO partners would eventually make their way to the Baltics, albeit probably under fire as they did so. Russia fears Western air power. It will rely on its air defenses to keep NATO fighters, helicopters, and multi-role attack aircraft at bay. Heavy artillery barrages and long-range air-to-surface and cruise missile strikes would feature prominently in the ensuing fight, at least as long as either side's stock remained filled. Nowhere in the rear would be safe. But this is precisely where NATO would shine. It far outclasses Russia in terms of its ability to gather and share intelligence, acquire targets, and destroy them more precisely. Russia has shown its affinity for massive indirect artillery barrages, which serve as more of a psychological tool in a long attritional conflict than a way to generate operational momentum. Eventually, NATO would target and destroy all of Russia's medium and short-range air defenses and establish air superiority. It would prioritize Russia's communications and logistics networks. With those crippled, it would only be a matter of time before its armor, air, and artillery, working with massed multinational formations, sweep Russia from the battlefield and restore order to the Baltics. Where does it end? A month into the conflict, and Russia's resources will be straining to the breaking point. The West will show no signs of weakening. Putin will do everything in his power to make a statement, trying to get the West to negotiate a settlement that leaves him with a tangible return on his aggressive investment. NATO's objectives are clear. It will not negotiate with Putin until every inch of its territory is secure. By this point, there will be few options left for beleaguered Russian forces. Cyber attacks, gray zone warfare, and rogue militias terrorize villages and towns across Russia's borders. NATO responds with more shelling, artillery, and precision strikes in kind. Putin has failed to seize the Kaliningrad corridor. He's failed to gain a foothold in the Baltics. NATO has restored Ukrainian sovereignty, launching a lightning counteroffensive into Crimea. In the east, Putin's Air Force and Pacific Fleet, along with their communications arrays, have been mauled by American forces operating out of Japan, Guam, and Alaska. Putin has no recourse left. His Army, Navy, and Air Force are in tatters, having sustained far greater losses than NATO. Kaliningrad capitulates. The borders of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania are secured. As Russian troops surrender en masse, Putin sues for peace, is assassinated, or commits suicide, take your pick. We should count our lucky stars that we didn't have to live through the Cold War, when the threat and the stakes of a NATO-Russia confrontation were far higher than they seem today. Yes, the threat of nuclear annihilation remains omnipresent, but Russia's military capabilities have been laid bare in Ukraine, where after over a year of fighting, it has thoroughly revealed itself to be out of its depth against an enemy supported by the West. If the West could throw its full weight into the type of existential conflict Ukraine is fighting today, things would probably be very, very different. Known among U.S. military circles as the King of Battle, and in the Russian Army as the God of War, field artillery has historically played a huge role in every major conflict until the 21st century. However, because NATO has been embroiled in fighting the war on terror for the past 20 years, some crucial artillery skills have started to slip. Additionally, with Russia having plenty of tactical experience employing massed artillery in 4 conflicts over the past 20 years, they've learned plenty of lessons. Russia could use these lessons to great effect against their enemies. Because of that, it begs the question of whether Russian artillery could smash NATO forces. As far as raw equipment, as it stands today, the numbers are evenly matched. Though Russia does outclass even the US regarding the sheer number of towed and self-propelled artillery systems. The numbers are practically equal when all of NATO alliances combined, but the main difference is in the quality of the equipment. The US 155mm Paladin and German Panzerhaubitze are both state-of-the-art deadly systems for self-propelled guns. With great mobility, extended ranges, and advanced fire control computers, these are just 2 examples of self-propelled guns that NATO could use to fight against Russia. As for the Russians, they rely heavily on Soviet-era equipment that they continually upgrade to remain relevant. Russia heavily relies on the 2 S-19 self-propelled gun as the backbone of its frontline battalion tactical groups. Older models like the 2S5 and 2S1 have routinely made their way onto the battlefield due to heavy casualties of Russian forces in Ukraine. Despite receiving upgrades to sensors, radars, fire control computers, and munitions, the chassis on these vehicles are often 30, 40, or 50 years old. Because of this, with limited supply chain support for parts, when these vehicles suffer battle damage or otherwise break down, they have to be written off as a total loss. The situation does look a bit more even when comparing Russia and NATO tube artillery. Both militaries rely on Cold War-era designs and technology even today. While Russia has kept most of these designs because of basic economic necessity due to not having enough money to fund research projects for newer systems, US and NATO countries have kept older tube artillery in their inventories primarily due to a lack of need for newer systems. NATO countries have instead heavily invested in advancing fire control technology, communications, and munitions for their guns. These advances aim to make these guns the most accurate ones in the world. For example, munition types like the Excalibur or Copperhead, guided by GPS and laser guidance, have become a mainstay in NATO arsenals. This focus on precision-guided munitions has increased accuracy, but has dramatically increased cost. The high costs of these rounds, often with a price tag of $80,000 or more per round, have precluded the US and NATO from building large stockpiles of shells. Even though NATO would have a slight edge over Russia due to its precision-guided munitions, a victory over Russia is still not guaranteed. That's because of the way Russia trains and employs its artillery forces. One of the fundamental differences between the 2 ground forces is how artillery is used. In NATO countries, artillery fire is used to support advancing infantry forces. In the Russian army, infantry advances are made to gain advantageous positions for Russian artillery to shoot down onto the enemy. This is because, unlike NATO countries, Russia relies primarily on direct fire operations when employing its towed and self-propelled artillery. Artillery batteries can fire any one of a number of fire missions. There are 5 main categories of fire missions, and these can be further broken down into offensive and defensive operations according to Western doctrine. In NATO militaries, artillery fires tend to be long-range with precision munitions. These kinds of fire missions have several benefits. Firstly, they keep artillery crews out of the range of counter-battery fire. Counter-battery fire is when an enemy targets an adversary's artillery positions to knock them out. The longer ranges also give crews more time to correct their fires, since they're in less physical danger than they were if they were closer to the front lines. However, because these operations rely on precision-guided munitions, their rate of fire is slow and the overall costs are high. The Russian doctrine is the exact opposite of this. The Russians primarily use all their artillery systems in a direct fire role. Direct fire is when a gun crew can see an enemy target with their own eyes. This kind of engagement typically happens from several hundred meters to a few kilometers. Because Russia focuses on direct fires, they keep their artillery very close to the front lines, typically only about 2 to 6 kilometers behind the forward positions. How this works in real life is that artillery crews can get direct feedback straight from frontline troops instead of playing a game of telephone from a forward observer to a fire control center and to the individual battery, like in NATO militaries. Russia has a distinct advantage over NATO armies since NATO countries only teach direct fire as a method of last resort. Russia chooses it as its go-to method, and it's quite effective. The Russian affinity for direct fire came from its experience in World War II. Throughout most of the war, Soviet artillery focused on direct fire support. By the war's end, like in the Battle of Berlin, 80% of Soviet artillery fires were being utilized in a direct fire role. NATO gunners would not be ready if asked to perform such tasks. In fact, their equipment would not even allow it most of the time. For example, the US M109A6 and M109A7 Paladin, the mainstay of Western self-propelled guns, do not even have a direct-fire gun sight on their barrel. If crews were forced to perform this task, they would have to sight targets directly down the barrel, which is inaccurate at best. Russian artillery would also have another advantage over NATO: sheer volume. As stated earlier, NATO militaries prefer precision over volume to minimize collateral damage. Russia, of course, does not care about collateral damage. We can see this in the way they order fire missions for their gun crews. In the US Army, gun crews could get orders to suppress, neutralize, or destroy a target. Suppressing fire is not meant to be destructive and encompasses only enough fire to disrupt enemy operations or restrict their movement. A fire mission meant to neutralize an enemy only means about 10% of that force to be destroyed. Destroying a force in US eyes involves taking out 30% of the enemy unit. Russian doctrine takes this to the extreme. In comparison, Russian suppressive fire aims to take out 30% of the enemy force, while annihilation, the Russian equivalent of destruction, aims to eliminate 70 to 90% of an opposing force's personnel. How they accomplish this is through sheer volume. To calculate how much ordnance a fire mission would take, the Russian military created a nomograph that combines variables like caliber, duration, target type, and mission. For an example of what an annihilation fire mission would look like, the nomograph for infantry in the open suggests 600 rounds per 12 guns fired every 15 minutes. Such huge ordnance expenditures are only possible because Russia relies heavily on dummy weapon systems. Why Russia relies on less precision-guided munitions is not necessarily because of not having the capability to produce those systems, but the costs involved. Russia has made limited munitions similar to NATO Excalibur and Copperhead munitions. However, due to the costs, Russia has favored mass-producing artillery projectiles over those munitions. At the cost of $80,000 per round, Russia would have burned $48 million for that one fire mission on infantry in the open. The Russian government simply does not have that money to support that kind of expenditure. However, do not think that Russia does not try to make their dumb munitions smart. The way that Russia makes its artillery rounds smart has been through its proliferation of drones. In NATO countries, it's standard now for just one drone per artillery company, while Russia mandates that each artillery observer gets one. To demonstrate just how many drones Russia has bought over the past decades, from the Russian invasion of Georgia in 2008 to the war in Donbass in 2014, the Russian drone inventory increased ninefold to almost 2,000 drones. Unlike their Western counterparts, practically all of those drones are unarmed. Most drones bought are commercially available, like the ones Russia bought from Israel. Because the drones Russia uses are cheap, they can blanket the sky no matter how many are shot down. Russian artillery crews are trained quite well in using drones to correct for artillery fire. US and NATO countries have been using drones as a reconnaissance tool for their artillery observers, but do not possess the skill to specifically use drones to adjust their fire as Russian gunners do. Instead, NATO countries rely heavily on GPS to know where they are and where they're shooting. Because of that, this would be another flaw if NATO were to get into a shooting war with Russia. In the days before GPS, gunners would have to be excellent mathematicians. Using various formulas and celestial sights from the stars and sun, they would have to do all the calculations for artillery fire by hand. GPS and fire control computers have all but eliminated these skills from NATO armies. However, even though NATO would be quite disadvantaged in a GPS-denied environment, so would their Russian adversaries. After the fall of the Soviet Union, most of the artillery schools and training grounds became part of the newly founded countries. Because of this, the Russian Artillery Corps faced a brain drain of sorts. Newly commissioned officers lack the skills required to multitask as platoon commanders, fire control officers, and forward observers like in the Soviet model. It wasn't until rather recently that the Russian military started trusting non-commissioned officers to carry out some of these tasks. US and NATO militaries have routinely relied upon their enlisted personnel to do these tasks for generations. So the West would have a win there. The West would also have a win in encrypted communication. As evidenced by the war in Chechnya and now in Ukraine, Russian units routinely lack even the most basic of secure communications. Unlike in the West, where soldiers can feel confident their communications are secure, Russian soldiers consistently operate in environments where the enemy listens to their every move. Communications were so bad during the Second Chechen War that Chechen rebels would routinely call in fire missions on Russian troop positions using their own artillery. Another disadvantage would be the Russian economy, because due to the mountain of sanctions Russia has been under, they can no longer manufacture their precision-guided munitions. In fact, Russian industry is even having issues with producing dumb munitions. In recent news reports, Russia has had to buy boatloads of artillery shells from North Korea since Russia cannot build its own conventional ordnance at the rate it needs. If NATO and Russia were ever to get into an actual conflict, the arsenal of democracy would far outpace Russian production in munitions. Additionally, even though Russian troops have more experience using drones and the war on terror degraded some skills among NATO gunners, NATO militaries could easily bridge these knowledge gaps due to the professionalism of NATO militaries over Russia. Unlike the mass of untrained and unmotivated Russian conscripts, US and NATO troops are more professional, motivated, and intelligent. If war really were to break out, though it might be a tough few months in the beginning, once the West closes their knowledge gaps and ramps up production of precision munitions, Russian troops would be outgunned on the battlefield. The US-China Cold War has already started. Are the US and China headed for a Cold War? The US-China confrontation is not another Cold War. These are just some of the headlines you'll see in various articles, essays, and think pieces discussing a potential Cold War between the US and China, or the Cold War 2.0, as some publications have labeled it. So, which one is it? As it turns out, it only took one balloon to get a definitive answer to the question. We are, of course, referring to the infamous Chinese spy balloon shot down off the coast of South Carolina by the US Air Force. What followed can only be described as mass hysteria. After all, many still remember the effects of a similar aircraft, the U-2 spy plane, on provoking record-high tensions between the US and Soviet Union in the Cold War 1.0, if you will. Though the media storm surrounding the incident caused a lot of chaos, one thing was perfectly clear: a Cold War between the nations already exists. It might not be a repeat of the Cold War, but it's a Cold War nonetheless. But how did we get here, and more importantly, how will the situation develop? Are we headed towards certain death and destruction, or is there a way to diffuse the growing tensions? That's what we're here to discuss. Let's start with where it all began, although this might be easier said than done. You see, one of the defining characteristics of a Cold War is that there is no formal declaration of war. With a hot war, it's relatively simple. The assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand caused World War I, while the Nazi invasion of Poland sparked World War II. And with a Cold War, things aren't as clear-cut. The supposed beginning of such a war can only be perceived retrospectively by examining past incidents between the opposing countries. So that's precisely what we'll do. But let's get one thing clear before we start. The US and China have been circling each other for decades, so the complete timeline of major incidents between the countries is quite a tangled web, filled with diplomatic tensions, economic competition, and strategic maneuvering. Though much ink has been spent debating when the Cold War between the US and China officially started, we can all agree on one thing: the nations have historically not seen eye to eye on numerous important issues. In fact, one of those first issues was the very establishment of the People's Republic of China, or the PRC, in 1949. This declaration came on the heels of a long and tumultuous civil war, which ended with the peasant-backed communists led by Mao Zedong defeating the nationalist government of Chiang Kai-shek. Now, if you had to guess, which side do you think the US was backing at the time? Yeah, the losing side. Even after the founding of the PRC, the US didn't change course. It supported Chiang's exiled Republic of China government in Taipei, Taiwan's capital city. According to many experts, this was the move that irreparably damaged the relationship between the US and China, setting the stage for several decades of deep mistrust and animosity between the nations. Interestingly, Taiwan will remain at the center of this geopolitical tension for decades to come. But for now, let's run through some of the initial flashpoints that escalated the rivalry between the US and China. In 1953, President Dwight Eisenhower lifted the US Navy blockade of Taiwan, allowing Chiang Kai-shek to deploy over 70,000 troops to the Taiwan Strait a year later. Perceiving this as a provocation, the People's Republic of China responded by shelling Kenmen and the Matsu Islands, where the troops were stationed. The PRC did so despite being warned against the move by the US, and even worse, the shelling killed 2 US military advisors in the process. In November of that same year, the PRC's People's Liberation Army bombed the Tachen Islands, renewing the Cold War fears of a communist expansion in Asia. Though initially the US signed the Sino-American Mutual Defense Treaty in December 1954, this didn't prevent the country from threatening a nuclear attack on China as early as April of the next year. Given how pivotal nuclear weapons were in the First Cold War, it's easy to see why many think the current US-China relations as its second iteration. But the threat had seemingly done the job. The People's Republic of China agreed to negotiate, leading to a ceasefire in May 1955. But of course, all the fundamental issues remained to brew just below the surface, leading to new crises just a few years down the road. In 1959, the Tibetan people decided they'd had enough of the Chinese rule, initiating a widespread uprising in Lhasa, the region's capital. Though the uprising started off as a series of peaceful protests, it quickly turned violent as the PRC forces cracked down on protesters, killing tens of thousands in the process. Once again, the US was on the side that the People's Republic of China perceived as hostile, reportedly helping arm and train Tibetan resistance. As you can imagine, that didn't go down well with the PRC's leadership. What also didn't go down well was the US's increased involvement in the Vietnam War following the 1964 Gulf of Tonkin incident, where US destroyers were attacked by the Vietnam People's Navy, or the North Vietnamese Navy as it was called at the time. In response, China amassed troops along its border with Vietnam, but the escalation didn't stop there. China conducted its first test of the atomic bomb around the same time in October 1964. And just like that, nuclear weapons are back in the picture amid rising US-China tensions. As the 16-kiloton bomb exploded at the Lop Nur facility in Inner Mongolia, so did the fear of what the country could do with such a powerful weapon. The US, who believed that China didn't have the capacity to build a nuclear weapon, scrambled to understand how the weapon came to be. One of the theories was the Soviet Union supplied the necessary uranium to China. To say that possibility was alarming to the US was a severe understatement, as it would occur during a period of unprecedented tensions between that country and the communist bloc. Luckily for the US, or thanks to the US if you ask China, the Sino-Soviet split was underway. The two communist superpowers primarily clashed over ideology, leading to a gradual deterioration in relations, culminating around 1969. Though the Sino-Soviet relations would normalize in 1989, the same year brought about another event that would have the opposite effect on the Sino-American relations: the student demonstrations in Beijing's Tiananmen Square. In a move that comes as no surprise to anyone who's learned about what we've talked about thus far, the CCP responded with excessive violence, clearing the square and killing hundreds of protesters, many of whom were students in the process. Again, no surprise here, but the barbaric move led to the US government freezing relations with China and even suspended the sale of military goods to Beijing. The situation wasn't made any better by the 1999 bombing of the Chinese embassy in Belgrade by Nato during its campaign against Serbia. Though both Nato and the US claimed the bombing was an accident and even offered apologies, the incident had shaken the already strained Sino-American relations. The same could be said for the 2001 collision between a US reconnaissance plane and a Chinese fighter that resulted in the death of a Chinese pilot and the 12-day detention of the US crew, consisting of 24 members. If all these incidents are keeping you on the edge of your seat, we can't blame you. Sure, you probably know no hot war ensued, but the constant edging toward it is no less anxiety-inducing. So let's cool things off a little bit and go back to the good old Cold War tactics. The year is 2011, and U.S. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton has just published an essay outlining the U.S.'s plans to pivot its focus toward Asia. Clinton in the U.S. saw this as increasing diplomatic, economic, and strategic engagement with the continent. China saw it as a direct attack on its growing influence in the region. A similar move that China proclaimed to be rash and unfair came in 2012. At the time, the US, Japan, and the European Union initiated a dispute resolution case against China at the World Trade Organization over its export restrictions on rare earth minerals. The US claimed that this was all part of the process of securing its energy future, but this is not how it was interpreted across the Pacific. China, on the other hand, perceived it as an attempt to counter its dominance in the global rare earth market and maintain a strategic advantage in the global tech sector. Sino-American relations would only worsen after 2013, when Xi Jinping was elected the president of the People's Republic of China. In his inaugural address to the Central Committee, he called on the party to prepare for a long period of cooperation and conflict between the PRC and developed Western nations in the economic, technological, and military spheres. And boy, was he right. Though President Xi Jinping mentioned the word cooperation in his address, the subsequent period was undoubtedly marked by the latter, more insidious word, conflict. Let's do a quick rundown. 2014, the U.S. indicted 5 Chinese nationals on charges of intellectual property theft from U.S. companies, leading Beijing to suspend its participation in the U.S.-China Cybersecurity Working Group as a response. 2015, China continued its controversial island-building activities in the South China Sea, which is precisely what President Xi promised he wouldn't do during his visit to Washington. 2016, Donald Trump was elected U.S. president, marking a shift toward a harder line on China. From here, there's no longer one major incident per year or even every few years. Under President Trump, this figure rose to a few incidents per year. That's why many experts see 2016 as the, quote, official start of the US-China Cold War. Now you might be thinking, how much worse could it really get? Well, trust us when we say it got much worse. The year 2018 marked the beginning of the so-called China-US trade war. This economic conflict between the nations was a consequence of the Trump administration's imposition of tariffs on a wide range of Chinese goods, targeting what it deemed unfair trade practices, intellectual property theft, and technology transfer. Inevitably, China retaliated with similar tariffs on U.S. goods, escalating the trade tensions between the nations. This tit-for-tat tariff war escalated through 2019, as if this year needed any more trouble. And yeah, 2019 was not a good year for the Sino-American relations. You can practically take your pick of what caused more chaos. Was it the arrest of Huawei's chief financial officer, Meng Wanzhou, at the request of the U.S.? Or perhaps it was his subsequent lawsuit against the U.S.? Of course, the onset of COVID-19 is also a strong contender, one that'll wreak havoc even on the international perception of China and the U.S. for years to come. During this period, there was one tension-building move after another, as if there was any further room for additional escalation. In 2020, the Trump administration barred foreign nationals who had recently visited mainland China from entering the U.S., clearly demonstrating who it blamed for the pandemic, though it was probably already pretty clear by President Trump repeatedly referring to COVID-19 as the, quote, Chinese virus. Abandoning the blame game for a while, we have to mention other incidents taking place in 2020 that weren't related to the COVID-19 pandemic, well, not officially at least. In March, the Chinese government expelled at least 13 U.S. journalists from 3 major publications, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, and Washington Post, even though their press credentials were still valid. In July, the U.S. ordered China to close its Houston, Texas consulate, citing efforts to combat espionage and intellectual property theft taking place there. That same month, U.S. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo delivered a speech blasting China on several accounts, all of which we've already covered, signaling a profound shift in the U.S. policy toward China. This sentiment persisted until Senator Pompeo and Donald Trump's very last day in office. Interestingly, and perhaps surprising to some, it also partially persisted even after President Joe Biden took office. From NATO declaring China a, quote, security challenge and a diplomatic boycott of the Beijing Winter Olympics, to House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taipei and the U.S. Commerce Department's sweeping restrictions on computing chip exports to China, it became clear 2022 wasn't about to bring any good news for the strained U.S.-China relations. Now we've come full circle back to 2023 and the infamous Chinese spy balloon incident that demonstrated that the future trajectory of Sino-American relations remained turbulent and, perhaps worse, unpredictable. But let's not think about the future just yet. For now, let's stay in the present. What, if any, challenge does China pose that would make the U.S. anxious? Well, given how much the U.S.-China relations have expanded, the answer to this is anything but simple. Let's address some of the common opinions about China's stance toward the U.S. and the world, as well as the truth behind them. Bringing the temperature back up, we'll start with the idea that China intends to displace the U.S. as the world's dominant military power. Given China's combat record, it's safe to say most countries are apprehensive about that possibility. If you're among the fearful ones, we've got bad news. China has the largest army in the world, the People's Liberation Army, or the PLA, with over 2 million active personnel. This figure also includes the largest navy in the world by total number of warships and submarines, and that's not to mention its nuclear second strike capability owing to modernization efforts kickstarted by President Xi. Even though those staggering figures undoubtedly give China military dominance in Asia, they don't automatically guarantee global dominance over the US. Granted, China's military superiority in its immediate periphery is no less troubling, as it jeopardizes the US's ability to support its allies and operate freely in the Indo-Pacific region. However, focusing on its military power is seemingly not China's preferred means of achieving global dominance. This honor belongs to its economic initiatives, technological advancements, diplomatic engagements, and information warfare. So let's break down each of those components. On the economic front, China has managed to become the world's second largest economy, just behind the US, and closing the gap at a rapid pace. Though the difference between the country's GDP is still significant, the US is undoubtedly feeling the pressure. But there's no need for this, at least for another decade or two. You see, Bloomberg Economics, which initially suggested China will surpass the US as the world's largest economy by 2027, is currently not positive about the country's future in that regard. The supposed switch might happen in the mid-2040s, and even then it won't last long. As for technological advancements, the US has consistently tried to cut China out of key supply chains altogether, fearing its dominance in the field. But the truth is, such moves could potentially harm the US in the future and cause disruption to the global economic order, especially when you consider China's willingness to do business with virtually anyone. This brings us to the next part of China's strategy: strong diplomatic relations. China's advocacy for a multipolar global order, where non-Western countries have more of a say in global matters, has been received quite well in the developing world. As a Western nation, the US obviously has to navigate its response carefully. Explicitly warning other countries against working with Beijing is certainly not the right move. Building soft power is the way forward. This entails delivering resources and helping the developing countries address their grievances, thus fostering international goodwill, which will go much further than straight-up isolating China. However, it's important to note that China does a pretty good job of isolating itself all on its own. After all, there are only so many coercive tactics China can use in countries like Vietnam before the public opinion toward it declines sharply. Naturally, this is the exact opposite of what China wants to accomplish on a global scale. That's why it relies on information warfare so much. Taking after its communist partners in crime, Russia, China's been actively employing information warfare tactics to gauge Western nations' responses to a potential forceful expansion in the Asia-Pacific region. In addition, China's been persistently trying to reshape the global power dynamic in its favor without firing a single shot. Well, in the traditional sense at least. After all, today's weapons of disinformation through owned foreign media, cyber attacks, and social media manipulation can even be more powerful than a military arsenal. Just take the way state-run media in China reports on the US internal affairs. If you were to turn on the CCTV, China's Central Television, or CGTN, China Global Television Network, after a notable event, you'd likely witness a carefully curated narrative aimed at shaping perceptions of the US in China and beyond. With these propaganda outlets, it's all about gun violence, suicide rates, and drug use in the US, as well as human rights violations. They're particularly fond of the last one, as they love to present these violations as double standards on the US's behalf. Something along the lines of, hey, you can't stop us from committing human rights violations if you're also doing it. But try as they may, China is highly unlikely to displace the US as a leading world power, thus also keeping a potential escalation of the Cold War at bay. Let's explore some of the US's geopolitical advantages over its rival for global dominance to see why this escalation seems unlikely. First and foremost, let's talk geography. Given its history in the region, it's safe to say China isn't surrounded by the friendliest neighbors. In fact, the country currently has territorial disputes with several countries, including India, Indonesia, Japan, Vietnam, Malaysia, the Philippines. All that surrounds the US are two oceans and friendly neighbors to the north and south. Next, it's energy's turn. In recent years, the US has gone from energy importer to an exporter, thanks to the so-called shale revolution. The revolution in question refers to advancements in fracturing and drilling that enabled the US to drastically increase its oil and natural gas production. China, on the other hand, is still very much dependent on energy imports passing through the Persian Gulf and the Indian Ocean. Any guesses about which country has naval supremacy in those regions? Let us help you. Its abbreviation starts with a U and ends with an S. The US even has a strong demographic advantage, as its workforce is expected to grow over the next decade. China's will likely shrink. The same goes for the general population, which can severely limit its future power. After all, the country has already lost the title of the world's most populous country to India in April 2023. But let's bring it back to the workforce aspect for a second. The US is training some highly skilled tech experts at its research universities, many of which are also considered the best universities in the world. With no Chinese university coming close, it's obvious that the US will be able to remain at the forefront of technological advancements, despite China's rapid progress. So Chinese leaders can spew the East is rising and the West is declining rhetoric all they want. All the facts point to the contrary. And as long as the US remains a dominant force worldwide, a Cold War between the countries should remain just that, cold, thus averting global chaos. Of course, avoiding a global conflict is in the best interests of all countries, not just the US and China. But it's important to note that this we should all get along notion rests on incredibly fragile foundations. One American plane shot down by the Chinese Navy, or one miscalculated move in the South China Sea, and it could all go out the window. Even Spy Balloon Saga 2.0 could shatter this delicate peace. That's why ending the Cold War before it can escalate, or at least lowering the tensions, is the ideal solution. Naturally, this would entail Washington and Beijing working out a coexistence that benefits both parties. Even the country's leaders shared the sentiment during their second meeting as presidents in November 2023. President Xi was even quoted as saying, "Planet Earth is big enough for the two countries to succeed, and one country's success is an opportunity for the other." This apparent thaw in the US-China Cold War reignites hope that with some compromise, time, and responsible leadership, the worst-case scenario, aka the complete and utter chaos we mentioned in the beginning, could be avoided. But what about you? How do you think this new Cold War will end? Share your theory in the comments section below. 1 year after the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, the war still rages. During that time, China has not been outwardly supportive of Russia's military actions. That might all change after a meeting between Wang Yi, China's highest-ranking diplomat, and Vladimir Putin. This meeting has set the groundwork for what might become an alliance that divides the world in two. Wang Yi's formal title is Director of the Office of Central Foreign Affairs, Commission of the Chinese Communist Party. He's one of the most powerful people in China, but like everyone else, still answers to Xi Jinping. The interesting thing about Yi's most recent visit to Moscow is that it only comes days after President Joe Biden's surprise visit to Ukraine. Biden's visit made a huge statement that the United States, and by extension the West, will no longer fear Russia and is more than willing to make it publicly known. They will continue to support Ukraine economically, militarily, and with humanitarian aid, regardless of how upset it makes Putin. Yi's meeting with the leadership of Russia has started under the guise of peace and finding a diplomatic way of resolving the conflict in Ukraine. However, China has made it clear that they do not believe Russia should be forced to give back all the territory it seized, and that both sides will need to make concessions. In reality, China wants the war to end because it's disrupting their future plans, and they need Russia's help in combating the spread of Western ideologies. China cares very little about the success of Russia itself, and more about using it as a tool. The new alliance being discussed will not happen unless the terms are favorable for China, and as you'll find out, what China wants could be very bad for the United States and its allies. During the meeting in Moscow, there was talk of crisis and chaos in the world that could lead to opportunities that China has been planning to seize for a while now. The war in Ukraine has shown China that Western powers will band together when necessary. It's also revealed that the United States is willing to do pretty much whatever it takes, besides going to war, to support a country that's fighting to resist an authoritarian regime. The Chinese leadership dreams of a world where the United States is not the only superpower, and that China, at the very least, shares the title in a bipolar global order. However, in order to achieve this dream, they will likely need Russia's help, which is why a new type of relationship between the two nations is currently being forged. China has no interest in sharing its global power with Russia, but there are some very key resources that Russia can provide and China needs in order to reach its full potential. Therefore, the meeting in Moscow between Wang Yi and Vladimir Putin is believed to be a precursor to a more formal meeting between Putin and Xi Jinping. This is the meeting that many Western nations are keeping a close eye on. President Biden's visit, along with all the military aid and assistance that NATO has given Ukraine, necessitated a closer partnership between Russia and China. But before we can understand where the newly formed alliance between Russia and China is going, we need to know where things currently stand between the two nations. Let's start off by making one thing clear. Russia and China are not true allies. The most obvious example of this being true is the fact that China has not gone to war alongside Russia in Ukraine. China's not even openly sent Russia military aid or equipment like the West has done for Ukraine. We still have strong evidence that Chinese companies have been helping Russia bypass sanctions, but China is not actively supporting Russia in their war. This makes one thing glaringly clear: China and Russia do not currently support each other or have a traditional alliance in the same way that countries in NATO do. Instead, China and Russia have a mutually beneficial pact that's based around similar principles. Neither country is legally obligated to come to the defense of the other, and as China has shown, they aren't under any obligation to help in a conflict. However, both nations see one another as strategic partners, especially in reshaping the global status quo. Like in many relationships, one side is much more invested than the other, and in this situation, Russia needs China much more than China needs Russia. Vladimir Putin isn't known for his diplomacy or for always being the most trustworthy person. That's why when he met with Chinese President Xi Jinping in February 2022, just before launching his invasion into Ukraine, Vladimir Putin said that the partnership between Russia and China had no limits. This obviously wasn't true, which China made abundantly clear by offering very limited support for Russia's war against Ukraine. And even though Xi and Putin have met over 40 times since 2012, they are far from the best of friends. All of the actions that each nation has taken recently show that they have their own interests at heart and care very little about the success of others, even their closest partners. But that might be changing. In a world where Western ideologies are spreading, China and Russia might need to create an actual alliance to ensure their own survival. Right now, it's very likely that China sees its relationship with Russia as more of a convenience than a necessity. It's the shared perception of the encroaching West and the very real deployment of NATO, and more specifically US troops around the world, that have driven Russia and China into each other's arms. In fact, many experts agree that the China-Russia alliance is not a natural one, but is the result of each country's deteriorating relations with the West. It's a shared enemy that binds the two nations together. This has led to certain economic agreements and cooperation between China and Russia. For 2 decades, trade has been growing between the two nations, reaching an all-time high in 2021 of $147 billion. Although it is important to remember that this money is not evenly shared between Russia and China. Economic reliance, like with most things in the Chinese-Russian relationship, is very lopsided. Russia needs China's economic support much more than the other way around. To put this into perspective, currently Russia's top trading partner is China. Before the invasion of Ukraine, their top trading partner was the European Union, but China was still a close second. However, Russia is China's 10th largest trading partner, with the EU, the United States, and South Korea being the top 3. There's a huge disparity between the amount of economic reliance each nation has on the other, and Russia doesn't just rely on Chinese exports, it also needs its banks and investments to keep the economy going. In the grand scheme of things, the economic relationship between China and Russia has more to do with energy than anything else, especially for China. This is because these countries have what's called complementary economics. China's manufacturing and exporting capabilities require a large amount of oil, natural gas, and coal, 3 things that Russia has an abundance of. Therefore, China buys large amounts of energy resources from Russia, and in return, Russia benefits from trade deals and income pumped into its economy. And since the war began and sanctions have led to Europe moving away from procuring energy resources from Russia, China has picked up the slack. This has helped Russia, but it's also greatly benefited China because they're able to buy more oil and natural gas at discounted prices. So the fact that Russia and China's economies are intertwined means that it's beneficial for both countries to work together to maintain economic growth. But this is only one part of the relationship between the two countries that they've cultivated over the years. Another aspect of the growing closeness between China and Russia has to do with their foreign policies. To start with, the political systems in both nations are authoritarian in nature. This means that the leaders of both Russia and China have one very similar goal: to remain in power and maintain absolute control over the population within their borders. This provides Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping some common ground to meet on. It's no wonder that the leaders have met so often. Each get-together is like a brainstorming session for how authoritarian regimes can maintain control in a world that's changing. There are differences between the Russian and Chinese governments. Putin claims his country has a multi-party system where fair elections are held, which is just Kremlin propaganda. Conversely, China is very open about its one-party system, where the Chinese Communist Party maintains absolute power. When it comes to spreading influence, both nations use similar tactics. This is sometimes done through joint operations, but most often they use their own gray zone tactics to manipulate foreign affairs. There are some major differences in foreign policy between the two nations, with Russia being much more aggressive militarily than China. A main goal that brought Russia and China closer together was to undermine democratic processes around the world. This was done by interfering with elections and manipulating mass media, such as when Russia tampered with the US presidential race in 2016. China uses its social media giants, such as TikTok, to influence the news and information people around the world see. It's not out of the realm of possibility that the relationship Xi and Putin have cultivated over the years has also resulted in the sharing of misinformation techniques and gray zone tactics. In the United Nations Security Council, China and Russia continually either support one another or at the very least will not oppose one another, although it should be noted that not all of Russia and China's foreign interests are aligned. For example, in Asia, Russia has focused its attention and resources on influencing the politics of former Soviet republics so they can mold these nations into images of itself. This can take the form of using misinformation campaigns and cyber attacks to hurt opposition to the regimes they support, or in extreme circumstances, hiring mercenaries or using military intervention to force the country in the direction they want. Putin very much desires to create a new Russian empire, which he will never be able to do if more and more former Soviet territories look to become closer to the West and adopt democratic policies. On the other hand, China is less concerned about expanding its borders or forming a traditional empire and more interested in becoming the dominant economic and influential power in Asia. Its main concern is increasing economic growth while maintaining regional security. This does not mean China is trying to conquer its neighbors and extend its borders, although this does seem to be the case with Taiwan. China dreams of a world where it can be as influential and powerful as the US. It does not want to go to war with the US, but does want to control policies on a global scale. The ambitions of China probably extend beyond just spreading economic power and influence, but its ties to Russia are based on this premise for now. When examining the relationship between the two nations, there are a couple of bumps in the road. Russia and China don't always see eye to eye, which is beneficial for the West, because a divided Russia and China are much easier to control than a unified one. This is one of the reasons that the new alliance that's being forged could be bad news for the future. So, now that talks of a stronger alliance between Russia and China have begun, is it even possible for both nations to work together effectively? China has benefited greatly from the current trajectory of the global economy. Its own economy has grown tremendously, outpacing every other nation on the planet. Its GDP is second only to the United States and is actively closing this gap as well. There's no denying that China is a global power with a lot of influence due to its economic status. Russia, however, not so much. Russia is the 9th largest economy in the world based on GDP and 6th largest by purchasing power parity. And these standings are only going to get worse as Western sanctions take hold and begin crippling their economy. Therefore, China and Russia have different perspectives on the current status quo, which has been a point of contention between their leaders. When China joined the World Trade Organization in 2001, Chinese leaders promoted the country's economic rise as peaceful. And although China did not wage war in the traditional sense to get where it is today, there were questionable practices and egregious human rights violations carried out to ensure the economy would grow at all costs. China has intentionally avoided armed military conflicts that could lead to a larger war, especially with the United States. Instead, China uses its manufacturing power and tremendous economic wealth to create diplomatic agreements with nations worldwide that make them invaluable to foreign governments and economies. China has also used its Belt and Road Initiative to forge powerful connections in Asia and Africa, while also creating increased access to European markets. This series of roads, railways, and trade routes will carry massive amounts of goods across continents and further increase the economic growth of China. It's a powerful tool that allows China to spread its influence and increase its power without any military intervention. What all this means is that China is happy with the way things are as long as it suits them. Its economy has been continuously growing and it holds power over many governments. Entire policies and business deals have either succeeded or failed in foreign countries as a result of what China wants. And in the age of information technology, China has placed itself at the center of manufacturing, software, and web development in a way that allows them to gather information on adversaries while ensuring the world is reliant on its technology sector. Russia is less than thrilled with the current status quo. For a while now, Putin's power and influence have been slipping. And now that Russia is losing this war in Ukraine, most Western nations look at Putin's regime as a joke. He still has a firm grasp on the Russian people due to his brutal tactics of oppression and state-controlled media. However, if nothing else, the war in Ukraine has shown the rest of the world that Russia is nowhere near as powerful as Putin claimed it to be. While China oftentimes plays by the rules, or at least portrays itself as a nation that follows global norms and laws, Russia has constantly disregarded international standards. China prefers to fly under the radar, while Russia is constantly pushing its luck. This has led to a series of armed conflicts in the past and numerous sanctions being placed on Russia. It seems as if Putin does not have a long-term strategy, he just takes what he wants when he wants, or at least tries to. However, China is very much planning for the future. These contradicting national outlooks do not bode well for a prolonged alliance between the two nations. It's also clear that Russia is much more willing to use its military and threats of nuclear destruction as a way to get what it wants than China is. These aggressive tactics have not been working well for Russia, but Putin keeps doubling down on them. Both Russia and China are led by authoritarian regimes, but the way they interact with other powers on the world stage is very different. And this is one key factor that makes China hesitant to form a traditional alliance with Putin. And rightfully so. Imagine if Russia and China were true allies when Putin invaded Ukraine. China would likely have been obligated to partake in the war effort in some way. If China had begun sending troops and military assets to the front lines, the response by NATO might have been much more aggressive. Things could have escalated to the point of World War III breaking out, and you wouldn't be watching this very interesting video because we'd all be hunkered down in bunkers waiting for the end of times. But war is not what China currently wants, and by engaging in a formal alliance with Russia, the likelihood of being dragged into an armed conflict becomes much higher. This brings us to another reason why, up to this point, Russia and China have worked together but not formed a binding alliance. Besides having different methods and goals, the two nations just don't trust one another. Xi and Putin definitely talk and probably even brainstorm ideas on how to maintain their power, but overall the governments just don't trust one another, and for good reason. A ruthless authoritarian regime will do anything to keep its power, even if it means stabbing an ally in the back. China and Russia have a history of conflict, bad business deals, and differences of opinion over communist ideologies. It doesn't help that the citizens of each nation are highly nationalistic, meaning that trying to get along with another ethnic group or nationality is very difficult. When you think your country is the best and always right, it leaves little room for compromise and relationship building. Then there's the elephant in the room. China has big plans, and Russia's war in Ukraine is not helping. China's made it clear they stand with Russia even if they don't necessarily agree with the invasion of its neighbor. That being said, China has been keeping a close eye on the conflict for years now. In 2014, when Russia annexed Crimea and the world just watched as territory was stolen from Ukraine with very limited repercussions, China took note. There is no denying that China wants the world to officially recognize Taiwan as part of its territory, but thus far, they've been unsuccessful in achieving that goal. However, if Russia could occupy and annex Crimea without much backlash, then perhaps it was possible for China to do the same with Taiwan. The Chinese leadership ramped up gray zone tactics, like conducting military drills in the South China Sea, flying aircraft into Taiwanese airspace, and threatening global leaders if they visited the island nation. Although none of these things seem to have had the desired effect, China is playing the long game. Its plan is to continue using these operations to weaken Taiwan and its ties to the West until the island can be forced to become a part of China. When Russia invaded Ukraine, China once again watched the West's reaction closely. They hoped that the war would be met with indifference by NATO and allies, which would be a very good sign if China ever wanted to take Taiwan by force. However, this is not what happened, and the way the West reacted was very bad news for China. It does not seem that Xi and his regime explicitly blame Russia for the shortcomings, but the way that NATO unified around Ukraine was not what China had hoped to see. When the war started, things seemed to proceed as expected. Sanctions were placed on Russia, but if the war ended quickly with a Russian victory, it was possible the West would eventually lift the sanctions, and a new status quo with Ukraine incorporated into Russian borders would emerge. At least this was the hope for both Russia and China. Instead, Ukrainians put up a fight that would push Russian forces away from their capital and almost all the way out of their borders. The West started sending massive amounts of aid and weapons to Ukraine. NATO ramped up its own defenses and started keeping a closer eye on authoritarian regimes around the world. Each one of those responses put a damper on China's future plans for Taiwan. The failure of Russia to quickly defeat a much smaller military and secure victory is likely a point of contention between Russia and China. One of the main goals of the relationship between the two nations is to prevent the West from spreading its ideologies further into Asia. Instead of doing this, the war in Ukraine has strengthened Western bonds and even driven once neutral nations like Sweden and Finland into the arms of NATO. Ever since the war in Ukraine, the United States has clearly voiced its resolve to protect Taiwan's sovereignty by using military force if necessary. Therefore, China sees Russia's failures in Ukraine as both being bad for their current relationship and their future plans. Now, to be fair, it has been kind of using Russia as a guinea pig. They offer little support when Russia oversteps, but do not try to stop them. Instead, China sat back and watched what happened when Russia annexed Crimea and then invaded Ukraine to see how their enemies would react so they could make adjustments to their own future plans. It's not clear whether China encourages Russia's behavior behind closed doors, but it certainly only offers limited support in the open, as China does not want to be hit with the same sanctions as Russia. The military aspect of the new alliance between China and Russia is what has the West most on edge. But what exactly are the military ties between the two nations right now? The militaries of China and Russia have never been in combat together. However, ever since 2014, when Russia annexed Crimea and there were half-hearted protests from the West, China and Russia have increased defensive cooperation. They collaborated to build more advanced missile warning systems, furthered space exploration, and integrated their satellite-based navigation systems. During the height of the Soviet Union, China procured most of its weapons and military vehicles from Russia, but this is no longer the case. China now constructs most of its weapons within its borders as its defense industry grows. This was necessitated by Russia withholding some of its more sophisticated weapons, as the Kremlin didn't want China to reverse engineer them. Again, this just shows the distrust between the two governments. Currently, both China and Russia are in the top 5 major arms exporters in the world. However, Russia's ability to sell weapons has been drastically reduced as it needs to throw everything it has at Ukraine just to cling to the little territory it still controls. The recent increase in joint exercises between China and Russia has allowed for more interoperability and mutual trust between their forces. But most experts agree these maneuvers are not necessarily being done to strengthen their militaries as much as they're being conducted to send a message to the West that Russia and China are willing to work together in extreme circumstances. For example, when President Biden and other members of Quad, which consists of Japan, Australia, and India, met in Tokyo in May of 2022, China and Russia flew bombers near Japanese airspace in their first joint military drill since the war in Ukraine began. Clearly, this was not just a coincidence. It was to show that China and Russia still stand together to ensure Western powers do not extend their influence further into that part of the world. So, the current relationship between China and Russia is just that, a relationship. It's not a formal alliance, much to the chagrin of Russia. It's probable that Putin would like a more formal alliance to strengthen its own position and have access to Chinese military and economic support when his own country falls short. However, Xi Jinping is not stupid and knows that Putin could drag China into a war it's not yet willing to fight against Western powers. This brings us full circle back into the most recent meeting between Wang Yi and Vladimir Putin. The statements from the conference indicate there will be more cooperation and a stronger relationship on the horizon. Does this mean there will be a formal alliance? Probably not, but the new arrangement could be bad news for NATO and other Western countries in other ways. One of the main talking points of the conversation was that China is working toward cultivating mutual political trust. Before the two nations can work together efficiently, they need to be on the same page and trust one another. Wang elaborated on this point by saying there will be more strategic coordination and cooperation around safeguarding the interests of each nation. This is a slippery slope to go down as Vladimir Putin's interests are quite extensive and will likely result in further conflict. However, a more unified China and Russia would be a formidable foe, especially thanks to Russia's natural resources, which complement China's economic and manufacturing growth. Both sides mentioned that there would be even more joint military exercises in the future, but did not expand on where or why. These will likely continue to be used to voice displeasure over Western influence spreading closer to the Russian and Chinese borders. However, it's unclear how many military exercises Russia will be able to partake in if they're throwing everything they've got at Ukraine. And of course, China didn't miss the opportunity to blame the war in Ukraine on the West for threatening Russia's security and forcing their ideologies on others. In recent months, as China has worked to try to broker some kind of peace, it's been using this rhetoric to try to get the US and NATO to stop sending weapons and military aid to Ukraine, stating that they're just adding fuel to the fire. Obviously, China knows if the aid were to stop, Russia would have a much better chance of winning the war or at least forcing a favorable peace treaty where they could maintain control of some of the territory they stole. So China's cries for peace are just a thinly veiled disguise to help Russia get out of catastrophic embarrassment of completely losing the war in Ukraine. Because if this were to happen, there's a good chance things could become very unstable in Russia, which would mean that all the deals and agreements between China and Russia could be put in jeopardy. If Russia is completely defeated and forced to make concessions, it would also greatly weaken its capability to help China stop the spread of Western influence further into South and East Asia. Western powers are concerned that the new relationship being forged may lead China to provide more weapons and military aid to Russia, but it was Putin's final remark that has many around the world worried. The dictator stated plans to suspend Russia's involvement in the START nuclear arms reduction treaty. This is just Putin posturing to voice his displeasure over his failed attempt to take Ukraine and the aid the West is sending. He's like a little kid throwing a tantrum because he can't get what he wants. Yet this is still a dangerous proposition. No good can come from amassing huge stores of nuclear weapons. In a nuclear war, no one will win. The treaty itself limits the number of deployed intercontinental missiles that the US and Russia can have at any given time. This agreement was created to act as a deterrent to nuclear war without creating more nuclear weapons. What the talks and a new relationship between Russia and China really come down to is that both authoritarian regimes don't want to lose their power. If Western ideologies continue to spread, they'll threaten the very fabric that Russia and China are built on. Both countries still have different objectives, but neither can realize their goals if more and more nations flock toward democratic systems and ally themselves with the West. The leadership of China and Russia know that if they're going to maintain their current way of life, they'll need to work more closely with one another in the coming years. This is why the talks were based around maintaining a positive relationship and working toward further cooperation between the two nations. Wang summed all this up when he said that China and Russia will resolutely oppose any unilateral or bullying behavior and unswervingly safeguard their respective sovereignty, security, and development interests. The current regimes in China and Russia don't want to give up their power. Many in the governments truly believe that an authoritarian rule is the best way to do things. Obviously, the people themselves may disagree with this, which is why the leaders of the countries fear Western democratic ideas. The discussions between Russian and Chinese leadership are based on working together to act as a unified front against the spread of Western ideologies. Neither country will be able to do this alone, so any future alliance between the two nations will be forged out of necessity. How would a Sino-Russian alliance change the world? With a recent state visit to Moscow by Chinese President Xi Jinping, many are wondering if China and Russia are taking their relationship to the next level. But instead of moving in together to a cute apartment by the river, they're teaming up to basically be the worst duo since pineapple and pizza. But this relationship seems to be more complicated than it appears at first glance, and fears of a Sino-Russian alliance may be overblown. On February 4, 2022, Xi Jinping invited Vladimir Putin to the opening of the Olympic Games in Beijing. Afterwards, the two sides held strategic talks and probably punched puppies or whatever two villains do for fun. The terrible twosome then declared that China and Russia's partnership was, quote, greater than a traditional alliance, and that their friendship would, quote, know no limits. China and Russia were even better than BFFs. They were super BFFs. And nothing could come between them as they set their eyes on upending the liberal world order and reshaping it in their image. And then Russia invaded Ukraine. To be fair, Russia's invasion of Ukraine was not what drove the wedge between Beijing and Moscow, but rather it was Russia's absolutely horrible execution of this war. China doesn't mind backing a war of aggression against a peaceful neighbor. That is literally what it's planning to do right now, as the CCP is committed to reunifying Taiwan with the mainland before the party's first centennial anniversary. However, what China does mind is a loser. And with its failure to take Kyiv and forced retreat from North Ukraine, Russia was very much a loser. The fall counterattack by Ukraine only served to weaken Russia further in China's eyes, and suddenly Chinese officials were very much putting limits to its no-limits relationship. Don't be fooled, China doesn't care about Russia targeting civilians or the various atrocities Russia's committed in Ukraine. What China cares about is how disastrous Russia's invasion has been for China's own geopolitical goals. Knowing that it would almost certainly have to invade Taiwan to bring it back into the fold, China was counting on its massive economic influence to polarize a global response to its invasion and prevent the West from unifying against it. The United States does over $1 trillion in trade with Europe every year, but China is rapidly catching up at just around $700 billion. The US might be the bigger trading partner, but China is still a significant enough partner that opposing it would be economically painful for Europeans, especially as China is also a major supplier of rare earth minerals that the modern world needs so badly. If Russia had won in Ukraine, the West wouldn't have had the chance to unify against it. Largely self-interested European states like Germany and France would have been happy to offer a few harsh words, some sanctions, but continue with business ties with the Russian industry. Frontline NATO states like Poland and the Baltic states would have understandably been far more vocal about punishing Russia, while the US, with its own pending confrontation with China in the Pacific, would have ill-afforded to try to punish Russia significantly on its own and been happy to focus on the Pacific. Instead, Russia in its failure did the unthinkable, unified Europe and roused it from its peace dividend slumber induced by the fall of the Soviet Union. The transatlantic relationship, under the severe strain after President Trump's tenure in office, was not just repaired but strengthened, with European powers admitting to President Trump's biggest contention: they weren't spending enough on their own defense. If you'd had to tell any geopolitical analysts on February 23, 2022 that in 1 year, Europe would unify, 2 more nations would apply to join NATO, with one already admitted in the organization, Russian energy would be almost completely eliminated from Europe, and major European powers would revitalize defense spending, they would have laughed you out of the room. But 1 year on, the West has not just fallen into lockstep. Major non-Western powers such as South Korea, Australia, and Japan have rallied to their banner. You know who's not laughing at the current situation? President Xi Jinping, who sees now Putin's failure has set a precedent for the world to unite against him in his attempt to take Taiwan by force. Thus, as the new year started, China's made it clear that the Chinese-Russian partnership indeed had limits. And most importantly, after his recent state visit to Moscow, President Xi Jinping left Russia without approving a major new pipeline to be built from Russia to China, a major foreign policy objective of Vladimir Putin, who needs Chinese investment in a project which would help offset the extremely painful loss of European energy market. Perhaps it's no coincidence then that prior to his visit to Moscow, Chinese map makers had been ordered to use old Chinese names for the outer Manchuria territory seized by Russia from China in the 19th century. With news outlets around the world picking up the story, the change to official state maps was a clear message to Moscow. China wants its territory back. But China might want more than this, as it has its eyes set on the Russian Far East at a time when Moscow is rapidly losing influence in its own Far Eastern territories. Here, Chinese investments vastly outnumber Russian investments, and with ethnic Russians steadily migrating out of the Far East, Chinese immigrants have been taking their place and adding to the number. In a few decades' time, the Russian Far East would be better named the Chinese Far North, and with some of the largest energy deposits in the world at stake, both Moscow and Beijing are extremely motivated to either keep this region under Russian control or undermine Russian control over it. It seems unthinkable that Russia would part with a massive and very lucrative piece of its own territory, but as Russia's economic situation deteriorates, and as it faces defeat in Ukraine, the RFE, or at least Outer Manchuria, might become a chip on the table to be bargained between China and Russia. Cash-rich China currently holds most of the cards, and Russia's only bargaining chip at the moment is energy. With a third-rate military being ground into dust, Russia's become China's vassal in all but name, and both sides know it. However, Russia does maintain nuclear weapons, though if the state military in Ukraine is anything to go by, Russia would be lucky if half of those very expensive to maintain weapons still actually work or can even get up into the air. All of this makes a Sino-Russian alliance extremely unlikely, though not impossible. Vladimir Putin might have been humiliated by Xi Jinping's snub as he left Moscow without signing a very much-needed pipeline deal, but both sides have considerable benefits to offer each other, making an alliance plausible. For its part, Russia remains an energy and raw materials superpower. It's no surprise that the largest country in the world is also home to the largest deposits of energy and various industrial minerals in the world. China just so happens to be hungry for both as the nation continues to grow and expand, catapulting itself from second world nation to first world near superpower in just a matter of decades. The Chinese miracle has been fueled by truly titanic amounts of copper, steel, and iron, and an equally huge gulp of hydrocarbons. As China sets its eyes on dethroning the United States as sole global superpower and most influential nation on Earth, it's going to need even more vast quantities of both to continue fueling its growth. For Russia's part, China is both the world's largest piggy bank and market in the world. Russian goods desperately need new markets after the nation is bearing the most punishing sanctions in history by the West, and China has over 1 billion consumers. Unfortunately, Russian exports are primarily energy products and food, which for China means that Russia is an easily controlled partner that doesn't threaten to upset its lesser partner status in the Sino-Russian relationship. However, Chinese investment is also desperately needed by Russia, especially as the nation is facing growing inefficiencies in producing and transporting energy products due to a technology ban from the West and the pullout of Western businesses from Russia. So, with as many reasons to partner as not to partner, what would happen if these two tag-teamed the world together? Could they really bring down the liberal world order and usher in a new age of authoritarianism as they reshape the world in their own image? The first and most obvious consideration would be the military capabilities of a Sino-Russian alliance. The war in Ukraine has shown Russia is a third-rate military power, but the nation still has some significant capabilities and advantages even over the US. Its hypersonic missile program, for example, is more mature, even if the actual usefulness of hypersonic weapons has been greatly overblown by the media. Russian expertise in building formidable air defenses is also significant. Though the war in Ukraine has given the world reason to doubt some of the most incredible claims about Russia's S-400 air defense units, its T-14 Armata does seem to be a considerable threat to modern armor, but Russia's too broke to actually build it. And that's where Chinese investments could come in, especially with technology transfers from Russia to China. China's own military has long been ranked second to Russia's, but this has largely been due to the disparity in the number of nuclear weapons between the two states. On paper, Russia does field more hardware, with over 1,000 more combat planes, 600 more helicopters, and 8,000 more tanks. However, as Ukraine has proven, most of Russia's equipment is hot garbage. And while Russia's touted it has 12,000 tanks in reserve, the truth is it's been hard-pressed to replace nearly 2,000 lost tanks in 1 year of fighting. And even now, the tanks rolling into Ukraine include T-54s and T-55s, so it's safe to say the actual balance between the two militaries is much closer to parity than it appears at first glance. In terms of military power, there's actually little that Russia adds to the alliance currently. Its military is too heavily embroiled in Ukraine to be of any use elsewhere. In fact, it's doubtful Russia could currently deter a NATO invasion without resorting to nuclear weapons, and its lack of armored vehicles is so severe its soldiers have been forced to World War I-style mass infantry assaults with predictable results. The Russian Navy has few capable guided missile frigates, But overall, it's not just small in numbers, its very readiness and ability to survive combat is in question. Since the sinking of the Moskva, Russia has barred its Black Sea fleet from straying too far from the safety of port. And this, along with the sinking, has raised serious questions about Russia's fleet. In short, the Moskva should physically have been impossible to sink with just 2 anti-ship missiles, and the disaster, along with Russia's decision to bottle its fleet up, has led many to speculate that Russian ships suffer from some fatal construction flaw. At the very least, it appears as if the air defense surface combatants can't actually provide air defense at all. In short, China's getting the short end of the stick here. That's only looking at things short term, because the truth is that a long-term alliance could have considerable dividends for China if it were to directly invest in rebuilding the Russian armed forces. For one, Russia's greatest problem is not a lack of talented weapons engineers, but rather the corruption that seeped deep into the bones of every facet of Russian society. With Chinese investments and reforms, the Russian defense sector, one of the largest in the world, could soon be pumping out capable weapon systems at prodigious rates. However, Russia's greatest benefit to China could be Russian soldiers themselves. Not that they're particularly better than any other nation, but in the fact that Russian society is incredibly tolerant of casualties. While China faces the possibility of significant civil unrest if it were to incur massive casualties in an assault on Taiwan, the Russian society is accustomed to suffering and would shoulder the burden of apocalyptic casualties with ease. No other nation suffered like Russia during the Second World War, and the estimated 200,000 casualties suffered in 1 year of war proves that the Russian people have retained their ancestors' appetite for loss. China's own military strengths include the world's third operable 5th-generation aircraft fleet, or more accurately, 4.5-ish generation. We're talking about 150 J-20s in service. China might not be fielding a stealth aircraft truly comparable to America's F-22 or F-35, but one that is low observable and advanced enough to pose a deadly threat to 4th-generation aircraft and their supporting assets. Plus, China's proven it has the financials and the logistics capabilities to keep an advanced air fleet operational and growing, even as it's now working on what it says will be a true 6th-generation aircraft. Even if China never truly closes the technological gap between itself and the US, and this is debatable, the fact that it's able to field a significant amount of advanced aircraft and pursue research into even more advanced weapons platforms already proves it's a significant contender. Exporting these capabilities to Russia would only strengthen its ability to challenge the US, especially as it leverages Russia's expertise in ground combat systems and air defenses. The Sino-Russian alliance, however, would also help solve China's biggest problem, geography. Currently, the nation is hemmed in by the First Island Chain, a chain of islands made up of US allies and partners running from Japan to Taiwan and down to the Philippines. From here, any attempt to project power out into the Pacific is beyond hampered by vulnerability to anti-ship attack. However, an alliance with Russia could allow China to exert greater global pressure by building joint bases in Russia's borders with the West. And Russia might be amenable to this joint military partnership, even if it's on its own soil. An influx of Chinese weapon systems into NATO's borders with Russia would make Russians feel a lot more secure against the Western alliance. Even if NATO has never had plans to invade Russia, what it would do is make Russian demands a lot more credible to the EU and NATO as it expands closer to Russia's borders, and help shore up its greatly deteriorated credibility in the wake of its military's disastrous performance in Ukraine. For China, being able to station large amounts of hardware near Europe has a direct benefit for its Pacific ambitions. Currently, the only real leverage that China has over Europe is its massive trade balance, but the US is not just a bigger trading partner, it also is much more ideologically aligned with Europe. That makes the likelihood of at least the majority of Europe backing the US in a conflict extremely likely. Even without committing military hardware, an economic embargo of China would be painful for both, but more painful for China. It's easy for Europe to be brave when China is literally on the other side of the planet, however. The moment that long-range Chinese striking power based off of Russian bases can reach into the heart of Europe, we expect that there will be a significant rethinking of European support for the US in a case of war, especially an invocation of Article 5 by NATO. A Pacific war would almost certainly begin with a Chinese attack against American bases across the Pacific. For China to have any hope of victory, it needs to strike hard and strike fast against US power in the theater. But this would mean the US could invoke Article 5 in response and bring in most of Europe to a shooting war. While neither side's ground forces would play any significant role in a war over Taiwan, except for Chinese invasion forces inside Taiwan itself, NATO could still provide the US with invaluable naval and air support. But if China is suddenly sitting in your backyard, some nations might rethink their commitment to Article 5. It's already doubtful if nations like Hungary and Turkey would truly honor their commitment to Article 5 to begin with, and with France's President Macron stating that Europe should seek a third path with China that doesn't follow the US's, even major powers like France might be deterred from joining the war. Simply put, Chinese hardware on Russian territory not only strengthens Russia's credibility, but directly projects Chinese military power to supplement its economic power into the heart of Europe, with potential deterrent effects on Europe taking any significant actions against China in case of a war over Taiwan. China also solves Russia's geography problem. For centuries, Russia struggled to gain and keep control over a warm water port. This is what makes the port of Sevastopol so critical to Russian national security. From Sevastopol, Russia can project naval power into the Mediterranean, even if it has to transit the Bosphorus Straits, controlled by Turkey, a NATO member. It's also why it's incredibly unlikely that Russia will ever settle for a political solution in Ukraine that involves giving up control of Crimea. Ukraine will either have to take it by force and risk a possible nuclear escalation, or accept a permanent Russian presence, turning Sevastopol into another Russian enclave like Kaliningrad. The stakes are simply too high for Russia. In the Far East, Russia's port of Vladivostok freezes on average for 4 months. This limits the power that Russia can project into the Pacific and how much trade it can conduct. However, a Sino-Russian alliance could see Russian ships being based out of Chinese ports, bolstering China's own maritime power and granting Russia the access to the year-round warm water ports it's been wanting since the time of Peter the Great. For China, things might get a little crowded, but this isn't necessarily a bad deal. Russia has 11 major surface combatants in its Pacific Fleet, along with a whole host of smaller missile corvettes designed to hunt for American subs. Its 4 landing ships would be of significant interest to China, bolstering China's own amphibious assault fleet as it prepares for a military conquest of Taiwan. But it's Russia's 27 Pacific submarines that China would be most interested in. Russian subs are on the whole better than Chinese subs, and it's these undersea combatants who would have a significant role to play in any combat in the Pacific. The relationship would be reciprocal for China as well, as access to northern Russian ports would allow the Chinese Navy to bypass some of the first island chain that currently hems the nation's navy in. This string of American allies stretches from Japan to Taiwan and the Philippines and in effect keeps the Chinese Navy boxed in. Stationing a Chinese carrier strike group out of Vladivostok for at least part of the year would seriously complicate a US-Japan-Philippine response to a Chinese invasion of Taiwan. As global warming loosens up the Arctic ice pack, new fishing and proving grounds for oil and natural gas also open up. For the alliance, this would open up a huge opportunity to hem the United States and Canada out of Arctic resources. Russian northern coast bases would serve as staging areas for survey and exploration missions funded by China's vast wealth. China's money is exactly what Russian oil needs, while China needs Russia's oil infrastructure and expertise in drilling in Arctic waters. The two nations working together would truly become a hydrocarbon superpower, the likes of which the world has never seen. And even as the world moves to renewable energy, give the Sino-Russian alliance an incredible amount of political power on the world stage. The power of a Sino-Russian alliance can't be overstated, which would force the West to rethink the current world order. As of now, NATO has not been willing to consider expansion into the Pacific. Europe's complacency has largely led it to believe it has no stakes in a Pacific conflict, no matter how misguided such assumptions are. However, a Sino-Russian alliance could push the NATO alliance to strongly consider expanding out of the Northern Atlantic and not just to Asia. Japan technically has no need to join NATO, as it's an ally of the US already. However, there is a deterrent to being part of a formal multinational treaty organization such as NATO. And with threats to the Western liberal world order arising in Asia, having a globe-spanning alliance structure would allow like-minded forces to quickly respond to threats. More than national security, though, the expansion of NATO outside of the North Atlantic would signal a global shift in ideology, rejecting authoritarianism globally rather than locally. Even if Japan and Australia are NATO partners, having everyone wearing the same team jersey has a very visual effect. NATO would also likely seek to expand its influence deeper into Africa, somewhere that both Europe and America have turned a blind eye to in the last 2 decades. This has allowed both Russia and China to greatly extend their own influences in the continent, with Russian private military companies having direct relationships with many authoritarian African states. Wagner PMC even owns multiple mines of its own, generating billions in revenue for the group. China likewise has been building deeper links with an emerging Africa, spanning multiple countries in its Belt and Road Initiative. Unfortunately, this has often proven to be a debt trap, resulting in China being granted direct control over port facilities and rail hubs. The exact type of infrastructure China's military would need to expand out of Asia and break free of the first island chain. Africa is quickly becoming the most important continent in the world as it lifts itself out of centuries of inner conflict, colonialism, and poverty. It holds some of the richest mineral deposits on Earth. Every year, the continent produces around 1 billion tons of minerals worth $406 billion. This is with largely inefficient mining practices and a vast amount of corruption. But as Africa develops, its staggering economic potential is becoming more and more obvious. With 30% of all the world's mineral reserves, 12% of the world's oil, and 8% of the world's natural gas, its greatest prize, however, is its vast gold deposits, with the continent holding 40% of the world's gold. Of even greater importance to modern economies are its vast deposits of chromium and platinum, where it holds a whopping 90% of the entire world's supply. The Democratic Republic of the Congo is significantly important to the modern world, as it produces 63% of the global cobalt supply. Tantalum, used to produce capacitors, is produced in both the DRC and Rwanda, who are both the world's largest suppliers of the mineral. And it's not just vast natural resources that make Africa one of the most important places of the future Earth. That's its developing economy. The continent is home to 1.2 billion people, roughly the same as China. But unlike China, Africa is just getting started. While in the next 50 years, China's population is predicted to collapse to half its current size, by 2100, Africa is expected to be home to 4.2 billion people. The economic potential in Africa's future is truly titanic, and nations are taking note. This is why both Russia and China have been so aggressive about exerting their influence in the developing continent. Unifying their efforts, they might be able to outpace the West. And if Sino-Russian ideology overpowers in Africa, it could spell disaster for the Western world. Currently, the West's greatest strength isn't its military power, though it is the most powerful military force on Earth, but rather its shared values and ideology. The West champions a liberal world order, one based on democracy and human rights. For China and Russia, the only rights humans have is the right to do as the state demands of them, whether that's to die in a battlefield in Ukraine or to die trying to cross the Taiwan Strait under hostile fire. China and Russia are both authoritarian states in direct opposition to the liberal world order, and both know that their continued survival or the survival of their ruling elites depends on undermining and defeating liberalism. This is why China's been so aggressive about expanding its influence into like-minded authoritarian states and subsidizing exports of its mass surveillance technology. Much like the early Soviet Union, China believes its best chance at survival is to continuously expand its authoritarian model and shift the global balance against democracy. Africa shows very disturbing trends toward authoritarianism, and the fight for influence in Africa could be the one that decides the fate of the world. Like we mentioned earlier, by 2100, Africa will have an estimated 4.2 billion people. At that same time, Europe is estimated to have a population of only 420 million. The United States will grow to 394 million. People are power, especially when you consider that a significant amount of these people will be organized into ever more professional military forces. The question is, under which ideology will these future militaries find themselves? Liberal democracies or Sino-Russian authoritarianism? For all its force multipliers, the West's more technologically advanced military simply won't be able to keep the pace with the manpower the continent offers. And if the clash of ideologies leads to an African split, the world could find the start of World War III to be in the heart of Africa, not in Europe or in the Pacific as it's long feared. If we're lucky, long-range artillery will bombard military bases and highly populated areas in Seoul, snuffing out hundreds of thousands of lives in a matter of hours. As the DMZ becomes a war zone swarmed by an overwhelming ground force, a fleet of Cold War-era prop planes choke the skies, dropping elite Special Forces soldiers on the other side of the South Korean border, where they engage in sabotage and tactical elimination of key targets. Meanwhile, the rest of the world scrambles to figure out what's going on and prepares for an all-out war. And if we're unlucky, the DPRK lets a nuclear-armed intercontinental ballistic missile off the chain, activating the United States' nuclear umbrella and perhaps even triggering the end of the world as we know it. Either of these could be North Korea's plan for offensive war, hoping to dominate and reabsorb the US's key ally, South Korea. But which devastating outcome is more likely? And is a potential war avoidable or inevitable? In July 2023, Kim Jong-un stood proudly at the head of the Kim Il-sung Square in Pyongyang. Red and blue filled the square, with thousands of soldiers coming together in an incredibly tightly choreographed display of unity, discipline, and strength. Flanking the North Korean leader were representatives from Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu and Chinese Communist Party Politburo member Li Hongzhong. The Victory Day Parade marked the 70th anniversary of the end of the Korean War, and it was Kim Jong-un's chance to send a message to the world. His nation is only growing stronger. On the world stage, the disarmament of nuclear weapons has been an ongoing project since the end of the Cold War. Even the long-standing differences between the US and Russia have often been put aside in pursuit of the goal of reducing the number of nuclear weapons in the world. But one country's been working as hard as they can to move in the opposite direction. In January 2023, North Korea's rubber-stamped government passed a bill that included yet another year of high military spending. North Korea's economic struggles are no secret to the rest of the world, despite Kim Jong-un's best efforts to pretend otherwise. Yet, they have continued to invest heavily in defense. The U.S. State Department's 2021 World Military Expenditures and Arm Transfers report estimates that in 2019, North Korea spent around $4 billion on its military, roughly 26% of the country's overall GDP. One of the biggest focuses of the spending is the investment in aggressively expanding the Hermit Kingdom's nuclear arsenal. 2022 saw North Korea conducting a record number of weapon tests. It's believed they fired over 70 missiles across the calendar year. The purpose of these tests was apparent, so much so that the government explicitly stated what they were being conducted for: to simulate attacks on South Korea, Japan, and the United States. Of the 70 missile tests, a number were ICBMs, which stands for Intercontinental Ballistic Missiles. For a long time, nuclear-capable ICBMs were believed to be out of North Korea's reach. The United States, Russia, China, France, India, the United Kingdom, Israel, and Iran were believed to be the only countries with the capability to launch an intercontinental weapon of that type. In 2012, North Korea proudly showed off a number of ICBMs in their Victory Day Parade, which drew heavy scrutiny on the world stage. A team of German weapons experts analyzing the photos picked up on small details like bolts not being secured properly, the noses of the missiles undulating as they were moved, and a lack of consistency from one missile to the next. News articles quickly spread across the Western world, claiming the missiles were fakes, and the general public found the situation mildly amusing. But now, 11 years later, it's clear the situation has changed. At the height of Kim Jong-un's Victory Day Parade in July 2023, two trucks carrying Hwasong-17s and Hwasong-18 missiles made an appearance in Pyongyang. This time, they're very much real. The Hwasong-18 missile, North Korea's newest model, has been tested twice in 2023, both times successfully traveling over 1,000 kilometers. But why are we focusing on these missiles specifically? That's because ICBMs are usually armed with nuclear warheads, and what they lack in accuracy, they more than make up for in range, and sometimes the ability to pack multiple warheads in just one missile. These missiles are designed to hit large targets like major cities, and those equipped with multiple independently targeting warheads can even take out multiple cities by themselves. Chemical and biological payloads could also be packed into these missiles, though they have never been used for that purpose before. Since the 1970s, North Korea has been steadily building a stockpile of chemical weapons, which the International Crisis Group estimated in 2009 to be somewhere in the range of 2,500 to 5,000 metric tons of material. If this report is accurate, it would make North Korea's stockpile the third largest in the world, behind the US and Russia. So, where could North Korea hit with their Hwasong-18 missile? Their claim is anywhere in the United States. It's difficult to estimate the number of nuclear missiles that North Korea has. Most put it in the range of 40 to 50, but some reports have that number at over 100. This is clearly no longer an idle threat from a country incapable of inflicting real damage. The situation has changed. Another new technology that North Korea has invested heavily in is drones. We've seen in the war in Ukraine how much of a difference consumer-grade drones carrying grenades have made to the battlefield. But North Korea has set its sights on something bigger. This year's Victory Day Parade saw flyovers from their brand new unmanned reconnaissance and combat drones. These UAVs seem to be based closely on the large US Global Hawk and the medium-sized US Reaper, and clearly they are stable enough to sustain flight. However, flight is often the simplest system required in a drone. Targeting sensors, data links, and engines, there are a number of very technical components housed in military's UAVs that require a great deal of development. While North Korea committed to upping its drone capabilities in 2021, it may be too soon for them to have developed these complex systems. unless, of course, they've received outside help. Which brings us back to the two men standing shoulder to shoulder with Kim Jong-un at the parade. It was the first time that a Chinese delegate had attended a North Korean parade since before the COVID-19 pandemic. But you would have to go all the way back to 1991 and the dissolution of the Soviet Union for the last time a Russian representative attended. North Korea has been an outspoken proponent of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and according to the state-run news agency Korean Central News Agency, KCNA, North Korean Defense Minister Kang Soon-nam expressed Pyongyang's full support for the just struggle of the Russian army and people to defend the sovereignty and security of their country. During the visit, both North Korea and Russia have denied reports that allege that North Korea has been sending weapons to support the Ukrainian war effort. Yet at the dinner, KCNA reports that Kim Sun-nam read out a message from Vladimir Putin himself, thanking the country for its, quote, support. While Russia and China had previously distanced themselves from North Korea's nuclear program, it appears there's been a sea change, possibly due to rising tensions with the U.S. and the invasion of Ukraine. Both countries have had a substantial military presence in the sea off the Korean peninsula this year as part of the Northern Interaction 2023, a joint military exercise. The goal, according to the Chinese People's Liberation Army, was to strengthen both sides' capabilities of jointly safeguarding regional peace and stability and responding to various security challenges. What they were responding to is no mystery. At the same time, the United States and South Korea were performing their own joint military exercise. It was the first time a U.S. Navy nuclear-capable ballistic missile submarine made port in the region in over 40 years. Tensions have always been high in this part of the world since the end of the Korean War 70 years ago, but with the successful advancements in ICBMs, nuclear stockpile and drone technology, and their overall military strength, North Korea is no longer a threat that can be ignored. With escalating tensions between the West, Russia, and China, the latter parties are clearly starting to view Kim Jong-un as a powerful ally. So, what happens in a worst-case scenario? What would it look like if North Korea actually went to war? Worryingly, this may be more likely than a lot of the world realizes. In 2018, former head of Nato, Navy Admiral James Stavridis, estimated there is a roughly 10% chance of a nuclear war between the US and North Korea, and a 20 to 30% chance of a smaller-scale conflict that would kill over 1 million people. Since then, the situation has of course changed. Donald Trump is no longer in office, COVID-19 has ravaged the world, and Russia has invaded Ukraine. But what has remained consistent throughout the upheaval is North Korea's obsession with building a military capable of attacking the US. The most concerning aspect of a war with North Korea is the main man, Kim Jong-un. As a leader, he's proven to be obsessed with his own personal image and survival. Growing ties between Japan and South Korea only further threaten his rule, and he sees the trilateral US-South Korea-Japanese partnership as a threat to North Korea itself. With constant internal threats as well to his power, he's worked hard to continue the cult of personality started by his grandfather. The bizarre inner workings of North Korea are enough to show anyone that this is a leader who thinks and behaves very differently from the rest of the world. With Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine, there have been the occasional concerns about the use of nuclear weapons rumbling beneath the surface, but that's all they've been. Putin has demonstrated that he's happy to keep his nuclear weapons as a deterrent and nothing more for the time being. At no stage in this war have there been real fears of him using any nuclear warheads on Ukraine, but the threat of using them has worked to help the West self-deter from giving Ukraine the aid it truly needs. Kim Jong-un is different. Throughout his time as the leader of North Korea, he has routinely violated international treaties with little regard for the sanctions imposed. The UN inhibits North Korea from nuclear and missile tests, and yet, since 2006, Kim Jong-un has tested nuclear weapons 6 times. The recent ICBM tests also violated those sanctions. He's demonstrated that he has little regard for international treaties and agreements, as well as spent over a decade accumulating a larger and more advanced military force. So it's safe to assume that he would fight a war with real ferocity and few rules. So let's look at a map to get the lay of the land. In the center is North Korea, with its capital Pyongyang here. Immediately surrounding North Korea are China, Japan, Russia, and South Korea. These are the 2nd, 4th, 11th, and 13th largest economies in the world, respectively. Then, all the way across the Pacific Ocean is the United States, the largest economy in the world. The most likely thing to happen first in a war with North Korea would be an attack on Seoul, the capital of South Korea. With a population of just under 10 million, due to Seoul's proximity to the Korean border, it's believed that North Korea has amassed a vast number of rocket launchers and artillery pieces within range of the city. The Congressional Research Service believes up to 10,000 rockets per minute could be fired at the Capitol. Even the most advanced air defense systems in the world would be overwhelmed by such a barrage. If such an attack were to occur, roughly 300,000 people would be killed on the first day of the conflict. It is entirely possible that as part of that attack, North Korea would deploy chemical or biological weapons on Seoul as well. A report from the U.S. Department of Defense found that they have the capability to produce nerve, blister, blood, and choking agents, including mustard gas and anthrax. The fear with these kinds of attacks is that they would be much harder to detect until it was too late. A single covert agent could very easily make their way into a bustling population center in Seoul. With just 1 kilogram of anthrax and a sprayer, they could administer a lethal dose to hundreds of thousands of people, even up to 1 million, from just one individual. And that's not to mention the methods of getting it into the water supply or pumping it through the sewers. There's a reason these types of weapons are banned internationally. They deliver devastation on an almost unimaginable scale. This is all assuming that he decides not to deploy a nuclear weapon at this stage of the conflict, which is far from guaranteed. While other world leaders see nuclear weapons as a last resort option, Kim Jong-un may use it as his opening gambit, but more on that later. So if artillery bombardment and biological weapons of mass destruction are included, the death toll could easily surpass 1 million on the first day of conflict. Seoul is a highly international city. Kim Jong-un would not simply have killed that many Koreans, he would have killed citizens from all over the world, sparking international outrage. What would the response be? Well, for starters, it would be rapid. For decades, the US and South Korea have been preparing for this exact situation. The first wave of counterattacks would be conducted by precision artillery, specially trained to destroy North Korean artillery firing on Seoul. South Korea maintains a large number of counter-battery units specifically for this mission, but the sheer number of North Korean artillery means Seoul would still be devastated. With close-in air support from the US and South Korean fixed and rotary aviation, though, North Korea's artillery would eventually be hugely attrited, allowing for the evacuation of Seoul. Next would be a focused air campaign to sever the lines of communication leading to the front and to blunt any armored or infantry thrusts across the DMZ. North Korea has the numbers advantage, with an infantry force roughly 3 times larger than the South's. They also have more tanks, but South Korea has far more modern tanks than the North, which are thus far more capable. Numbers matter all on their own, though, as we've seen from the human wave attacks by Russia and Ukraine. And without immediate air support from the South Korean and American Air Force, the South would likely be forced into a fighting retreat immediately on making contact. At this point, it's all but certain that Japan would join the fray as well, taking part in the second phase of the South's counterpunch. Concurrently with the effort to slow or stop the push into the South, South Korea, the US, and possibly even Japanese special forces would immediately launch a decapitation strike against North Korea's leadership. South Korea and the US have trained extensively for the mission, with US Navy SEALs and South Korea's 13th Special Missions Brigade having a special relationship that stretches back years. With 1,000 of South Korea's most elite soldiers, the 13th Special Missions Brigade, supported by US Special Forces, would be responsible for infiltrating Pyongyang to eliminate Kim Jong-un and his regime. But North Korea is still a formidable military. It's estimated that they have roughly 6,500 armored vehicles, 12,000 artillery pieces, and an enormous 1.2 million man army. While this is a significant force, it pales in comparison to the 500,000 active soldiers with 3.1 million in reserve that the Republic of Korea possesses. In addition, the Republic of Korea is a much richer nation with a significantly more advanced military supported by the US. Victor D. Cha, the former Director for Asian Affairs in the White House's National Security Council, believes that this disparity is what has led to Kim Jong-un's pursuit of long-range missiles and weapons of mass destruction. An all-out ground war would be a lost cause, and so Cha believes that they have pivoted their strategy. Their ultimate goal would be to, quote, unite the Korean peninsula, absorbing the South into the North's regime. Taking all of that land by force would be unrealistic. Instead, they'll likely inflict massive damage to Seoul and other major cities using long-range weapons with the goal of inflicting terror across the country. Smuggled weapons of mass destruction or even the use of nuclear-tipped missiles targeting South Korea's major ports would attempt to sever the nation off of American or Japanese reinforcements. Under constant missile and WMD assault, North Korea would likely try to force the South Korean government to capitulate. Surrounded by China, Russia, and Japan, and with the US and all their allies being so closely involved, and not forgetting all of the international civilians who will have been killed, North Korea will have the world's attention. It could very easily escalate into World War III, which none of the parties involved would want. There will be a vested interest in finding a peaceful agreement from everybody, which now suddenly gives North Korea much more bargaining power than they have had for a very long time. With chemical and biological weapons wreaking destruction on the Republic of Korea, the North will be in a position to weather the storm and make audacious demands. However, it's unlikely any of these demands would be met. While Russia and China would likely support the North's petitions, the Republic of Korea will be staunchly against any kind of unification that would see them subservient to their neighbors. Culturally and ideologically, the two halves of Korea have drifted so far apart over the last few decades that there is a scarce middle ground left. What's more, the wider world, and the US in particular, will not want to be seen negotiating with terrorists. The only solution for them will be a full-scale ground invasion of North Korea with the goal of eliminating Kim Jong-un and the key members of his party. This would be slow, bloody, and require the US to get directly involved in an intensely volatile situation. Remember as well that North Korea has borders with both China and Russia. Both those superpowers would have the ability to support North Korea with weapons, food, fuel, and resources. If the US set foot in the country, would it be long before Russia or China would do the same? Which ultimately brings us back around to the elephant in the room, or rather the 40 to 50, possibly over 100 elephants in the room. North Korea is a nuclear power. There is an element of chaos to this conflict that takes it out of the realm of predictability. The scenario we've just described assumes Kim Jong-un would not choose to fire a nuclear warhead at Seoul. If he did, the US would be forced to retaliate with nuclear weapons, as South Korea enjoys the protection of America's nuclear umbrella. This guarantee ensures that any nuclear attack on a nation protected by the US is considered an attack on America itself. It was meant to deter the proliferation of nuclear weapons during the Cold War, but now it comes with the risk of North Korea launching nuclear weapons at the US as well. If Kim Jong-un holds on to his weapons at first, then he'll likely want to fire them as soon as the US ground forces invade the country. There's something called the use them or lose them principle. He's sunk his country's economic prospects for years, all to build a handful of nuclear weapons. If troops arrive who are going to take them away from him, he's going to be much more likely to fire them, so all of that money and work doesn't go to waste. He'll also believe he has a valid reason to deploy them, given his country is being invaded. If that happens, well, it's the same again, potential nuclear apocalypse. It seems Kim Jong-un has come to the same realization that a lot of badly behaved school kids come to. The teacher can't do anything to you. You can run around, jump on your desk, draw on the whiteboard, and shout all kinds of obscene language right in your teacher's face, and they can't hit you. All they can do is give you detentions and tell you to stop. Rules and treaties only work when everyone acts reasonably and with a good conscience. As soon as a nation starts to do what they want, it's very difficult to stop them when nuclear weapons are involved. Kim Jong-un is only 39 years old. If his health permits, which it may not, he has decades of leadership still ahead of him. And one thing is clear, he has no intention of changing his ways. Now watch why China will collapse if it invades Taiwan, or check out this video instead.